All right, child, this is a secret formula of Pill King Hall. I have studied it hard for many years, yet its workings elude me. You may have some passable skill in alchemy, but there's no way you can see through its mysteries after just a glance. Picking up on his surface thoughts, Aunt Tao shook her head. She then turned to Chu Qingqing. Girl, you didn't come here just for his sake, right? Chu Qingqing's cheek went rosy and bowed as she related the feast's events in all its details. Aunt Tao cried out in shock. What, even Regent Estate came? Ah, this must be fate. Crying towards the heavens, Aunt Tao wiped the dry tears from her eyes and muttered, Chu, what are you planning to do next? Will you let them destroy Drifting Flower's edifice? Or will you plead the Venerable to fight them to the death? Venerable. Xuefan raised an eyebrow in thought. Each of the 7 noble houses raised their own venerable. They were radiant stage cultivators, their last line of defense. They would never ask of venerable's intervention unless a calamity struck. This confirmed that Drifting Flower's edifice was on the brink of annihilation. When he thought about it, going against another radiant stage expert would most likely end in the Regent Estate's venerable being wounded for a few decades. I guess it is another way to slow down their conquest. Sister Chu, ask the venerable to step in and let them know we will fight tooth and nail with them. Drifting Flower's edifice isn't their playground. Xuefan instigated, the more chaos, the better it was for him. Chu Qingqing shook her head, her eyes firm. Asking the venerable will trigger a war among the 7 houses. The empire would be plunged into civil war and the people would fall into despair. My heart cannot bear it. If Drifting Flower's edifice falls, we, sisters, will part ways. But in case of war, Drifting Flower's edifice will lose for sure and my sisters will perish with it. As a lord, I cannot ignore their fates. Now I see why grandmother chose you, the least qualified, as the lord despite unanimous disapproval. Aunt Tao nodded with a faint smile. Xuefan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes. Softies the lot of 'em. If it were him, he would have divided and then conquered, attack openly and overtly, spreading slaughter everywhere and throw the empire upside down. That was where his chance laid, to rise above from that madness. I would rather turn my back on the world than have the world turn its back on me. The demonic cultivator path was cruel and ambitious, with everyone stepping on others to reach the peak. Unfortunately, Chu Qingqing was not a demonic cultivator. Her kind nature was just not cut out for this, unlike Xuefan's bold nature. And there are the overseers poisoned by that old dog. Chu Qingqing gazed with worry at Aunt Tao. This is why I want to ask Aunt Tao to step out and protect the Bodhi root. Perhaps our only chance of getting the antidote is if we give it in exchange. You plan on making me face that accursed man in alchemy? Aunt Tao seemed to have heard the biggest joke, cackling like mad. But in her lunacy, a hint of woe was hidden. Qingqing, look at me. In my trials of unraveling his rainbow cloud palm, I am now neither human nor demon. Do you think my feeble skill is enough to win? Her heart in pain, Chu Qingqing whispered something in Aunt Tao's ear. Aunt Tao's eyes lit up and nodded. I see. So that's what you're planning. But will it work? Chu Qingqing's eyes were dead set, her nod firm. Then I will die a worthy death. So that's why you brought this child. Sighing, Aunt Tao patted Chu Qingqing tenderly on the shoulder. She then turned serious as she eyed Xuefan. Kid, come here and kowtow to this grandmother 3 times. Xuefan was clueless. Grandmother? Where? Following her finger, he discovered she was referring to the living dead. He was still out of the loop, but the dead ought to be shown respect, he guessed. So kowtowing wasn't that big of a deal. And so, Xuefan was quite casual in his kneeling and knocking his head on the ground. As he did, he realized Chu Qingqing was kneeling next to him, kowtowing just as well. Good. The rite is complete. Xuefan was still confused when Aunt Tao shouted, and asked for him to kneel again. This time he was against it. He was first clueless to what was going on. But now he had to kneel again to this damnable old bat? But Chu Qingqing's piercing eyes left Xuefan with no other choice. Crud. I'm song you now and can only kneel. Aunt Tao and Chu Qingqing noticed his proud eyes and shook their heads. Next, Aunt Tao began reciting the teaching of Drifting Flowers Edifice's ancestors, along with their 1,000-year-old history. Zhuofan wasn't at all content listening to some senseless rambling. But around the middle, Zhuofan started paying attention. It turned out Drifting Flowers Edifice and Pil King Hall were in a tight alliance, frequently marrying one's disciples to the other. Also, the Pil King Hall's rainbow cloud palm wasn't so strong in the past. But thanks to Drifting Flowers Edifice providing Bodhi Jade sap, it slowly improved, becoming what it was today, the dread of all the 7 houses. Later, because a Pil King Hall and Drifting Flowers Edifice couple quarreled, which led to a fight. It ended up with the husband using the rainbow cloud palm on the wife, and the wife returned and raged back to Drifting Flowers Edifice. Drifting Flowers Edifice didn't take it seriously at first, using Bodhi Jade sap to cure her. But they were shocked to find the Bodhi Jade sap, which could save one from imminent death, to be ineffective. From that moment, Drifting Flowers Edifice realized the seriousness of the situation. Pil King Hall's poison was out of control, so they cut off their supply of Bodhi Jade sap. This enraged Pil King Hall, and the houses became bitter enemies ever since. Until 100 years ago, the Pil King Hall kept harassing Drifting Flowers Edifice and killing 8 overseers with rainbow cloud palm. Not even the lords were exempted, with 2 of them falling victim as well. The imperial family turned a blind eye to their feud. How could they not? Pil King Hall was supplying them with pills. It got to the point where Pil King Hall drove Drifting Flowers Edifice close to destruction several times. One thing had to be said. When there's a will, there's a way. In Drifting Flowers Edifice's hour of most desperate need, a strange woman stepped up, Chu Bijuan. She was none other than the living dead laying in the ancient ice. Not only was she strong, she was also wise. On one hand, she repelled Pil King Hall's attacks, and, on the other, connected with the other houses through marriage, expanding their power. This had led to Pil King Hall to suffer countless and heavy defeats over the last century. Everyone in the 7 houses had to admire this woman's skill. They all came to the realization that without her, there would have been no Drifting Flowers Edifice today. Even Pil King Hall had to admire her. The people came to call her the Lady of Steel, while the disciples of Drifting Flowers Edifice called her grandmother. She was by no means the edifice lord, but she assisted 3 generations of them, holding Drifting Flowers Edifice strong. It was a pity the Lady of Steel ended up falling in an enemy's ploy. A decade ago, vicious Pil King had 3 overseers under his control. They betrayed the house and called out for help. Chu Bijuan went to their rescue, only to fall into their trap. Heavily wounded and poisoned by the rainbow cloud palm, she still managed to escape their encirclement. They always thought Pil King Hall was behind this, but now they knew it was Regent Estate all along. Her state was very precarious on her return, with but 1 breath away from death. In this moment of impending demise, she made a bold and radical decision. To make Chu Qingchang the edifice lord, passing on the mantle to a mere 13-year-old girl, with Iris and Peony overseers at her side. This decision earned disapproval among many overseers. But they could only bear it in silence before the might of their grandmother. In light of what happened, Chu Qingqing's most trusted allies were the Iris and Peony overseers. With time, people started to think grandmother was dead, when in fact Aunt Tao froze her on her last breath and had turned her into a living dead. This ended the sorrowful history of Drifting Flowers Edifice. Chu Qingcheng dabbed her eyes and recalled those times as she looked at grandmother. Aunt Tao was looking stern at Zhuofan. Kid, did you get all of it? Zhuofan nodded. Yes. Good. Now you will be the next one to pass it on. The Drifting Flowers Edifice will never die as long as someone remembers it. She laughed and helped Zhuo up before he joined his and Chu Qingqing's delicate hands together. Just for a few days. Take care. Aunt Tao walked towards the cave wall and entered contemplation. Zhuofan was about to ask for clarification when Chu Qingcheng pulled him before the grandmother. She bowed again and left without turning around. With a rumble, the stone door closed and the array started again. Sister Chu Chu, what is going on? Zhuofan asked puzzled. He didn't understand why Chu Qingcheng prevented him from speaking and brought him to listen to their history. Chu Qingcheng shook her head and showed a rare but warm smile. From now on, call me just Chu Chu or Qingcheng. Zhuofan blinked. He was clueless to what Chu Chu meant, but her gaze evoked something foreign in his heart. Silly. Chu Qingcheng pulled his hand as she continued. You are now one of us. Come, I will take you to see the members of my family. Chu Qingcheng took Zhuofan to a barren hill. 3 lonely graves struck a dreadful image in the midst of harsh and cruel winds. They are my parents and my younger brother. Chu Qingcheng sighed. Zhuofan noticed that the graves had written on them, Beloved mother, beloved father. However, the foremost one was a blank slab with a black cloak fluttering on it. On a closer look, there were some words on the cloak. Heaven-toppling pill. Such audacious words. Zhuofan cried. Every cultivator knew that alchemy was a wide and long winding road. Even if you invested all your energy in it, you'd only pick up a few things along the way. What's more, refining skills abided by heaven's laws. How arrogant could one be to say the words, heaven-toppling pill? Not even that narrow-minded vicious pill king would dare utter such a thing. He turned puzzled to Chu Qingcheng, who replied with a warm smile, You must find them self-centered, right? Zhuofan nodded. Chu Qingcheng walked to the grave and caressed the cloak. This is my younger brother, Chu Qingtun, and this cloak is something I made for him. Chu Qingtian? Zhuofan's raised an eyebrow as he recalled. Wasn't he the spy sent by Drifting Flower's edifice to the vicious Pill King? It turns out to be her brother. But sending her own brother as a spy, seems Drifting Flower's edifice has run out of talents. Zhuofan smacked his lips. Song Yu. Chu Qingcheng turned to him with a soft gaze, catching him by surprise. Did you know? When you gave me fruits in the slums, when you fought for my sake, I saw Qingtian in you, especially when you fought Yen Fu. Your reckless and stubborn nature is his spitting image. Chu Qingcheng had tears glistening in her eyes, recalling the past. Zhuofan blushed from shame. He always thought he got close to Chu Qingcheng thanks to Dong Tianba's skirt-chasing skills. It turned out he was only a substitute for her brother. Embarrassed, Zhuofan muttered, So Sister Chu Chu took me for your little brother? Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng reproached. I told you to stop saying sister. Did you forget? Zhuofan was baffled. A substitute little brother can't call you sister. Chu Qingcheng noticed his reaction and shook her head. Perhaps I did consider you as my younger brother at first, but after today, Chu Qingcheng blushed and muttered, Now, you aren't my little brother anymore. She digressed so badly that Zhuofan had no clue what she was saying, though it didn't look like she'd explain as she spoke. My parents were normal disciples of Drifting Flower's edifice which fell from Pill King Hall's poison. From a young age, I and Qingtian vowed revenge. Grandmother found our talent worthy of her attention and taught us herself. However, Qingtian was a man and Drifting Flower's edifice had only one use for such people. Marry their disciples and carry on Drifting Flower's edifice forward. Qingtian's refining skill was beyond mere talent. He was unwilling to waste away living like this and defied Drifting Flower's edifice in becoming Pill King Hall's disciple. Wasn't he a spy? How come you used defy? Zhuofan interrupted. Chu Qingcheng nodded. You are correct, but we were unaware of the ploy at that time. I even wrote a letter to break all ties with him. Only 3 years later did he return to Drifting Flower's edifice. We then understood this was grandmother's plan all along. He did not abandon his mission and stole the Pill King Hall's Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote formula. Because of Pill King Hall's strict guard, he used a concoction to carve the formula on his back. It would never be visible unless a special liquid was poured on it. You're saying that human skin in the cave is your brother's? Zhuofan's heart shuddered. Chu Qingtian went through inhuman lengths for Drifting Flower's edifice. He had to use human skin to take the formula with him. It was obvious how dangerous, how hard this mission was. This also gave Zhuofan some plans he could use for the Luo clan. Should I also get some diehards and send them inside the other houses as a contingency? But his plan would have to have far more impact than Drifting Flowers' edifices. While Drifting Flowers' edifice wasted a decade for a formula, he had greater plots developing in his mind, like getting his spies in the houses through some special means and reporting their every movement. The Nine Serenities secret records had a secret art pertaining to demonic cultivators to aid in this endeavor, but it was too cruel. The secret art wasn't used on enemies but on his own men. He could only harden his heart if he were to handle the 7 houses. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with coldness. Chu Qingchang continued, oblivious of his reactions. Qingtian's return had everyone excited. With Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote, we had no reason to fear Pill King Hall. While everyone was eager, Aunt Tao and Qingtian began refining it. However, the formula was too much of an oddity. The overseers who were already poisoned died when taking the refined antidote, while the refiners got poisoned themselves. And your brother died from poison? Heaven can be so cruel to geniuses. Zhuofan sighed. That was the truth of it, and he felt close to tears. The antidote was a 7th-grade pill. He was a freak of an alchemy genius to participate in its refining at such a young age. It is truly a pity his life ended so soon. Chu Qingchang shook her head, eyes downcast. No, he was killed by the other overseers. What, but didn't he earn great merit? Why? Zhuofan was startled but soon figured it out. Who was the most unfortunate in this world? The nameless hero. Why? Ha ha ha. Because neither side got what they wanted. Chu Qingchang confirmed it. My other sisters suspected him as being Pill King Hall's spy, that he brought a fake formula to ruin the house. They took advantage of me, Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer's absence, and beat him to death. This is Drifting Flowers' edifice's shame. We had no choice but to say he died from poisoning. While Aunt Tao still believed the formula is real, studying it painstakingly. Tears fell from Chu Qingqing's eyes. Zhuofan wanted to comfort her, but she waved her hand to refuse, stopping him in his tracks. Because Qingtian's body was in such condition, I could only bury him here. I was afraid he would be cursed and reviled, so I didn't leave his name behind. Later, I moved my parents' graves to have them reunited here. Chu Qingchang pulled Zhuofan's hand into kowtowing 3 times before the graves. Songyu, when I die, please bring my body here to rest with them. Chu Qingqing's words were filled with sorrow and sounded very much like a dying wish, leaving Zhuofan puzzled. What is she planning? Silly girl, with me here, there's nothing to worry about. Zhuofan showed a rare serious expression. Chu Qingqing was startled. She rarely saw the stubborn Zhuofan display any semblance of reliability like right now. She soon rolled her eyes. You are never satisfied, are you? I told you to call me by my name, and now you dare call me silly. Ha ha ha. Bro Dong said this will bring women a feeling of safety. What, you don't like it? Zhuofan scratched his head, playing the fool. She glared at him. That brother of yours is a wastrel. Stay away from him. Zhuofan shrugged. Now, follow me to the last place. After seeing grandmother and paying respects to her family, Chu Qingchang took the cloak and pulled Zhuofan as she soared. 15 minutes later, they were at a familiar place. Zhuofan was amazed to find this place was the slums where they first met. Because of the Scourge woman, none dared to get close. Why are we here again? Zhuofan was baffled. Right. Why is the great edifice lord hiding here as a Scourge woman? Chu Qingchang took a deep breath. I had no choice. Enraged by what happened to Qingtian, I went to Yensong to settle the score, only to be wounded and poisoned as well. I didn't let anyone know this, afraid of affecting Drifting Flowers' edifice's stability. I claimed to enter seclusion when in fact, I have been using the moon's yin power to suppress the poison. This was how I came to be known as a Scourge woman. Zhuofan nodded, and Chu Qingqing suddenly draped the black cloak on his shoulders. Zhuofan looked at her, startled. Chu Qingqing smiled. Songyu, I don't have much time. I hope you can take Qingtian's place, letting me feel the warmth of a family. Ha ha ha, so I'm still your brother in the end? Fan laughed in spite of himself. Bam! Suddenly, Chu Qingcheng embraced his broad back and closed her eyes. Fan was startled and did not continue to speak. I told you, you are not my brother. Just let me feel the warmth of a family one last time. Chu Qingcheng stared into his eyes. She hesitated before removing her veil. Her outstanding beauty was once again revealed to him, making his heart freeze. He was plunged into a daze a second time, despite seeing her once already. Chu Qingcheng noticed and a hit of red colored her cheeks. Songyu, Qingtian told me my smile can topple cities. His pill can topple heaven. I hope you will let me relive our short warm memories together. Star Reader. Qingchang equals city toppling. Star Reader. Qingtian equals heaven toppling. Fan could not even process her words. He was too confused and lost, only nodding unconsciously. Chu Qingcheng showed a smile of gratitude. Thank you. The two began experiencing the lives of a man and a woman in a quiet and decrepit house. They were like average people, with Fan repairing the house and Chu Qingcheng washing and cooking before eating together. The following 3 days, Fan never felt so at peace. He would have never thought it possible before. How could the grand demonic emperor live his days in such a vile way? Yet, these days were spent without any bit of worry or remorse, as if he was living a dream. Unfortunately, this was an act that fell in a pair of vicious eyes hiding in the darkness. He was a profound heaven expert. The figure left and soon arrived at Drifting Flowers Edifice's guest rooms. He quietly entered one that was filled with people. Vicious Pill King, Mary Woods' Lin Zetian, Hell Valley's fifth elder were all here, and leading them was none other than Regent Estate's second young master, Huangpu Qingyun. The figure whispered in the second young master's ear. Bam! The teacup in his hand was shattered into pieces. Huangpu Qingyun was enraged. Second young master, what happened? Vicious Pill King asked. Clenching his fists, Huangpu Qingyun spat. That bitch took off her veil for that punk. Huangpu Qingyun ran out, flying straight to the slums. A morning ray of warmth spilled into the house onto Fan's peaceful face. His eyelids trembled and he smiled, looking at the person in his arms. He and Chu Qingcheng lived their days in peace like a game of house. They toiled by day and rested in the same bed by night. Although nothing happened, they leaned on each other, giving a sense of peace to both. Fan, who was a ruthless demon, never stumbled upon such feelings before. Perhaps, this is the warmth of a family. Fan watched the beauty in his arms absent-mindedly. Chu Qingcheng's appearance could incite wars. As the saying went, a woman was a hero's downfall. He has experienced this firsthand. Living a peaceful life with Chu Qingcheng was all that was on his mind right now. What's the point of rising to the top? What's the point of ruling the world? How can it compare to a beauty's smile? Perhaps this is what they call to fall from grace. But so what? I am willing to fall. Ha ha ha. Fan laughed inside. The ever-unchanging demonic emperor was wavering. He gazed at Chu Qingcheng resting on his chest. Fan couldn't help but want to lean in for a kiss. Whoosh. Suddenly, Chu Qingcheng opened her eyes and threw them out of the house. Bam! The house went up in flames, turning into ashes in an instant. From the rising ashes, a figure emerged, the outraged Huangpu Qingyun. The fire in his eyes burned even hotter when he saw Chu Qingcheng and Fan holding hands. Man, I just fixed the house. Huangpu Qingyun was angry. Fan was pissed. This was his and Chu Qingcheng's quiet home, and it barely lasted a couple of days before it went up in smoke. Son of a bitch, you've gone too far. You take me for a meek lamb? These days of peace and quiet seemed to have gone to his head. It made him forget he was acting as Songyu. Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He took a step forward, ready to get Huangpu Qingyun acquainted with pain. But Chu Qingcheng blocked him and whispered, Songyu, stay behind me. Finally realizing what he was about to do, Fan relaxed his fists. He couldn't step in now, or Regent Estate would have an excuse to move against Drifting Flower's edifice and ruin all his plans. These days have been so relaxing that I forgot about the bigger picture. Shuofan cursed and sighed, then sighed. Qingcheng, I will leave it to you. Qingcheng. It only worked to inflame Huangpu Qingyun's anger. You're on a first-name basis now, like a cheating couple? I will make sure you will die miserably today. Huangpu Qingyun, watch your mouth? Who's a cheating couple? Chu Qingcheng glared. Humph. You're asking me? Chu Qingcheng. Even when we settled on the agreement, you did not once remove your veil for me. Yet now you just let a damn punk see you first. Chu Qingcheng's eyes were cold. Huangpu Qingyun. You're the one who broke our agreement first. Why would I ever show you my face? Hold on, you lost me there. Shuofan stepped in. You are so petty. She only lifted her veil and you want to kill me? Even with Qingcheng as your childhood sweetheart, you only don't wish for anyone to have a look at her appearing? Your reaction is uncalled for. It is not like I steal your wife or something. As the saying went, silence was golden. Huangpu Qingyun was now an explosive, ready to blow. Rotten punk, you dare feign ignorance? You're dead, you hear. Huangpu Qingyun punched despite being 300 meters away. Nonetheless, a golden light flew from his fist and arrived in a blink. Shuofan's heart froze. The body refining art he used could not be compared to Shuofan's secret refining art, but was top-notch nonetheless. In normal cases, a profound heaven expert killing a bone-tempering cultivator was an easy feat, however. The distance had to be a bit smaller, or the yuan qi would fade before it could pass through a bone-tempering expert's tough body. Yet this light was different. Shuofan was certain this attack would have nailed your average bone-tempering expert. Then again, he wasn't your average one either and could handle it. Shuofan made some guesses, and even with this advantage, he knew his odds of winning were decent if he were to fight. He dispatched the third layer of Profound Heaven Stage Ugeki with ease. Yet, currently, he felt like he was going to have a hard time against the second layer expert. It spoke volumes of the Regent Estate's strength. Watch out! Chu Qingcheng pulled Shuofan 10 meters away, dodging the light. He heard a boom and looked to see a 30-meter large stone pulverized. Chu Qingcheng was flustered. She knew Huangpu Qingyun was strong, but not to this extent. Her expression was grave. Humph! Qingcheng, did you see that? That punk only knows how to hide behind your skirt. When danger comes, you always have to protect him in the end. Such a man is unworthy of you. Huangpu Qingyun snorted. Chu Qingcheng raised her head high. And? This is what I desire. Aren't most of the Drifting Flowers edifice's men all like this? Qingcheng, I don't mean to argue, but I don't hide behind women. Shuofan's voice was quite naive, but this was something he could not let go. He needed to make a point here. He was none other than the demonic emperor. His name was at stake. Even if he was in a disguise, this was a matter of pride and he couldn't get sloppy in times like these. Glaring at him, Chu Qingcheng lashed. Zip it! No one was talking to you. Ha ha ha. Well said. If you call yourself a man, then don't freaking hide behind a woman. Come out and face me alone. Huangpu Qingyun gave a taunting laughter. Shuofan's eyes went cold, staring at him with killing intent, though he didn't let it get to him. We will fight. Don't you worry. But not today. There's no harm in killing you 2 days later. The two watched him in shock, and even Chu Qingcheng looked at him funny. What gave this brat the nerve to speak so boldly? Huangpu Qingyun was in the second layer of Profound Heaven Stage, and a body cultivator. Yet, he was just a second layer of bone-tempering cultivator from a third-rate clan. The gap could not be bigger, though his eyes spoke how confident he was of turning this threat into reality. Ha ha ha! Perfect! Huangpu Qingyun was laughing from anger. He didn't expect a day would come when a nobody would predict his death. It was utterly ridiculous. This punk must have lived in a cave and knows nothing of Regent Estate's power. I just displayed my power, yet he still dares speak with such nerve. No need to wait. I will squeeze the life out of you right now. In the wake of Huangpu Qingyun's words, he leaped at Shuofan. Chu Qingcheng held Shuofan behind her in concern and had her other hand struck forward. Bam! Huangpu Qingyun's advance stopped. His fist was covered in ice, while Chu Qingcheng flew 20 meters, leaving a trail of blood. Humph! Qingcheng, for a brat, you even dared to use the arcane moon art to block me. Huangpu Qingyun flicked the ice on his hand away. You only have yourself to blame for what is about to happen. Roaring, Huangpu Qingyun stomped his feet, and a golden light enveloped his body. There was even a faint golden dragon above his head. With a faint dragon roar, 6 golden dragons wound around his body. Dragon vein body refining. Shuofan finally got to know the source of his body's power. He trained his body with the essence of dragon veins. Every dragon vein held the essence of earth. The power of earth was unshakable, lofty, and tough. Refining his body with this essence was like turning one's body into a mountain, holding both power and stability. Speaking of Huangpu Qingyun's body refining method, it was another path leading to the same result as his own. Shuofan's body was cast using the blood of the earth, diamond sand. It was made with a great deal of earth essence. Both of them held similar bodies, but there were some disparities. While Shuofan was a living weapon, Huangpu Qingyun was half human, half weapon. The gap was small, but will be magnified as one's cultivation increased. Chu Qingcheng cried in panic. Regent Estate's profound ranked martial art, golden tyrant body art. Qingcheng, I told you not to shield this punk with your life. Huangpu Qingyun charged at Shuofan. Only. Chu Qingcheng's palms danced. Tens of white ribbons flew at Huangpu Qingyun and encased him like a mummy. Yet the next moment they were ripped to shreds and Chu Qingcheng spat blood while recoiling 10 more steps. Huangpu Qingyun's speed wasn't affected in the least. Shuofan clenched his fist, ready to unfold his lightning wings. It seems that have no choice but to reveal myself and fight this guy to the death. Flowing spaces 9 forms, space rupturing form, purple lightning gold eye, cold jade palm, peony finger. Following many yells, for attacks of great power descended. They were composed of purple lightning, lofty sword intent, a deep chilling wind, and a deep yet flexible power. They hammered Huangpu Qingyun and forced him to withdraw 3 steps as 4 figures stood in front of Shuofan and Chu Qingcheng. Jian Suifeng, Long Jiu, Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer. The overseers rushed to Chu Qingcheng and checked her wounds while the first 2 were on high alert for any of Huangpu Qingyun's sudden movements. When the dust settled, Huangpu Qingyun had a frosty expression, but unharmed in any way. This caused a great deal of shock. The 4 elders used their most masterful skills against Huangpu Qingyun. But even though they lacked the intent to kill, he had no damage whatsoever, not even a bruise or a cut. This only worked to put them on guard. No wonder Regent Estate's golden tyrant body art was the strongest of the 7 houses. This is monstrous. Whoosh. 3 more figures landed, Vicious Pill King, Lin Zitian, and Hell Valley's 5th elder next to Huangpu Qingyun. They took a glance at the situation and could guess what happened. Such gall you have to strike the 2nd young master. Vicious Pill King laughed coldly, taking advantage of the occasion to sow chaos. If you want to fight, we will gladly entertain you. Lin Zitian and 5th elder exchanged glances, then looked at Huangpu Qingyun. They had no choice but to bear through this. Not stepping forth now was getting on the Regent Estate's bad side. With shivering hearts, Long Jiu's group looked at each other with determination on their faces. Huangpu Qingyun was bad enough, but now that the other 3 showed up, it would be hard to come out on top in this battle. In an instant, Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng looked at Shuofan without even realizing it. Shuofan had Yugiki's killing under his belt. He was both brave and devious. The most dependable man here weren't they, the elders, but him. Squinting, Shuofan locked his eyes on Vicious Pill King. If battle erupted, Vicious Pill King posed the biggest threat. Long Jiu and the others would suffer at this old dog's poisonous tricks. Before anything happened, he had to remove this danger from the equation. This may diverge from Zhuo Fan's original plan, but things kept coming one after the other. Who knew it would come to this? I have no choice but to be firm with my decisions and get rid of this headache first. Zhuo Fan slowly moved, boring into vicious Pill King with killing intent. Yen Song was in the dark regarding Zhuo Fan's threat. Killing him would be easy when his guard was down. Jian Suifeng and Long Ju noticed his eyes and understood he came to a decision. Trading blows here was the same as falling out with Regent Estate and the other 3 houses. The 7 houses war would erupt. None of them could see if this was a fortune or disaster for their house. What they did know was that the die was cast and they had to strike. Hold on. Huangpu Qingyun shouted to stop everyone in place, and he looked at Chu Qingcheng. Qingcheng, think this through. Are you going to side with them? Chu Qingcheng wiped the blood from her mouth and stepped in front of the others. She turned to Zhuo Fan, then the black cloak, and her eyes steeled. Yes, I have never been more certain. Fine, be that way. I wish you all a long life. Huangpu Qingyun spat the last 2 words with thick sarcasm, evident of the rancor and curses running through his head. He said his piece and left with his group. As they passed by Zhuo Fan, he gave a laughter seeping with contempt. Punk! Drifting Flowers edifice never had males? Are you, ha ha ha? Hold up. Where did you get that idea? Zhuo Fan raised a taunting eyebrow. Wasn't Chu Qingtian a man? His actions were foolish, true, but he was a man through and through. He hid for a decade for Drifting Flowers edifice, only to die at Drifting Flowers edifice's hands. Yet this pitiful hero was now viewed as a black stain. Zhuo Fan didn't condone such idiotic behavior. Why would anyone throw away their lives for a bunch of broads who treated men like nothing more than tools, only using them to secure their little sanctuary? That was no mere idiocy, but downright madness. However, his loyalty was praiseworthy even in Zhuo Fan's eyes. If he was truly a man, it would have been best if he stuck to sleeping with women. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingyun mocked, loathing displayed on his face. Vicious Pill King snickered at Zhuo Fan, making it obvious he was speaking to everyone present. Chu Qingtian was once my disciple. To be honest, his alchemy skill was top-notch, but he was too blinded by pride, holding everyone beneath him. He was a helpless dreamer, believing he alone was enough to refine the antidote and cure Drifting Flowers edifice. The results speak for itself. He is more of a fool than anybody else. Vicious Pill King walked away, pleased after seeing Chu Qingcheng clenching her fists, but still couldn't help pouring more salt on the wound. This is a world of men and wisdom. Fools and women that dare covet it will only get burnt. Damn that vicious Pill King. Long Ju knew the ins and out of the situation, and his lone eyes flickered in rage. He looked back at Chu Qingcheng to see her trembling in anger. Long Zhou shook his head and whispered to Zhuo Fan, "Little brother, talk to Chu Chu about the alliance between us 3 houses. No need." Zhuo Fan's eyes flickered with coldness and spoke, eyeing the departing group. "That is your matter. What I want is to make that insufferable guy know the true meaning of being a man." Long Zhou's heart seized. He opened his mouth many times, but Zhuo Fan's unfeeling face stopped him. He never saw Zhuo Fan looking so scary before. When Huangpu Qingyun's group got back to Drifting Flowers edifice's guest rooms, the vicious Pill King asked, "Second young master? Why did you let them go? We were more than enough to deal with them." "Fool!" Huangpu Qingyun berated. "Killing them is easy, but what then? It will incite war among the 7 houses. Even if we win, we will have to pay a heavy price for it." "Second young master, why do you say that?" the others asked. Huangpu Qingyun laughed mockingly and said, "Don't forget, Tianyu holds not just the 7 noble houses, but the 4 pillars." His voice drifted off, but everyone was clear. So Regent Estate's ambition was to reach such a height. In any case, Drifting Flowers edifice is already close to fall. Don't mind those cornered dogs. As for Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquis abode, humph, I am now certain they are opposing us. We would have had to deal with them sooner or later. Brilliant second young master. They all bowed, but each thought differently. Pill King Hall had long surrendered, while Hell Valley was grinning at his enemy's predicament. Veiled Dragon Pavilion kicked an iron board this time. As for Mary Woods's Lin Zetian, he was an opportunist. Seeing others bowing, he did the same, to avoid trouble befalling on his head. Meanwhile, Zhuofan walked out of Drifting Flowers Edifice's guest room and sighed towards the sun. Yesterday he was caught up in his own delusion. He thought the world was made of just he and Chu Qingqing, where the others mattered little. Today, he re-entered the mortal world and shook his head out of regret. If not for Huangpu Qingyun's disturbance, I would have still been with Chu Qingqing in that quaint house as nothing but simple farmers. But even without yesterday's event, he would have only one day until the 100-pill meeting, where he had to put his plan in motion. His future didn't lay in that quiet farmhouse. I am but a simple worker. Zhuofan sighed at the sky. A white figure suddenly landed, Chu Qingqing. But before he could scream, she took him into the air. Come with me. An hour later, they landed in the slums again. But they weren't the only ones there this time. There were the Dong siblings and Xiao Dandan. Zhuofan was puzzled as to what it was about. Chu Qingqing giggled. You visited grandmother and my family. Now it's only reasonable that I visit your parents. But it's a way off and can only see your friends for now. Chu Qingqing pulled Zhuofan and invited the others into a small rundown house. Xiao Dandan was dumbstruck. Why is Edifice Lord with him, here? She accomplished her master's order by bringing the Dong siblings here, where in fact they were meeting with Edifice Lord. While she was dumbstruck, the Dong siblings were floored. Meeting the evil Xiao Dandan first thing in the morning, they thought Drifting Flowers Edifice was about to settle the score with them and were on edge the whole way here. But seeing Edifice Lord holding hands with his brother, their whole world collapsed. Just how did Song Yu do it? How did a third-rate clan young master end up with the leader of one of the 7 noble houses, Drifting Flowers Edifice? The number 1 beauty in Tianyu, Chu Qingqing. Sister, I often told you, you should have caught him first. Now all hope is lost. Dong Tianba stared at the couple in a daze. Dong Xiaowan lamented inside, not expecting this to happen. How could I have known Brother Songyu and Drifting Flowers Edifice's lord would have become an item? While they were bitter, Xiao Dandan felt like crying. She finally found herself a worthy man only to have her boss become her love rival. What could she possibly do now? The three were now more bitter than ever. Sit down and relax. Many delicacies had already been laid on a worn and old table, courtesy of Chu Qingqing's cooking. She was still hiding her face behind the veil, but her every gesture and elegant demeanor made her seem like the perfect wife. Her tone was neither haughty nor overbearing. She acted just like any ordinary young wife receiving faraway guests. The trio stiffly took seats. They had Chu Qingqing's invitation, but this does not mean that their heart was at ease. On the contrary, Zhuofan was feeling right at home after having spent time with Chu Qingqing the past few days. His movements were casual and frank. He spoke normally, like a simple family. Dong Tianba began to envy him. Lil Bro must have had quite the heavenly fortune for Chu Qingqing to look at him. Xiao Dandan and Dong Xiaowan were staring at him all this time, but Chu Qingqing's presence left them sour inside. They felt inadequate in front of such a world-class beauty that they lowered their heads. They passed the day in a peaceful and cheerful manner. Once dusk was setting in, Chu Qingqing sighed. It's getting late and we should part ways. What parting do you speak of when tomorrow's the 100-pill meeting? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Shaking her head in sorrow, Chu Qingqing pulled his hand and said to the rest, Come with me. She walked ahead, with others rushing to catch up. They soon turned to a lonely road where a worn-out carriage stood. That carriage belonged to none other than the Song clan Zhuofan reappropriated. There were also 6 people standing close to it. Dong Tianba's 4 elders and the Peony and Iris overseers standing at the front of the group. This caught them by surprise, not understanding what was going on. Go! Chu Qingqing pointed at the carriage. Leave by night and make haste in hiding your clans. You may still have a chance to survive. What's going on? Edifice Lord Chu Chu. Why are you driving us away? Did we offend you? Dong Tianba cried, so scared his legs were quaking. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. Forgive me. It is not your fault but mine. I didn't want to drag you into this. But Huangpu Qingyun is petty. I fear he will strike you out of spite. Huangpu, the regent estate. Dong Tianba was alarmed, on the verge of tears. Why would regent estate be involved with us? We did nothing to them. Your Dong clan has not been destroyed, so why are you crying? Zhuofan snorted and turned to Chu Qingcheng. What are you planning? Don't do anything stupid. There's still room to turn this around. Chu Qingcheng shook her head and caressed his cheek. I know what I'm doing. Just that I need your help with something. Zhuofan eyed her suspiciously. She pulled Xiao Dandan, who was still in shock, and rested her hand in Zhuofan's. Please watch over Dandan. She may very well be the last member of our Drifting Flowers Edifice House. Edifice Lord. Xiao Dandan was panicking and Zhuofan paled. But before he could speak, Chu Qingcheng stopped them. This is my last wish. You have to do this for me. Chu Qingcheng took her storage ring and gave it to Xiao Dandan. Dandan, take this with you on your journey with Songyu to his clan. But you can only look inside once you arrive. Take care of your husband and don't be so willful, all right? Xiao Dandan nodded in tears. Peony Overseer found it unbearable as she shouted, It's late. Leave quickly. If they find you, you won't get another chance. Dong Tianba didn't understand, but was clear to the danger, rushing inside the carriage with his sister. Zhuofan knew Chu Qingcheng wanted to give Drifting Flowers Edifice a chance at revival. He had a plan in mind but wasn't sure it was foolproof. So he followed Chu Qingcheng's wishes and pulled Xiao Dandan into the carriage. At worst, he'd come back once they were far enough. His firm actions made Peony Overseer filled with anger. Songyu, look after my disciple, or I will never let you off. Humph, your disciple is big now. She can take care of herself. Zhuofan shirked all responsibility and whipped the horses. Peony Overseer stomped her foot in anger, watching the carriage drifting further away. Humph! I told you men aren't reliable. Once he gets wind of trouble, he flees. He jumped in with no hesitation. Choo-choo! Was it worth entrusting everything to that man? Iris Overseer frowned. Shaking her head, Chu Qingcheng said, Aren't all our hopes resting on them leaving safely? What more is there to say? Yet, she couldn't fight back the tears, feeling disappointed by Zhuofan's last act. We will never see each other again. Can't you at least show some reluctance for the sake of all the precious little time we spent together? But they were unaware what Zhuofan was thinking. Their thoughts were completely worlds apart from each other. They took this as a final parting while Zhuofan took it as making a delivery. He'd be dropping off Xiao Dandan to a safe place before running straight back. I'm only a delivery boy, and soon will come back running. What final? What parting? Let us return. Tomorrow we have a bitter fight on our hands. Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath to rein in her emotions, then flew back. The overseers were right behind her. Night came, and soon darkness gave way to the sun's rays. Chu Qingcheng stood alone in her room, watching the grandiose building outside. It was the place where the 100-pill meeting was held, and their final battle. Choo-choo. Iris Overseer flashed next to her and nodded. Everything's ready. All that's left is for that old dog to come. Good. Chu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with resolve. Drifting Flowers Edifice may fall, but that old dog will go down with it. Blood for blood. Let's go. Meanwhile, Zhuofan rode the carriage all night and was now 100 miles out of Drifting Flowers City. He thought it was enough, loosened the reins, and jumped down. All right, you guys leave. I'm going back. Darling, wait. Xiao Dandan cried out from inside. You can't go back. Won't you make Sister Qingqing's sacrifice in vain? Who's your darling? Don't shout without thinking. Isn't Chu Qingcheng your edifice lord? What a cheeky disciple. Calling her sister. Reddening, Xiao Dandan replied coyly. Isn't it because you are my husband? Edifice Lord has given my hand to you personally. So, you are my husband in every sense of the word. And Edifice Lord is your wife as well. What else can I do but call her sister? What? When did Chu Qingcheng become my wife? Shuofan was floored. Scratching his head, Dong Tianba stuck out of the carriage and sighed. Bro, how are you so slow in the head? Both of you were so close in that broken house that even a blind man could see you two are married. How could you not? What she said should have been an obvious enough hint. Yesterday you visited her family, today she visited your friends. What else could it be if not to show everyone that you two were married? That can't be. I always thought she saw me as her younger brother to relive her old warm memories. How? Shuofan was dumbfounded. He, a demon through and through, with his nose always deep plotting against others, was clueless in matters between a man and a woman. Even if he were to engage in such acts, it would only be a stepping stone for a greater purpose, faking through it all. He had never ever truly experienced romantic love. Xiao Dandan watched Shuofan cautiously as she muttered, Then darling, let me ask you, did you see her face? Don't call me that. Shuofan shook away her approaching hand in loathing, then thought about it. I have twice. Then it is indeed so. Edifice Lord has never married before. If a man were to see her face, she would either kill him off or resign her duty as Edifice Lord and marry him. Xiao Dandan raised an eyebrow. Since husband is safe and sound, it speaks of Sister Chuchu's decision of recognizing you as a husband. Shuofan suddenly recalled the moment he made a sneak attack on Chuchu for her Bodhi Jade sap, only to take her face cover. She was deeply conflicted then. She was hesitating whether to kill me or to marry me. That was way too dangerous. If not for my boyish charm and dashing good looks that no woman on this wide green earth can resist, Chu Qingcheng would have killed me by now. What can I say? I'm too much of a dashing rogue, only matched by my luck. Wait, aren't I song you now? Shuofan's confidence hit rock bottom. At least the kid's pretty face had some use and saved my life. Or maybe it was my wonderful personality that won her over. Shuofan sank in delusions. But what he didn't take into consideration was where exactly did the wonderful part fit a demon like him. Darling, if you still don't believe me. The ring Sister Chuchu gave has to be holding that item. His constant hesitation led Xiao Dandan to defy the task entrusted to her by Chu Qingcheng. She took out the item in the ring, all to justify her position as his wife. After the light dimmed, three things appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One was the black cloak Shuofan already saw, and the second a small bottle. He also knew this contained the Bodhi Jade sap. He immediately snatched it, overcome with joy. I've run all over the place for this, only to fall so easily in my lap. Ha ha ha. Xiao Dandan said, The Bodhi Jade sap is Sister Qingcheng's dowry. If you take it, then you are accepting Sister Qingcheng and me. Xiao Dandan blushed at the last part. Shuofan was in a daze. After he heard what she said, all smiles were wiped from his face. He was a demonic emperor that had no scruples, but never ever owed favors. It would have been better if he had stolen it. Yet, the fact remained that it was given to him by someone, along with a free gift attached. If he took it, then he had to accept the gift. But accepting Xiao Dandan, ha ha ha, sorry. But the first impression I have of you already ruined it for me. I won't be taking you. Now he turned to the third item. A wooden piece of wood with the words, Beloved Wife Chu Qingcheng's memorial tablet, written on it. Shuofan's eyes squinted and cried, What is this? Xiao Dandan sighed. I shouldn't be telling you this, but I once heard Master mention that they were ready to fall with the vicious Pill King. Damnation! You think they'll succeed to drag that old geezer down when they couldn't even keep this plan hidden from a mere disciple? Humph! A bunch of foolish women going to their doom. Shuofan rained curses. Then he looked at the Bodhi Jade sap and snickered. Yours truly does not and will not owe favors. He took the items into his ring and ran towards Drifting Flower City, disappearing from sight. Dong Tianba and the rest were restless. He was a loafer but not a fool. If the overseers and the Lord were in a bitter fight, didn't that mean Drifting Flowers edifice was the worst place to be right now? Only, would Shuofan get out alive if he returned? Damn it! Darling won't be able to come back if he goes. We need to go after him, Xiao Dandan cried. Dong Xiaowan was also anxiously watching her brother. Pleading. Dong Tianba gnashed his teeth and ordered, "Let's go. I cannot allow my brother to face dangers alone again." The Drifting Flowers Arena was more than 100 meters tall, spanning a few kilometers, the largest building in Drifting Flower City. This was where the 100-pill meeting was being held. It was divided into 3 layers in a circular shape. The first layer was where the competitors met. It was the stage where thousands of cauldrons spread across the entire floor. The second layer was for the second and third-rated clans who came to spectate. The third layer was for the glorious clans of Tianyu Empire. This layer hosted terraces, which acted as stands for the honorable guests of the 7 noble houses. Chu Qingcheng and her 2 overseers stood in the host terrace, furthest from the arena. The Bodhi root was placed on the pedestal, the prize of today's competition. The winner would have the glory of stepping forward and snatching Drifting Flowers Edifice's greatest treasure. None wanted to admit it, but they were clear it would be none other than Vicious Pill King. "Is everything ready?" Did that old dog notice? Chu Qingqing's eyes flashed. Peony Overseer nodded. "I task the ones I trust the most with this. That stage contains a dragon prison array. Not even the old dog can escape it once he enters." "What of Huangpu Qingyun?" Chu Qingcheng looked to the eastern stand with worry. "The eastern stand also has a barrier placed. They won't get the chance to intervene when the time comes. So, we will finally settle the score with that old dog. Then I can rest easy." Chu Qingcheng sighed. "Senior sisters, this old dog isn't to be trifled with. Even if we 3 attack together, we may kill him, but we will also shortly after succumb to his poison. I don't mind dying, just that senior sisters will end up accompanying me." "Qingcheng, you don't need to say it." Iris Overseer patted her hand. "We have promised grandmother to help you without fail, as Drifting Flowers Edifice is about to die. Then let it die with a bang. We will tell the world that women are not easy targets." Chu Qingcheng was moved and squeezed their hands. The 3 shared deep feelings for each other. "Why haven't the other overseers arrived yet?" Chu Qingcheng found it unusual. The other 2 were also puzzled. Suddenly, a wizened voice followed by familiar figures appeared before them. "Ha ha ha! Edifice Lord Chu, are you looking for them perhaps?" The 3's eyes were wide in shock. Behind Vicious Pill King stood 8 ladies in different colors and veils on their faces. They were none other than 8 of the Drifting Flowers Edifice's 15 edifices overseers. The 8 avoided looking at the 3, lowering their heads in shame. "Why you all?" She knew they were under Yen Song's poison, but never thought they would stand in the open by that old dog's side. This was a naked betrayal. Peony Overseer was livid and couldn't even find words to speak. Chu Qingqing rested her hands on the Peony Overseer to soothe her anger. Her tone was flat towards the 8 women. "I feel your pain and I don't blame you. I just hope you will take care of yourselves, leaving this dreaded place as far behind as possible. Edifice Lord." The 8 were sobbing but did not show their appreciation for her words because of Vicious Pill King's threat. "Humph! What a soft Edifice Lord. However, I wonder if you'll show the same softness to them." Vicious Pill King snickered and clapped 3 times. 5 figures flashed and the trio paled. They were the rest of the overseers. Of all the overseers, everyone sided with Pill King Hall, except for Peony and Iris Overseers. They each had their reasons, but this was without a doubt the true power of Drifting Flowers Edifice coming out in full force. Chu Qingqing shivered and could no longer keep calm. She was unaware Vicious Pill King was so thorough in stripping them of their power. They had no way to even fight back. "Overseer Chunyu, you are the oldest among us. How is it that even you?" Peony Overseer glared at one of the 5 people. The person was calm. However, Drifting Flowers Edifice's power waned and I could only look elsewhere for safety. I urge you to find your own and not do something you should not. At her odd words, Chu Qingqing looked doubtful at Peony Overseer. Peony Overseer bit her lip, filled with regret and anguish. "Forgive me, Qingqing. I have trusted that matter to her. I thought she was still trustworthy. But Chu Qingcheng trembled and her body swayed. Despair swallowed her eyes. She knew what Peony Overseer was referring to, the array to counter vicious Pill King when he got the Bodhi root. The one tasked with it turned out to be a traitor. It was clear the vicious Pill King was privy to all their plans. Their last chance to end this old dog had failed. I already told you. Drifting Flowers edifice is under my complete control. All your efforts are useless. Why not spare yourselves the ordeal? Vicious Pill King cackled and waved his hand. Clattering resounded as sparkling spirit stones landed at their feet. They were the ones to be used for the Dragon Prison Array. By the way, I also managed to undo the barrier on the eastern stand. We can't have the second young master watch the 100-pill meeting from behind a barrier, now can we? You've been most rude to Regent Estate. Ha ha ha. Vicious Pill King descended the stairs laughing, with the traitorous overseers having little choice but to follow with their heads down. This made all onlookers watch slack-jawed. Why were 13 overseers following the vicious Pill King? Any man with a brain would know that the Drifting Flowers edifice had now lost most of their power. Ha ha ha! Edifice Lord Chu. See how I take your precious treasure through legitimate means. Vicious Pill King laughed at the bottom of the stairs. Chu Qingqing's eyes felt like they were in a fog. She clenched her fists so hard that scarlet blood flowed. Peony Overseer was overcome by guilt as tears flowed unimpeded. Qingqing. Hit me. It's all my fault for ruining everything. Peony Overseer. How could you be so dazed to let others know of our plan? Chu Qingqing stood there frozen. Felt like the sky collapsed, her heart in pieces. Iris Overseer sent a reproaching glare to Peony Overseer and sighed. What would be the point in pointing fingers when the matter was done? Vicious Pill King achieved victory in the most anticlimactic way possible. All that was left was for them to wait for him to strut and claim his prize. Old dog Yensong. Don't think it's that easy to take our treasure. A shout echoed and Yensong looked over only to snicker. I wonder who it was. But then I saw it was only you, old hag. It was Drifting Flowers edifice's best alchemist. Aunt Tao. Aunt Tao flashed beside Chu Qingqing and said, Girl, don't cry. We haven't lost yet. Humph. Empty words. When I last saw you 2 decades ago, you were but a 6th-grade alchemist, while I am a 7th. After all this time, you would still come up short of my skill even if you can refine a 7th-grade pill. Humph, that remains to be seen. Time can change anything. Don't think you'll get anywhere near the Bodhi root with me around. Vicious Pill King mocked. Old hag. Show me if all those years were of any help. Vicious Pill King flicked his sleeve and left with his entourage. Chu Qingqing looked at Aunt Tao with hope. Aunt Tao, can you truly win? Aunt Tao let out a downcast sigh. Her previous vigor sapped. Silly girl. I was only pretending. The Vicious Pill King is indeed the best alchemist in Tianyu. You're saying we're hopeless then? Chu Qingqing's eyes were now dead, with the last burning kindling of hope put out. Aunt Tao felt pained as she spoke. That may not be the case. Regardless of how strong an alchemist is, failing in refining speaks louder. If an alchemist is distracted in mid-refining, then the pill would most likely end up in failure. Not even Vicious Pill King with decades of refining experience could escape such predicament. You're saying there's still hope? Chu Qingqing's eyes sparkled, as well as the other 2 overseers. Aunt Tao's heart could not bear their pure eyes, but forced a nod, though she knew Vicious Pill King's decades of experience forged him a steady mind. How could he make such a rudimentary mistake? In the case she failed 10 times at refining, Vicious Pill King may never fail even once. Sighing, Aunt Tao dragged her body down the stairs. I will go prepare. Don't be discouraged. We still have a chance. All the senior could do was give these young ladies words of comfort, even if she herself did not believe in them. Her word had the desired effect and Chu Qingqing looked livelier. The trio watched Aunt Tao with hope. Yet, this last hope of theirs was an old woman walking to certain death while also having 1 foot in the grave. After the courtesy had been being slowly dispensed at the 100-pill meeting, the clan's delegates stepped in the widespread arena. Meanwhile, the guests had slowly gathered and the audience seated. Regent Estate, Hell Valley, Pill King Hall, and Merry Woods were guided to the eastern stand. Huangpu Qingyun watched the prize on the pedestal, already sporting a winner's attitude, and smiled. On the other hand, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Sword Marquis Abode, and the ones who stood in favor of Drifting Flowers Edifice were guided to the western stand. Long Zhou was with Xie Tianyang and the rest, watching the endless stream of people with a critical eye. However, there was no sign of Zhuo Fan. If this kid doesn't show, who will deal with the vicious Pill King? Seconds ticked by, then minutes, as the arena was gradually filled with contestants. Oh, if it isn't Master Huang. You're also competing. Yeah, everyone aims for higher standing. Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting happens once every few decades. How could I not come? Ha ha ha, I'm the same. I hope to rise in fame as well. Even if I cannot enter Drifting Flowers Edifice, I can at least make an impression on some of the first-rate clans. Isn't that Master Zhang? It's an honor to meet you. Oh, Master Chun. Such an honor. The competition had yet to begin and the contestants were greeting each other. Suddenly, an elderly with a powerful aura stepped in, with a split mustache on the corners of his mouth. He glowed with confidence. Before his presence, everyone halted what they were doing. Aren't you the head alchemist of the Shiman clan of Thriving City, Lu Yizhen? Shiman clan is a first-rate clan, and you're even their head alchemist. Why on earth did you come here? Yeah, everyone has heard of your skill already. You earned second place at the Great Alchemy Tournament in the Imperial Capital. You were but seconds behind completing your refining, only to end up forfeiting the first place to the Pill King Hall's genius disciple, Yen Fu. You are already well known. So why come to this competition among nameless juniors? Indeed, you are a famous grandmaster, a glorious fifth-grade alchemist. So why come to this competition? You should give us all a chance too. Everyone was complaining when Lu Yizhen showed up. Yet, the elder had a faint smile and a poised face, as if he relished every bit of rancor aimed at him. Ha ha ha. I may have a bit of a name in alchemy, but I still have so much to learn. I have come today not to seek fame, but to open my eyes and learn from everyone. As if, who are you kidding? You clearly came to enter Drifting Flowers Edifice. Everyone here knows Shiman is great, but they are still not one of the 7 noble houses. He was looked down on and despised by everyone, the result of the contestants' deep-seated fear. Lu Yizhen was greatly known throughout the empire for his alchemy. They would have no chance now that he was here. More and more reproachful gazes settled on him, but he responded with a haughty attitude, as though he was the king of the world. Settle down, everyone. A sweet voice, soothing to the ear came. It was followed by a young lady in a violet dress, who floated down from the sky. Silence ensued so deeply that the clamor of before seemed more like an illusion. The lady nodded, pleased. Greetings and welcome, competitors, to our Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting. I am the judge of today's competition, Xianxia. Clap. Xianxia clapped lightly and a string of demure girls appeared in a line, with each settling at every cauldron. This time, every participant will be accompanied by one of our disciples to prevent cheating. Drifting Flowers Edifice is truly great, settling every detail. Lu Yizhen was the first to gush praises and give his thumbs up. Indeed, with a beauty around, refining will be a breeze. This young master appreciates it. Ha ha ha. They all sighed in admiration. Only one of the 7 houses could employ such a method, to have thousands of alchemists paired with one disciple each. Xianxia extended her hands at the 20 most prominent cauldrons. Everyone has different masteries, and alchemists are no different. These 20 cauldrons are for the most outstanding alchemists. If you are confident, please stand in one of them. The arena was quiet. The majority of the thousands of alchemists here were of equal skill. There was no way to know who was the best. Except for a few superior figures around, who could say they were in the top 20 in this group? Lu Yizhen twirled his mustache, his face beaming with pride. Ha ha ha. Alchemists may appear to be refining on the surface, but they are actually refining their mind. Without even a bit of confidence, will one be able to make any passable pill? Grandmaster Lu is right. We don't know who among us is the best, but he is definitely among them. Someone instantly spoke for Lu Yizhen. Laughing towards the sky with pride, Lu Yizhen continued, I am not conceited, only confident as an alchemist. To refine great pills, one must believe he is the best alchemist in the world. As such, I will not shy from my duty. Lu Yizhen strutted to the first cauldron while laughing. But his third step was welcomed by a cold shout. You're in my way. Beat it. Yan Fu stomped by him. Lu Yizhen faltered and his face twitched, cursing inside. Damn it! Why is this rotten prick here as well? Why join the 100-pill meeting when he's already in Pill King Hall? Isn't he the winner of the great alchemy tournament in the imperial capital? Yan Fu of Pill King Hall? Why is he here? Someone recognized him and also peeked at Lu Yizhen's frozen state, whispering, Grandmaster Lu, your opponent is here. What if? Ha ha ha. Yan Fu is indeed an alchemy genius seen once a century. He managed to win last time. So, let him have this one, while I take the second cauldron. I truly admire Grandmaster Lu's modesty. Lu Yizhen's light tone earned the crowd's praise. A true Grandmaster. But how would they know Lu Yizhen was cursing Yan Fu in his heart? Wretched spawn, you got ahead of me in the imperial capital, and now you followed me to the 100-pill meeting? Are you being hard on me on purpose? In the middle of his inner rant, an aged voice came. If you're not going, stand aside. An elderly shoved him, slowly moving forward. That green face got everyone scared. Lu Yizhen almost jumped in fright. Who is that old woman? Such a scary face. Is she also an alchemist? Lu Yizhen watched her figure dumbfounded. Why her too? Grandmaster Lu? Do you know her? Lu Yizhen was close to cursing again. Of course I do. 30 years ago, when I was a second-grade alchemist, Sage Dr. Tao made a name for herself as a fifth-grade alchemist. She is as famous as the vicious Pill King. But isn't she the head alchemist of the Drifting Flowers edifice? What is she doing here? His words spread shock to others. There was actually someone equally renowned as Vicious Pill King. No one had seen this coming. The small 100-pill meeting was now a gathering of experts. But Lu Yizhen's forlorn figure eased their shock. Grandmaster Lu, don't be so down. Isn't there a third spot? It definitely belongs to Grandmaster Lu. Lu Yizhen took a deep breath and stood up straighter as his eyes spat out flames of rage. It is as you said. I may not be the first or the second, but winners always come in threes. Even in third place, it will not be the least bit lacking from the first two. Grandmaster Lu. That's just self-comforting. They now realized their words of comfort were wasted on Grandmaster Lu. Could contort anything to be positive. Don't block my way. Take a hike. Then, another aged man shouted. A green figure passed through the crowd, his eyes sending shivers through their bodies. Vicious Pill King Yen Song. This scared them witless. Vicious Pill King, the head alchemist of Pill King Hall, was joining the 100-pill meeting as well. The hell is he doing here? For heaven's sake. You're the best in the empire for crying out loud. Can you be any more obnoxious? Only. Grandmaster Lu, your third place seems to be gone. Someone sympathized with Lu Yizhen's situation. His lips trembled and Lu Yizhen felt more wronged than ever watching the three up there. Just then, someone ran into him hard, ruining his calm and lofty image as he broke out a string of curses. We are all damn famous here. All right? Why in goddamned heaven are all of you taking part in this competition? Stealing my seat? You're going too damn far. The crowd froze, their faces twitching. They all thought to themselves, you're one to talk. Lu Yizhen ended up in fourth place behind Yan Fu Tao Danyang and the Vicious Pill King. In spite of all that, he accepted his spot without any complaints. As for who was behind him, he had other more important things on his mind right now. The rest of the spots were taken by people of renowned and unquestionable skill. Xianxia smiled. Everyone else, please move to the area in accordance with your clan's strength. The first-rate clans in front, second-rate clans in the middle, and third-rate clans in the back. Please take your positions. This method also showed their relevant alchemy skills. It was a common fact first-rate clans were better than second, who were better than the third. It was also made easy for the great clans in the stands to see their abilities. It would have been an embarrassment if the third-rate clans would have started making protests. Drifting Flowers Edifice's consideration for everyone earned the admiration of many great clans. The alchemists had nothing to say, moving to their spots. Now that thousands of alchemists were in the arena, they were ready for the competition to begin. A bronze cauldron was laid before them, with a gorgeous Drifting Flowers Edifice disciple beside it. With everyone seated, Xianxia smiled as she explained the details of the 100-pill meeting. The competition is divided into 3 rounds. Contestants will be eliminated in each round, and only the top 20 alchemists will be worthy of stepping onto the final round, where we will finally decide on who is the Pill King. In other words, Drifting Flowers Edifice only cared about the first 20 alchemists. The participants were sporting serious faces. They knew it would be hard, but it was not that disastrously hard. Of the thousands of alchemists, only 20 would be allowed entry in the final round. These 20 were, without a doubt, the best alchemists the Tianyu Empire had to offer. With their spots set, their position would be unshakable. It could be said that not even 300 rounds would be enough for the other contestants to get a chance to earn one of the 20 spots. The participants were vexed, while the 20 on the stage looked on with smiles of pride. Xianxia had a flash of contempt in her eyes as she continued. This meeting has gathered a wide variety of renowned alchemists from every corner of the empire. For this, Drifting Flowers Edifice prepared their most prized treasure as a reward for the winner. Xianxia clapped, and 2 disciples brought a red wooden box on the pedestal. Xianxia flipped it open. Something akin to a green root appeared before everyone. What was even more astonishing was that the root throbbed like a heart. Drifting Flowers Edifice's Bodhi root. None saw this coming. Drifting Flowers Edifice was staking their most amazing treasure in this meeting. Only a handful knew the true reason behind it, squinting when the item in question appeared on stage. Elder Yen, you must get it. Huangpu Qingyun clenched his fists in the eastern stand, eyeing the root with yearning. On the first stage, Vicious Pill King licked his lips, his heart throbbing to get his hands on it. He knew it was real too. All he had to do was win, and the Bodhi root was his. Humph, old dog with me here. Don't even dream of getting it. Tao Danyang snorted. Snickering, Vicious Pill King mocked. Just you? How? Lu Yizhen realized now why Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting attracted these 2 towering figures of alchemy in the empire. They all came for this treasure. Lu Yizhen wiped his sweat and cried in his heart. Forget about even winning against them, even if fantasy became reality, and he managed to win with 2 tigers glaring at him, taking it would be a one-way ticket to the underworld. Curses! I shouldn't have come here. Lu Yizhen regretted it until his insides turned green. It was too late now though. Now that he was on stage, he'd lose his name if his performance was subpar. He considered himself fortunate that he was not on their level, and losing wasn't that much of a big deal. Lu Yizhen sighed happily for the first time in life that he was doomed to lose. His thoughts would have widened no few pairs of eyes. Grandmaster Lu, didn't you say just now that one has to be confident when refining? Why are you quitting before even starting? Each had their own thoughts, yet most decided to take a step back on this. In such an ardent competition, they didn't have the nerve to join. Xianxia noticed the prevalent atmosphere but ignored it. The target of the first round is a first-grade pill. Those that already took a step back shivered with confidence. Is there anyone who can't make it? Why the hell would we come here if we can't make one damned first-grade pill? Xianxia continued, a first grade is simple, but the method isn't, as well as the efficiency. In this first round, you will be competing with your refining skills. The alchemist must accomplish the refining of a first-grade pill as soon as possible. Only the quickest 100 can advance. What? This crushed their kindling hope to dust. A competition involving thousands of participants had the first round eliminating most of them. Was it really necessary to be so cruel? I have with me a little bell, as do the drifting flowers edifice's disciples. One ring gives the start and another the end. And begin! Ding! Xiaoya directly rang her bell. The competitors were startled, then scrambled to get out their yuan-qi flame and begin refining. The top 20 alchemists sneered, not at all hurried. It was more accurate to call this round a test of one's mind than that of speed. Getting worked up over such a minor thing, not even a third-grade alchemist would be able to refine a first-grade pill. A bunch of morons! Vicious Pill King laughed coldly. His hand revealed a scarlet flame and he threw 6 ingredients inside. Under the naked eye, each ingredient was refined. Every one of the 20 alchemists could do it, albeit not at the same speed. Lu Yizhen sighed. He is truly the best in the empire. Even when refining a first-grade pill, it shows how skillful he is. Tao Danyang was the second fastest. She wasn't at all pleased but was aware of her limits. Vicious Pill King mocked her. I only used half of my skill. Just thought you should know. It's best you give up now if you can't do even this. Stop wasting your energy. Humph! Tao Danyang snorted. She knew it was a trick of his to shake her heart. Up on the terrace, Chu Qingqing's group was watching the two closely. They were worried since the difference in their speed was so great. Urgent footsteps approached as an elderly shouted, Chu, where's the kid who was with you? Chu Qingqing turned to find Long Jiu, Xia Tianyang and Jian Suifeng watching her group in anxiety. It was too dangerous here and I made him leave. Chu Qingqing watched them strangely, not knowing what their connection was with Songyu to be so worried about him. But her words threw them in a panic. What? He left. Then who is competing with Vicious Pill King? Xia Tianyang asked unsettled. This baffled Chu Qingqing and the two overseers. How could a mere third-rate clan young master be a match for Vicious Pill King? Humph! Forget about facing Vicious Pill King. When that brat left, he didn't even waste time. Peony Overseer recalled Zhuo's attitude with coldness. Long Zhuo's group was gloomy. Zhuo Fan ran, so what were they staying around here for, as patsies? He was the one who mentioned a lying and they even offended Regent Estate for his sake. Yet, he was the first to run away without hesitation. Bastard! Did he just sell me out again? Xia Tianyang frowned and spat in rage. Then, a sudden sobbing came. It was Xiao Dandan and the Dong siblings running up the stairs. Chu Qingqing was anxious. Why are you back? Sister Qingqing, master. Darling left us behind and rushed back. Did you see him? What? Song, you came back as well. Chu Qingqing's group raised their eyebrows in shock. Before they could find out more, Xia Tianyang jumped in. Sister-in-law, you're saying that punk didn't leave and came back instead? Ha ha ha, he didn't sell me out. Where is he? Tell me. Xiao Dandan didn't even get to reply to the sister-in-law part as Xia Tianyang was immediately actively searching for Zhuo Fan through the thousands of participants. Damn it! The Vicious Pill King's almost done. Iris Overseer gnashed her teeth. They all focused on the old man and indeed, the Vicious Pill King's pill needed only a few seconds more. Tao Danyang, however, needed a minute. They all knew what that meant. The first round had its winner and their moods sank. Tao Danyang couldn't gain the advantage even when refining a first-grade pill, which spoke volumes of how their competition would be when refining higher-graded pills. Chu Qingqing's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Her final hope was fading. Yen Fu saw Vicious Pill King's pill and bowed. Master, you're the best there is. Naturally, Vicious Pill King laughed, throwing a mocking glance towards Tao Danyang. A ding sounded at that moment. Far in the third-rated clan's area, the bell rang. There was someone here who could refine faster than the best alchemist in the empire? Who? Whoosh! They turned to see where the ringing came from. But what appeared before them was a black-robed figure with the heaven-toppling pill words inscribed on it. Chu Qing Tian. Yen Fu's eyelids trembled as he cried out, Qing Tian. Chu Qingqing's eyes were glazed. Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng sported a wide grin then laughed to their heart's content. having a heavy stone relieved from their shoulders. Ha ha ha. Choo-choo, you're wrong. That's not Qingtian, but that brat. It was now that a crisp voice came from that direction. Night Train City's Song Clan? Songyu? First grade pill has been completed. What Song Clan? Who on earth is that? We've never heard of it. Shock after shock. Every single one of the people there stood speechless. A nameless alchemist hailing from a nameless clan stole the first spot in the 100-pill meeting's first round. Stepping over the best alchemist in the empire, the vicious Pill King. Just who is this Songyu? What's his did he cheat? How did he refine so quickly? Under everyone's admiring gazes, Xuefan swaggered from the third area and onto the first spot. That narcissistic attitude was as if he was on top of the world and asking for a smacking. Thankfully, this was Drifting Flowers' edifice, or the thousands of participants would have jumped him. Go ahead. Enjoy it while you can. Look, it's darling. Xiao Dandan cried and the Dong siblings whipped their heads. Chu Qingcheng frowned and grumbled. Damn brat. Why did I get you to leave early, so you could return? Despite her harsh words, her heart was filled with warmth. This showed he was not the heartless man he led her to believe. In her most desperate hour, he chose to return and spend this last part of their journey together. The other two overseers' anger for him went up in smoke. At least this man has a conscience. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun glared at Xuefan with the full intent to kill, clenching his fists in anger. He's second young master wants that brat's life? It will be simple to do. Just let us get the Bodhi root first, second young master. Then I will deal with him personally. Hell Valley's fifth elder saw his anger and jumped at the chance to earn his favor before vicious Pill King stole this one. Huangpu Qingyun only nodded. His hatred for Xuefan seeped into his bones. Not only did he steal his wife, but he talked back to him at the feast. Yet again, this man was going against him. However, killing him himself was beneath his standing. The key was that he did not wish to earn Chu Qingxing's resentment. He still hoped for the day when his betrayal would be forgotten and she would return to him. But this man suddenly showed up, preventing that from ever happening. Xuefan didn't notice that two pairs of eyes watched hopefully as he slowly strutted to the first stage. He was afraid he didn't garner enough hatred, finishing his act with a sidelong glance at the vicious Pill King. Not even vicious Pill King could stay calm after such obvious contempt. So he poured all his energy into finishing the refining. He relaxed after the ding was heard next to him and bore his eyes towards Xuefan. You little shit. What the hell are you staring at? Wanna die? Are you threatening me? Xuefan raised an eyebrow and kicked at the alchemy table next to the cauldron and cursed. What do you think? I'm afraid of you? What an idiot. Clamor erupted. Where did he come from? Where does he get the nerve to curse the vicious Pill King? Even the other 19 alchemists had to reel from this, almost ruining their refining. Goddamn it. Where the hell did this brat pop out from? He's too much. The rage got to vicious Pill King so badly that he was turning from green to purple. If not for fear of this indirect strike unnerving his mind, he would have long slapped the punk into the grave. Vicious Pill King took deep breaths to calm his anger. He couldn't let impulsiveness ruin his plans. Punk, you came to pick a fight with me, and I would have killed you where you stand if not for reasons I cannot say. Reason? You dare talk about goddamn reason. Bam. Xuefan kicked at the alchemy table again. Pissed? Old fart? Step aside. You're in my spot. Startled, vicious Pill King was stunned for a moment. But Xiaoya spoke in an apologetic tone. Please excuse us, Elder Yen, young Master Song, you has earned the right to this table. Your ranking is one step lower. Hear that? Now shoo. Xuefan kicked the alchemy table again. Vicious Pill King took deep breaths, working his hardest to calm down. Wretched bastard. You were just lucky. I will be back the next round. Stepping to the second table, vicious Pill King cursed. Moving is moving, so what's with the kicking? Today's generation has gone out of control. What's it to you? I was kicking my own table. Old farts these days are too short-tempered, Xuefan said as he stood at the number 1 spot. Vicious Pill King reeled at his comeback. His mouth moved but didn't say a word, while his heart was consumed by hatred. This punk's tongue is too sharp. There's no end talking to him. Once this is over, I'll settle the score. The two looked like they fought over a mere alchemy table, but they were engaged in a battle of the mind, using this chance to throw the other off his game. No matter how fine and amazing one's refining skill was, it was useless in the hands of one with a frail mind. Vicious Pill King was very close to having his inner peace ruined when the self-important Zhuofan strutted in. But as he was a veteran in alchemy, he noticed it fast, working hard in quelling the anger in his heart. The competition resumed. After Yan Fu finished his pill, Tao Danyang followed closely behind. Then came Lu Yizhen and the rest of the 20 alchemists. As time passed, more and more finished and the ringing never stopped. As the ringing increased, the hearts of the competitors became more chaotic. Even a first-grade pill had a high chance of failure. The many that failed started refining again in annoyance, but time was running out. Ding! The 100th ring sounded and Xianxia drew the first round to a close by eliminating the rest. The ones who were hard at work in refining froze. They doused their flames and dragged their feet up to where the audience were. There were many third-grade alchemists here, but their mind was still lacking, failing to refine even the most basic pill. Now, the first 100 participants entered round 2, with one tiny detail off. It wasn't Vicious Pill Master in front, but a third-rate clan young master, Zhuofan. As a result, the 20th alchemist was kicked from his table. God damn it! Who said the 20 spots were set in stone? It's only been the first round and I got kicked by a black horse. Even the Vicious Pill King lost and was now in second place. And all the others along the line as well. Who knows how many great alchemists are getting kicked out this round? Whether or not black horses were in vogue in this competition, the audience watched on enraptured for the next kicking. Judge! Vicious Pill King called Xiaoya's attention. I would like to inspect the kid's pill and check if it was a first-grade pill. I still find it hard to believe someone can beat me at the speed of refining. Yeah. Make sure he is not cheating. This got the crowd wild. Vicious Pill King was the best alchemist in Tianyu. It was unbelievable how someone just popped in and dethroned him, especially when it was a rotten punk. He's been weaned just for a few days and he already mastered alchemy? How is that possible? The last one that barely got into the second round was also voicing his complaints, asking for justice. Xiaoya had no choice as she said to Zhuofan, Young Master Song, is it possible for you to refine one more time, letting them see your speed? Casting a side glance, Zhuofan deadpanned, No, thank you. The crowd went hysterical. Look, he's scared. He doesn't have the nerve to refine another one for us. I knew he smelled fishy. How could he beat so many great alchemists? He's done for. Drifting Flowers Edifice doesn't tolerate cheaters. All denounce him, while Vicious Pill King and his disciple watched with a cold smile. Tao Danyang shook her head. She knew the kid wanted to help Drifting Flowers Edifice, but to get caught cheating meant that not even she could save him. Child, one's mind must remain true and not practice vile methods. You will be the one to suffer in the end. Tao Danyang gave earnest guidance and turned to Xiaoya. Change his position from the first to the last. Xiaoya nodded, to the cheer of the crowd. But Vicious Pill King sneered. Cheating has been found in the 100-pill meeting and you're only eliminating him? Since when did Drifting Flowers Edifice's rule become so lax? The place got rowdy again. Xiaoya now turned her attention to Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing sighed and shook her head. This brat caused endless troubles. Vicious Pill King now had a legitimate reason to end him. Escape looked bleak. Long Zhou's group was stunned. A cunning guy like him could make such a mistake. Watching them all with a cold eye, Zhuofan yawned. What gave you the crazy idea that I cheated? I only said that I won't do it again. That just means you're scared. Yan Fu coldly smiled, feeling good kicking someone when they were down. Only. Zhuofan gave a patronizing glance to all of them. A bunch of idiots. Don't you know I had a gorgeous lady next to me the whole time? How could I cheat? You only need to listen to how yours truly refined it and you'll know why it took so little time. Zhuofan beckoned towards his previous table. Gorgeous. Please tell them the name of my pill and get them acquainted with real skill. Whoosh. They all then whipped their heads towards his supervisor. A 16-year-old girl stood at that table, still young and unaware of the true world. With so many looking at her, she couldn't help but blush and fidget. Xiaolian, you don't need to be so nervous. Just speak up. Xiaoya smiled. Xiaolian regained some of her calm by taking a deep breath. But looking at Zhuofan's pill in her hand, she got redder. Not from shyness, but at how hard it was to describe. She didn't know what was wrong with her at the time, that she judged this pill to be first grade. She now felt embarrassed when she thought about how she declared her verdict. Despite all that, she had no choice but to proceed. Young Master Song refined an appetite pill. She then lifted it way up high, letting its fragrance drift about. However, the crowd was silent, before bursting out in laughter. Ha ha ha, is that even a pill? He is a cheat after all. That thing is not even a first-grade pill. They give it to children to help digestion. Is that what you call a pill? I can make a handful of them in less than a minute. I won't accept it if he wins with this. The crowd was getting rowdy again. Xiaolian was scared. Because this was her judgment, she couldn't avoid punishment. She turned her hateful glare at Zhuofan, blaming him. Any random quack on the streets could make this appetite pill. Why did she have to speak out for the most basic pill? She didn't know, but Iris Overseer knew fully well. He must have used bewitching whispers. He used it first on Dandan and now on Xiaolian, in the third layer of qi condensation. Humph! This brat is on a crooked path. Peony Overseer snorted. Damn girl. You always have that dopey look on your face. Are you still under his spell? Master, Senior Aunt undid it for me. Blushing, Xiao Dandan watched Peony Overseer shyly. Then her eyes looked pitiful when she turned to Zhuofan. Actually, I couldn't be happier if he used it on me again. Peony Overseer held her forehead and sighed. What's so charming about that brat? That got her brash disciple so smitten? Chu Qingcheng didn't mind, only sighed. Bewitching whispers isn't important. What matters now is that Song you failed to become the winner. The vicious Pill King will once again condescend us. The only thing that changed is turning cheating into Xiaolian's mistake. The scene played out as what Chu Qingcheng had said. Xiaoya gestured for the excited crowd to calm down. Forgive us. This is a mistake on our disciple's part. The first place in the first round will. Wait. Zhuofan waved and eyed her from the side. Judge, you're not taking my appetite pill for a first-grade pill? Ha ha ha. You call that a pill? Yan Fu cut Xiaoya off before she could reply with his ridicule and made those around him laugh. Thousands of scornful pairs of eyes bore into Zhuofan. You dare come to a competition with such a pill? You must have been blind. Perking the corner of his mouth, Zhuofan looked past the mockery sent his way and spoke matter-of-factly at Yan Fu. Then please, oh the best alchemist of Pill King Hall, vicious Pill King's prized pupil, young Master Yan Fu, enlighten me. Just what exactly is the appetite pill? Of course it's... Yan Fu suddenly froze. He recalled something but he didn't get the chance to continue. Snickering, Zhuofan turned to the crowd, finally resting his cold smile on Yan Fu. What? Cat got your tongue? Ha ha ha. Then let me refresh your memory. There are 12 pill grades and first grade is the lowest. I can just throw the ingredients in the fire and, as long as it's refined, the least it'll be is first grade. The hubbub stopped in a flash, from the sheer shock his words implied. Even the faces of those mocking him froze, yet their eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Why didn't I think of that? Because the appetite pill was that easy, that simple, even a normal person could make it. This made the alchemists look past it. But by definition, the lowest grade a pill could be was first grade. As long as the ingredients were refined, it was called a pill. Even the abaton of the barrel pill is considered to be first grade. Speaking of it from this point of view, the appetite pill was undeniably a goddamned first grade pill. Although, for everyone else, Getting the first place in the 100-pill meeting with such a lame pill was too insulting. This led to everyone turning to Xiaoya to hear her verdict. Xiaoya fell on pins and needles. Every single one of the participants here gave their all, even with a first-grade pill. They all wanted to excel. Who could have foreseen such a weirdo use the lowest of the lowest pill to compete in the meeting? And to top it all he fucking won. Giving him first place would make the other alchemists feel unfair. So Xiaoya could only compromise. Young Master Song, your pill may have somewhat fulfilled the bare minimum, but the first PL is mine. Zhuofan cut her short. His haughty attitude led Vicious Pill King to feel new-found rage for him. You little prick, are you that shameless? You already cleared a spot, so don't push it. That appetite pill may be a first grade, but it's the worst there is. It can't get any lower than this. Isn't the worst also a first grade? The judge clearly stated, refine a first-grade pill and compete in speed. Each of you are morons. You didn't listen to the rules and tried to refine a great pill. Who's to blame for your loss? There's no way I'm giving up my spot. Zhuofan's attitude was beyond arrogant and earned the ire of every alchemist. But they had no words to refute. They could only stomp in hatred. Son of a bitch! Why couldn't I have found the loophole in the rules? This damn runt used it instead. I could refine an appetite pill even faster than him. Dismay flowed like a river in the hearts of each of the thousands of alchemists. But who could blame them? The opportunity to win was right there in front of them. But they did not see it. So, they chose to direct all their anger onto Zhuofan. They looked at him as their worst enemy. It was fine if he had used real skill to win, but Zhuofan just got the biggest advantage, a cheap trick to get in front of them. None of them could ever accept it. All their killing intent seemed to fly right past Zhuofan, who found the time to even smile. Oh my, you know what they say, envy of talent and all that. It seems that yours truly has been pretty outstanding so far. The crowd was a powder keg primed and ready to blow. Xiaoya shook her head helplessly. Young Master Song, I've seen my fair share of shameless people, but you're the worst by far. Hee what are talking about? This is yours truly's nature. Zhuofan grinned. They didn't consider their own nature, while yours truly is the most at peace with myself. I earned first place, prop and all. Seeing him tooting his horn, Xiaoya felt sick and no longer paid attention to this dissolute young master. The alchemists looked down on him. He had no skill, they thought. He used a crooked path, they thought. He'd be washed up next round, they thought. Though one man among them looked at him with a stern face. It was none other than the newly kicked in 5th spot, Wuxia. He was just like the others at first, mocking Zhuofan for saying the end justified his demeaning means, taking him for an incompetent fool. But Zhuofan leaked the fact the first round wasn't about speed but one's mind. A test to their nature. This shocked him, and he began to look at Zhuofan with different eyes. Were there even a handful among these thousands of alchemists who caught the test's real meaning? Yet, this immoral young master saw through it with a glance. Was he perhaps a hidden gem? A grand alchemy genius? If so, then refining the appetite pill may not have been his limit, only complying with the rules. Wuxia no longer wore a casual expression but one of dead seriousness. The Tianyu Empire had many talents crop up in recent years. Not only the Vicious Pill King's prized pupil Yan Fu, but now this outstanding genius as well. This would make the 100-pill meeting more intense by the second. I thought getting third would be all right, but by the looks of things, I might not even make it to the 5th place. Grandmaster Lu started sinking into depression. Refining all his life, he never achieved anything great, and many outstanding youngsters kept overtaking him. It was sad and regretful. Although I do not wish to, I still must declare young Master Song as the first-place winner of this round. Not paying attention to the old man's lament, nor Zhuofan's true strength, Xiaoya declared with a sigh. In an instant, everyone hissed. Zhuofan couldn't care less, grinning at them. To him, they were just a blind fool with no future. Vicious Pill King snorted. You had it easy this time, but I will throw you out the next round. Humph? Can you? After a sneer, Zhuofan turned around and pointed at the words on his back with pride. Take a good look. You're just the vicious Pill King, while I am heaven-toppling Pill. Vicious Pill King laughed coldly. You think wearing a dead man's cloak will help you? Ha ha ha, Chu Qingtian was a genius but couldn't compare to me in alchemy. Heaven-toppling Pill is just his own egotistical words. Speaking of it, his death at the hands of my antidote is proof of how naive and immature he was. Xianxia, is that formula truly fake? Tao Danyang couldn't help but ask. Xianxia snickered. Would you be looking like this if it weren't? He, that foolish kid didn't know his limits, stole my formula and ended up killing himself with it, taking down others with him. Getting beaten to death by drifting flowers edifices people was his just deserts. Tao Danyang clenched her fists, her eyes burning with anger. I have worked 3 years on it, only to find out it's fake. Up on the terrace, Chu Qingcheng bit her lip as the killing intent in her eyes grew. It was thanks to the 2 overseers stopping her that she didn't charge at Xianxia. Long Zhou sighed. He understood Chu Qingcheng's feelings. Who could stand to watch their most hated enemy that put their little brother to death continue to humiliate him? Zhuo Fan then said something that left them speechless. Yet here I am, standing before you in his cloak. His tone was calm and looked at Xianxia with a challenging grin. Xianxia couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes gradually reddening, burning with endless rage. Challenge? Yes, a naked challenge. Not only that, but it also promised retribution for the departed. Zhuo Fan's words were blunt. He wore Qingtian's cloak right in front of Xianxia. That meant he was going to surpass Xianxia as an alchemist in Qingtian's stead. How could the best alchemist in the empire, Vicious Pill King, take this lying down? But that wasn't the most important thing right now. If Zhuo Fan said it 15 minutes ago, he would have laughed, calling him still a child that didn't know his limits. Now, after the first round, Zhuo Fan stood in the first place, the place he took from Xianxia. Even if one disregarded the stunt he pulled in the first round, the fact he spoke as such was truly shocking. Because in truth, he was standing ahead of the Vicious Pill King. And because it was the truth, it angered Xianxia. Never had there been a case where someone stood ahead of him. Yet, this man somehow did it while also openly challenging him. If he were to take this down, he would no longer be Vicious Pill King. The silence was deafening. The people watched dumbfounded as if they forgot to even breathe. Zhuo Fan earned the first place through devious tricks and was now challenging the Vicious Pill King. Was he tired of living? None could understand, not even the people on the terrace. Only Chu Qingcheng bit her lip as tears glistened in her eyes. Thank you. She knew Zhuo Fan did this all for her. Whether he won or not, he would challenge Vicious Pill King in her stead. This was Qingtian's final wish. As Chue Qingtian's elder sister, she has never managed to do it. But Zhuo Fan had. Chu Qingcheng's gaze on Zhuo Fan turned passionate at that moment. This man was a third-rated clan young master, but he was willing to give everything for her. It was not wrong of her to entrust her dignity to this man. He and Qingtian were the same, albeit a bit more immoral. Chu Qingcheng's heart felt as if it was beating out of her chest. What she didn't know was that Zhuo Fan did all this mostly because of the Bodhi Jade sap. All because the Grand Demonic Emperor did not owe favors. Ha ha ha! Someone has the nerve to challenge the great Vicious Pill King. This is the first time it happened to Elder Yen. So he must be pissed. In the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun smiled as he looked around. The others nodded, with Hell Valley's fifth elder joining him. Ha ha ha! That old bag of bones Xianxia considered everyone beneath him. How satisfying to see an ignorant pup mock him to such a degree. Huangpu Qingyun nodded in glee, his eyes shining. It seems we won't be needed to deal with this kid. Once Elder Yen wins the next round with his temper, he would immediately kill him. Second young master is right, the kid will die after the second round. He challenged Elder Yen, so even if he ended dead, Drifting Flowers Edifice has no grounds to blame Elder Yen and second young master. Young Miss Qingqing won't feel any more resentment towards you. Lin Zetian fawned with a smile. It had to be said, his words hit the nail on the head. Huangpu Qingyun gave a satisfied nod. In the arena, Assaulted by Zhuo Fan's contemptuous challenge, Vicious Pill King was trembling from rage. He took deep breaths to force it down, but his face had become frightening. Rotten punk! You want to challenge me in Chu Qingtian's stead? Zhuo Fan shook his head in mockery. Old coot. Get real. Me challenge you? Bam! Suddenly, Zhuo Fan stomped on the alchemy table, jarring the ears of the others with the noise. Then he proudly declared, "Take a good look. I am in first place. Isn't it more accurate to say that you're the challenger? You!" The Vicious Pill King was so pissed his vision blurred. His hair whipped about. He knew the punk was insufferable but clearly didn't know by how much. With a bit of luck and a clever mind, this punk thought it was enough to flaunt as the best in the empire. And get to make the Vicious Pill King challenge him? The Vicious Pill King's chest shook with every breath, rancor dripping from every word. Little prick, you're more insufferable than Chu Qingta, but most arrogant people don't end well. Ha ha ha. The ending isn't based on arrogance, but strength. Giving him a side glance, Zhuo Fan coldly smiled, stomping on the table again. Take this table from me, and you'll be the best in the empire. Humph, I intend to. Then let's add one more condition. If you can take this spot, I will offer you my head. The people froze. Betting one's life in a mere pill competition? Or did the kid know his end would be bleak after offending the Vicious Pill King and decided to go for broke? Chu Qingcheng and the rest became grave. Huangpu Qingyun's side laughed even harder than before. This justified it even more when the kid lost his head. Long Zhou's group was anxious. Why is this brat playing such a dangerous game? As to how cautious Zhuo Fan was, he wouldn't use such arrogant words easily. Xiao Dandan was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Master, what do we do if Darling loses? He isn't the Vicious Pill King's match. Will he really die? Will I be a widow? You haven't even been with him yet. What widow nonsense? Peony Overseer cursed. This kid is so stubborn he doesn't know what he's saying. Now, when he loses, we won't be able to save him. The Dong siblings watched everything blankly. Where did bro get all that courage from? Is he still the same Song Yu we know? Ignoring the clamor, the Vicious Pill King sported an insidious smile. It's you who said it, punk. Don't go begging me later for mercy. Enough with the boasting, brat. Yen Song is an elder and you are wrong about him. Take back those jokes and he won't argue with you either. Because of Chu Qingqing's relation with him, Tao Danyang gave Zhuo Fan a signal to pull him out of this mess. Zhuo Fan seemed to have turned a deaf to her help, upping the ante. He turned to everyone. My word is gold. It's not just for the old guy, but it applies to anyone. Whoever takes my place, yours truly will present his head. What? The crowd exploded again. He wasn't just challenging one man, the Vicious Pill King, to settle grudges, but all of them. More aptly put, a challenge towards all alchemists in Tianyu. He was obviously looking to establish himself in the 100-pill meeting as the best alchemist in the empire. But putting the Vicious Pill King aside, does a snot-nosed brat have anything to back those words? In a blink, the scene erupted. All the alchemists were now glaring at him, becoming the public enemy number one. They only felt mockery at first, but now it vanished, with anger replacing it. Vicious Pill King smiled evilly. You're digging your own funeral. Tao Danyang shook her head. She could not understand what Chu Qingcheng found in this reckless brat. He stirred the crowd into focusing their anger on him. On Huangpu Qingyun's side, they were laughing with glee. After all, Zhuo Fan had turned himself into the target of everyone's hatred. He was begging to be put down. Meanwhile, the two overseers sighed. Damn rotten brat. Are you that hard-headed? Chu Qingcheng was confused about it all. Song Yu was brash but not to this extent. Then, Zhuo Fan looked at her and pointed at the words on his back with a smile. Chu Qingcheng seemed to have been struck by lightning. She was shaking all over as tears flowed unabated. Qingcheng, what's wrong? Iris Overseer asked in worry. Chu Qingcheng watched Zhuo Fan from afar and muttered, I was the one who was wrong all along. How? Peony Overseer asked. With a bright smile, Chu Qingcheng replied, I always thought Qingqing's last wish was revenge, to surpass vicious Pill King in alchemy. But I was wrong. He only ever wanted one thing, a heaven-toppling pill. To be the best alchemist in the whole world. The familiar cloak left Chu Qingcheng laughing, despising herself. I made that cloak myself, but never truly understood Qingqing's heart, while Song Yu knew just from a glance. I am not qualified to be his elder sister. What Song Yu is doing this to fulfill Qingtian's final wish? The overseers exchanged a glance, then looked at Zhuo Fan's back, feeling that this thin figure had grown in their eyes. They always said men were unreliable, but there was a man, here and now, that dared take on the whole world for the woman he loved. They could only have respect for him, and their eyes also hid something stirring deep within. The vicious Pill King was the first in the empire. Everyone knew that, but no one could reach him. The brat fulfilled Chu Qingtian's wish, but now, he was on a road of no return. This punk sure knows how to draw hatred. The three were startled to find Xie Tianyang grinning. You're saying the kid first humiliated Yen Song, and then plans on taking his head? To make him lose in his refining, then fly into a rage over his failure as an excuse to take his life. And this brother is truly cunning. I presume he has what it takes to win. Long Joe caressed his beard. Humph, Uncle Joe, you expect too much of him, again. He may win against others, but how can he win against the vicious Pill King, the best in the empire? Long Kue grumbled. I only see this brat being afraid of losing. He will most likely use the opportunity when Yen Song is busy refining, to end his life. Someone like him won't possibly accept a loss at this point, especially if he has to throw his face away. They all had to nod at this. Zhuo Fan had always been cool-headed, while also engaging in underhanded tactics more often than not. Sneak attacks while refining wasn't beneath him. As they discussed, Peony Overseer cursed, Uncle Joe, I thought you were on Drifting Flowers Edifice's side. Yet when we are facing a calamity, you are taking joy in our plight. Long Joe was startled and knew they misunderstood. Xie Tianyang watched the angry Chu Qingcheng and Xiao Dandan. Edifice Lord Chu? Lady Dandan? We don't mean any insult for that fellow. We were only talking. Suddenly, his eyes shined, and he gave a vague smile. Also, sister-in-law, it doesn't look like you've seen the true face of your husband yet. You better watch closely, you'll surely get the fright of your lives. He may look docile near you, but in fact, he is the devil. No less than vicious Pill King, ha ha ha. They were startled, clueless to his meaning. Then, a ding sound off and the second round began. Ding. Xiaoya shook the bell in her hand, earning everyone's attention. It seemed Zhuo Fan's cocky attitude from before chilled even this lady. Being a judge of the 100-pill meeting, held every few decades, was her arrogance, pride, and honor. Then, Zhuo Fan showed up halfway, with his bag of devious tricks to throw everything in disarray. His endless smug attitude cut her glory down a few levels. From honor to a nobody, that was what she became. A judge would have kicked out such an incompetent fool on the spot. Zhuo Fan's logic made an irritating good point that left her speechless. She had to concede the first place to the silk pants. His sloppy and conceited manner earned the rage of all alchemists and her hatred. But any other option, she could only rein it in and work hard to calm down. She then announced the second round to hurry up and get rid of this brat. The second round's objective is a third-grade pill. Xiaoya's clear voice echoed and her eyes shined with splendor. Talking about making a third-grade pill when most of them here were third-grade alchemists? But just then, the Drifting Flowers Edifice disciples accompanying them presented a storage ring. Xiaoya spoke while they were in a stupor. I ask that everyone refines with Drifting Flowers Edifice's ingredients, as to avoid any cheating from occurring. But they're all second-grade ingredients. Is this some kind of a mistake? Someone already voiced his doubts, just as Xiaoya finished. And once there was one, many followed. Xiaoya ignored them. The main test of this round is pill quality, followed by speed. The first 50 will advance while the rest will be eliminated. Hey, Judge! All you gave me are ingredients for a second-grade pill. How do you want me to refine a third-grade pill? While the back was complaining, the first 20 alchemists sneered as they ignited their Yuan-Chi flame. These morons still didn't get what this round was about. It wasn't testing their ability to make a third-grade pill, but their formulas. Normally, a third-grade pill could be made with the appropriate ingredients of the same grade. But that does not mean third-grade pills could not be made with second-grade pill ingredients. It was just that usual refining method most were used to would not work in such cases. For such a leap in grade, the refining of the ingredients needed to complement one another, boosting each of their effects to create a third-grade pill. This test was aimed at an alchemist's formulas, how many one had. Drifting Flower's edifice gave a ring filled with second-grade pill ingredients. It was only expected to be possible to refine 5 types of third-grade pill from them. After the ingredients were handed out, what mattered now was how they could extract their effects. To make the ingredients suitable for refining a third-grade pill. The first 20 alchemists had such formulas aplenty. The back alchemists, though, were pulling their hairs out in frustration, with some still barking at the Drifting Flower's edifice. Drifting Flower's edifice's disciples kept silent when receiving their rants but held disdain in their eyes. Zhuofan was toying with the ring, thinking which formula to pick. The others were vexed they knew too few formulas. While Zhuofan was also vexed, it was for the opposite reason though. He had too many to choose from, which to use to make that vicious pill king take the loss lying down. Young Master Song? Xiaoya watched him in delight over his misfortune. The others have already started. How is it that the first place hasn't as well? You can't mean you can't even refine a third-grade pill, right? Hee. The kid's skill might not be as awful as you think. It was Vicious Pill King who answered first with his mockery. He must be still doubting why you gave him such low ingredients. Ha ha ha. The other 20 alchemists laughed along with him. Tao Danyang shook her head, focusing on her own refining. In the end, this bag of bones will be the one who will compete with Vicious Pill King. Yet, there was one man alone who wasn't laughing. He was watching Zhuofan's every move. It was Lu Yizhen. He believed Zhuofan was more than he led others to believe. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan smiled towards the crowd. Ha ha ha. Yours truly thought that as the winner. And in first place, it was poor manners for my part to pick on a bunch of newbies. But since you are so eager to lose to me, yours truly will open your horizon in the true field of alchemy. This remark only earned their glares. Where did this punk come from? Calling us newbies? Absurd. After that, they were all watching dumbstruck. Secret refining art. Ninth heaven roaring dragon claw. Zhuofan spoke in his heart. Then his eyes flashed. His finger beckoned tens of ingredients into the air as a Yuan-Chi flame ignited in his palm. A roar echoed as the flame took the shape of a dragon and sped towards the ingredients. It opened its maw and swallowed the first ingredient. The item was refined in an instant, becoming pure medicinal liquid. The shock was palpable as everyone watched amazed, even the alchemists around. What goddamned refining skill is this that can refine an ingredient in an instant? Even the great Vicious Pill King, despite his fastest speed, could only do it after minding every step. The least he could do was make it visible how the ingredients were refined. But Zhuofan's actions seemed to go against all alchemical laws, refining the ingredient in a blink of an eye. While others were hard at work in their refining, he had refined them all. Roar! With another yell, the blazing dragon turned the ingredients into a paste. It then turned into a fire tornado and revolved in Zhuofan's palm. The dozens of ingredients ebbed calmly among the flames, separated from each other. All that Zhuofan had to do was put them together and finish the pill. He was in no hurry, apparently watching over the others coldly. Newbies, yours truly's refining hasn't evolved to your mime show. You have still much to learn to reach my level. He was as obnoxious as before, but this time his words struck their core. Before, they mocked him for boasting and his immoral character. Now, he was the one reprimanding them as a superior alchemist. They had no room to refute. Even Vicious Pill King was stupefied. This reckless brat possessed a miraculous refining skill. A skill not even the best in the empire could fathom. Master, what is this skill? Yen Fu stammered. Vicious Pill King tried many times to speak, but settled to rebuke him and hide in humiliation instead. Mind your pill. Don't ask so many questions. Yet his heart felt like bleeding and, for the first time, he turned serious when he saw Zhuofan, hiding a hint of killing intent in his eyes. This time, Zhuofan had become a real threat to him as the best alchemist in the empire. Zhuofan noticed everything but wasn't of a mind to care. He kept on belittling Vicious Pill King as he pointed at the firestorm in his palm. Elder Yen, if you don't hurry up, yours truly will get the first place again. Flushed, Vicious Pill King's beard began to quaver. His chest moved with ragged breaths, but he didn't utter a word. He was truly and utterly speechless. He could not accept it, but he knew it was the truth. In the host terrace, Chu Qingcheng was shocked silly. Zhuofan made it possible to even leave the Vicious Pill King without words of reprisal. The fact the Vicious Pill King was now solemn against Zhuofan's challenge meant that he admitted in his heart that what Zhuofan said was true, despite not voicing it out. Amazing! Darling is the best. Xiao Dandan's delicate face was red as she danced in joy. Iris Overseer was still lost, finding it hard to believe. Am I dreaming? Did that brat outshine the Vicious Pill King? Yeah, we never took him seriously. Peony Overseer blinked then sighed at the Iris Overseer. Senior sister, pinch me. I think I'm still dreaming. How is he able to do this? Shaking her head, Iris Overseer turned to Chu Qingcheng. Qingcheng, did you know of this? Is that why you chose him as your husband? How can our great edifice lord marry a third-rate clan young master otherwise? Chu Qingcheng's cheeks turned pink and rolled her eyes. Senior sister, don't tease me. I was so saddened at the time, thinking only about living and dying with Drifting Flowers edifice. I could not trust anyone. But then I met him. He was so similar to Qing Tian, and I threw all my faith to him. I saw his miraculous refining skill once, but never thought for a second he could shut the Grand Vicious Pill King up. The overseers were shocked. This kid is truly unpredictable. Sighing, Iris Overseer looked around. At the least, the Drifting Flowers edifice's survival can be entrusted to someone. I hope he and Aunt Tao can dispel the imminent disaster facing the Drifting Flowers edifice. Chu Qingcheng and Peony Overseer nodded. Watching Zhuofan's smug face, for some odd reason, Chu Qingcheng felt at peace, a foreign feeling over the last few years. Perhaps this is what it means to lean on someone. Chu Qingcheng's gaze on Zhuofan grew even warmer. Thump. Huangpu Qingyun pounded the stone table, which was as strong as a first-grade spiritual weapon. Cracks like spiderweb spread through the entire table. Watching Zhuofan with his hawk eyes, Huangpu Qingyun spat in anger. Is there anyone who can tell me where this guy came from? Why is it that he can surpass even Elder Yen in alchemy? Shuddering, the people around looked at each other, but none wanted to earn his ire. However, Hell Valley's fifth elder rolled his eyes as he laughed. Second young master, relax. Elder Yen is more than capable to deal with that obnoxious brat. He must have already thought of a way. Once he wins this round, he will not hesitate to get rid of that pest gnawing at his heart. He must be itching to finish him off. Ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingyun took a deep breath as he watched Yen Song. Sure enough, the shock faded from Yen Song's face and was now replaced with deep-seated killing intent. This somewhat eased the second young master's anger. Lin Zetian watched Fifth Elder askance as he wiped the cold sweat off his brow, crying inside. Curses! No one here is good. Fifth Elder looked as if he was appeasing Huangpu Qingyun when in fact, he was placing the responsibility of dealing with Zhuofan solely on the Vicious Pill King. If the Vicious Pill King killed the kid, he'd be settling a grudge and Huangpu Qingyun would reward him. If not, then the second young master would pour all his rage on Vicious Pill King. And by the look of things, Yen Song had no idea this was happening. Such scheming was vicious. I'll have to tread carefully around these people, or I won't even know how I got betrayed. Sighing, Lin Zetian shook his head as he watched Huangpu Qingyun. In the arena, Zhuofan had to praise vicious Pill King for managing to get his anger under control. Though inside, he was the best alchemist in the empire after all, and didn't get distracted so easily. Yet he did not relent with his mockery. "You're so slow in refining the ingredients. What do you say I wait for you? How about 3 breaths to catch up?" To a normal man, 3 breaths passed in a blink, but to alchemists this period could mean the difference between victory or defeat. In these crucial moments, Zhuofan was laid back in his battle against the vicious Pill King. It was naked humiliation. He would have been mocked if he spoke of this before the round, but now no one could do so after his display of skill. Slowly, Zhuofan's arrogance was taken as something normal. Well, he is a grandmaster after all. If you got the skill, then you can be as cocky as you want, right? The vicious Pill King had eyes only for his own pill, although his speed has lowered. Tao Danyang was a bit nervous as she urged Zhuofan, "Child, you're still in the lead, so hurry and finish. Don't drag it out any more than necessary." "Yeah, young Master Song, Grandmaster Song." After Zhuofan revealed his skills, Xiaoya felt she needed to change how she addressed him. Anything can happen at any moment in a competition. Use this chance to your advantage. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and snickered. "Judge, do you know what this pill of mine is called? Is Grandmaster testing me?" Xiaoya let out a sweet smile. Grandmaster chose mostly yang ingredients, and according to the formula it should be the yang pill. Its main use is to dispel the negative energy in one's body. It is gentle on the meridians and can increase a qi condensation cultivator's cultivation by 1 layer. Ha ha ha. Miss is truly knowledgeable. However, do you know who I'm giving it to? Xiaoya shook her head. What does it have to do with me? You. Zhuofan smiled. Blushing, Xiaoya averted her eyes from him and muttered, "I am but a normal disciple of Drifting Flower's edifice. I've long surpassed the qi condensation stage. Why is Grandmaster giving it to me?" His smile growing colder, Zhuofan mocked. "Because you have a vile mouth, so your body must be filled with negative energy. I am doing this for your own good." Xiaoya was shocked speechless as everyone burst out laughing. They all knew Xiaoya mocked Zhuofan, and now he was only returning the favor. Xiaoya felt slandered and her eyes glistened with tears. She gave a hateful glare to Zhuofan out of spite. Zhuofan, however, still sported that insidious grin. This brat is so petty. He even shamed a young lady. Chu Qingcheng couldn't help but grumble seeing a fellow sister of her Drifting Flower's edifice being mocked. Xia Tianyang nodded after a pause. Edifice Lord Chu is right. This brat's eyes are so narrow that it's best we don't mess with him. His revenge is never welcomed. Xiao Dandan felt it on her own skin and nodded with force, although she wasn't the least bit vexed over what she went through. Instead, she was prideful. He dares. Chu Qingcheng raised her head up high. It was the image of a wife who got her husband on a leash. But noticing their looks, her cheeks blushed and she lowered her head back down. As if they rehearsed it, they all looked at each other and laughed. Only Chu Qingcheng's blush grew a shade deeper. Whoosh! Suddenly, as everyone was paying attention to Zhuofan, who got a bit carried away in his teasing of Xiaoya, a green liquid shot into the firestorm in his hand and melded into his concoction. Zhuofan's heart was in a panic. He noticed that the direction it came from was Yensong. It was unknown when, but the ingredients in his hand had already finished refining. He slowed down on purpose to get Zhuofan to drop his guard. Vicious Pill King let out a vile snicker. "Grandmaster Song, I already finished refining my concoction, so I will be going ahead and form the pill. You don't need to spare me 3 breaths. Rather you should stick to your own matters." Ha ha ha. His eyelid twitching, Zhuofan's face grew colder. "What did you throw in my concoction?" "Throw?" Vicious Pill King denied it completely. "I would never do such an immoral act as ruining others' refining. Just that I was a bit sloppy and a few drops spilled from my concoction. It just so happened to fall into yours. This was all just a big mishap. I'm sure Grandmaster Song won't mind at all." Mishap? When an alchemist slacked in concentration, The yuan qi flame faltered and the concoction did spill. But that only happens to beginners. It wouldn't happen to even a first-grade alchemist. Yet, it happened to the best alchemist in the empire, the vicious Pill King, a grand 7th-grade alchemist. Couldn't get more deliberate than this. Everyone knew it and so did he. But there was no way to contest it. He said he was careless and no one could prove otherwise. Gnashing his teeth, Xuefan ignored him and returned his focus on the changes in his concoction. He cried out in shock from what he saw. Green python scale concoction? Xuefan cried. This shocked everyone. They knew Xuefan was refining a yang pill. All of his ingredients were of yang property. But the green python scale concoction was made with a base from a 2nd-level spiritual beast, green sky python scale. The snake had in properties and was also cruel, making this ingredient the worst addition to Xuefan's. This poison was now attacking the yang pill's ingredients. Once used, it would reduce the yang of the pill a great degree. He would be hard-pressed to make a 2nd-grade, let alone a 3rd-grade pill. It was most likely going to end up as a common 1st-grade pill. Everyone shook their heads. Xuefan's refining skill was a rare one that gave incredible speed. Pity, his ingredients were now wasted. If he started from scratch, he would never catch up to the vicious Pill King. The easy win had now turned to failure, all because of Xuefan's ego. Vicious Pill King laughed coldly. Punk, you remember your promise? If you fall from your spot, your head will be mine. I'll be right here waiting for you to bring it to me. Ha ha ha. Vicious Pill King's laughter reverberated across Drifting Flowers Hall. The people sighed. This outstanding genius was now going to present his head to Vicious Pill King because the latter pulled a dirty trick. Tao Danyang sighed, disappointed, and resumed her focus on her pill. The child is amazing, but his mind is unstable. Lu Yizhen watched Xuefan in a daze, only to shake his head in the end. In the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun was laughing his heart out. Elder Yen did have a way. The rest around him nodded. In the host terrace, 3 people stomped in anger. This brat is insufferable. He brags about saving Drifting Flowers edifice and now he falls to Yen Song's ploy. Peony Overseer flared. In your arrogance, you threw away the prestige we worked so hard to get back. Indeed, this brat's manner is causing everyone headaches. Iris Overseer sighed. Forget about saving Drifting Flowers edifice, when we can't even save him. Only Chu Qingcheng watched Xuefan without complaining. He is in Qingtian's stead. Even if he is a little arrogant, does that mean he is in the wrong? Qingtian would have done the same as him. Master, save darling, Xiao Dandan pleaded. Peony Overseer was powerless and turned to Long Jiu. Everyone, seeing how familiar you are with Song Yu, what do you think of this? Her anger flared, but her heart was clear. She knew saving Xuefan with only Drifting Flowers edifice power was impossible. They had to ally with Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquis Abode. Though they didn't even react to her words, calm as ever. Save? Who? That brat needs our saving. Xia Tianyang said. I reckon he must be so pissed he's about to pop a vein. A shrewd man like him was being played by another. It'd be odd if he could hold it in. Peony Overseer didn't understand. Suddenly, Dong Tianba staggered and fell with a terrified face. Dong Tianba cried out before they could ask. He's not Brother Songyu. J, just who is he? None understood what he meant and looked at the stage. One look was enough to scare the life out of them. Because Xuefan's eyes had so much killing intent, it actually took form. It was as if an Azura from the underworld stepped into the world. Those eyes made everyone feel a razor blade bearing on their necks. As if any moment their lives could be reaped. Xuefan was royally pissed. Damn it! I'm the one who usually playing with others. Now, I am on the receiving end. Squinting, Xuefan controlled the firestorm in his hand, while the other clenched and shivered. It was poised to strike at any minute. The glorious demonic emperor had always been a close follower of being the first and the last to strike. Yet here he was, playing fair while the others took advantage of him. He just couldn't take it lying down. Only the head of the accuser could now salvage the demonic emperor's dignity. His killing intent was hidden behind a pair of eyes. Hidden so well, in fact, the vicious Pill King, who was the closest to him, was not even able to sense it. Only those on the terrace noticed, since they were always focused on him. But because of this, Drifting Flowers Edifice's people finally realized how scary Xuefan was. They always took Xuefan for a pig-headed and arrogant kid who knew nothing of the world, and was close to losing his life on numerous occasions. If not for these women's timely intervention, he'd be long dead. But now they understood he was not so simple. First was the fact of concealing all his killing intent in his eyes wasn't something anyone could do, not even them. A killer had killing intent, and the more he killed, the more he had. It was great for scare tactics but useless in subtle matters. So every assassin learned to hide their killing intent. But hiding it from the vicious Pill King and the surrounding experts normally would not work at all. Xuefan's was different though. As long as you didn't look in his eyes, you wouldn't know the depth of his killing intent. His technique was the best for assassinations. It was clear Xuefan was an expert at killing others from obscurity. Secondly, Xuefan's killing intent was so thick it took shape, scarring even them profound heaven experts. Just how many did one have to kill to reach this state? Peony Overseer finally understood what Dong Tianba's meant. He was not Song Yu. Since when did a third-rate clan young master have such strong killing intent? Just who is he? Why is he acting as Song Yu then appearing in our Drifting Flowers edifice? Iris Overseer's heart shivered. Chu Qingcheng and Peony Overseer frowned. While Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise abodes people long knew the truth and were calm. Smiling at Chu Qingcheng, Longzhou said, "Worry not, Chu Chu. This brat's presence is Drifting Flowers Edifice's fortune." "Yeah, Sister Chu Chu. This brat, although deceitful, can save Drifting Flowers Edifice. The only one, perhaps." For the first time, Long Kuei was actually speaking in Xuefan's favor. Everyone looked at her suspiciously. Long Kuei blushed. "What are you looking at?" "I'm telling you the truth." Long Zhou shook his head. A strange power revolved around Xuefan that could even make those who hated him admire him. The way they talked in riddles left the three women confused. But despite the threat he posed, he wasn't against Drifting Flowers Edifice. So they all relaxed. The brat had enough, he can't take it. He'll act soon. Xie Tianyang's snicker made them look at the arena. Sure enough, Xuefan could no longer dispel the killing intent in his eyes, the point where he was about to make a move. Then his boundless killing intent just vanished. Xie Tianyang was startled. What's going on? Why is he holding it in? This isn't how he normally does things. He knew Xuefan well. The brat would never relent until the one who shamed him was in pieces. It was also the best moment, so why stop? It was the same for the rest. They knew how determined Xuefan was and would never miss a golden opportunity for a sneak attack. Killing and slinking back in obscurity had always been his plan. Why the sudden change? Taking a deep breath, Xuefan calmed his heart. Looking at the cloak on his back, he once again had a sneer on his face. His aim today wasn't only to block Region Estate's conquest and buy time for the Luo clan to rise, but also to return the favor to Chu Qingcheng for the sap. By saving the Drifting Flowers edifice, he would be having her owe him a favor. But it was still along the lines of his main objects. Therefore, in his heart, he could not really consider that as a favor she owed to him. So he also acted as Chu Qingtian, rising to be the best alchemist in the empire. Heaven-toppling pill was Chu Qingqing's final wish and aspiration. A demonic cultivator was free and unrestrained. He must never owe anyone anything. Xuefan's eyes flashed and flicked his hand. The lid on the cauldron was lifted and another flick sent the firestorm inside. Grandmaster Song was using the cauldron to refine. Everyone watching him was startled. A Grandmaster's control over ingredients was high, only using the cauldron when refining high-grade pills for assistance. Since it was just a mere third-grade pill, none of the first 20 used one. Yet, Xuefan was the first to act, and in a splendid fashion too, clearly displaying his perfect control. So using the cauldron at this point was all to mask his actions. All eyes were now on him. Snickering, vicious Pill King saw the burning concoction going inside the cauldron, which had already fused and mocked. Your pill is ruined. Using a cauldron at this point won't make a difference. Admit your loss. My skill is not something boors like you can understand. Raising an eyebrow, Shuafan pointed at his cloak before yelling, Look closely. You are vicious Pill King, and yours truly is the heaven-toppling pill. Our levels are as different as heaven and earth. Under the eyes of everyone, Shuafan jumped on the cauldron and removed his belt. Ah! Cries of women rose as they all blushed and hid their faces. Xiaoya squinted as she yelled, G Grandmaster Song, what are you doing? What do you think? Refining, of course. Shuafan rolled his eyes, and under the eyes of everyone, he let go. A stream of clear liquid smoothly entered the raging inferno inside the cauldron. I knew it. Grandmaster Song is taking a piss inside the cauldron. The audience was speechless. Is this goddamned alchemy? Or is he just throwing a tantrum? 'Cause he lost. Vicious Pill King and the alchemists were dumbfounded. Even if refining failed and he had to present his head, he ought to at least keep his dignity, his ethic. The hell is he doing? Was he venting on the pill or an outcry to them? What was happening was too insane for them to comprehend. What is he doing? Xianxia was dumbfounded watching Shuafan pissing into the cauldron. Along with the flowing and smooth stream, the raging fire dampened. Looking at the concoction inside, there was no doubt that it was ruined. He plans to lose the competition without any dignity? Why would he do such an obscene act in front of a crowd? Is he? Xianxia thought of something and then cried, No one look, especially the overseers. Who wants to anyway? Chu Qingqing's group had long since covered their eyes and turned around with flushed faces. Xiao Dandan was the same, for a time, but Peony Overseer forced her to turn around and stare long and hard. Xiao Dandan didn't blame her though. He was her husband in the end. If she didn't look, who would? Damn! The brat went mad. Seeing them turned around, Xianxia did the same and cursed. I know what he wants to do. With his stinking temper, he plans on using this humiliation of seeing him pee as an excuse to kill them all. What? Peony Overseer was panicking. Impossible! Won't that make him a demon in this world? Did the world have someone like him? Humph, he has been a freak from the start, one that enjoys killing. He is a demon through and through. Xianxia was certain of it. So don't look at him below his waist or he'll use it as an excuse to kill us. Long Zhou stroked his beard. It was a far-fetched possibility, but Shuafan was very much capable of doing it, especially when mad. So he pulled Long Jie and Long Kuei and turned them around. Seeing even Long Zhou doing it, Chu Qingqing and the overseers believed him capable of it with a nervous heart. They knew not who Shuafan was in reality, but the way these people behaved was as if they were afraid of him. If Shuafan ever found out, he'd give Xianxia a thrashing he wouldn't ever forget, and scold something along the lines of, Since when have I become a murderous demon? Well, yes, people have called me a freak, but that's about my strength. I also killed, true, but only my enemies. I am also a demon, true, but that's because I'm the proud demonic emperor. Are you looking to ruin my name by spreading these falsehoods? Luckily, Shuafan didn't know or he'd go on a killing spree. With his job done, he jumped off the cauldron. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, he saw that vicious Pill King was close to finishing his pill. He turned to his own cauldron and nodded at the strange colored paste. Good. There's still time. Perking his mouth into a smile, Shuafan turned to the dumbfounded vicious Pill King. Old fart. Yours truly will let you see what is a true refining skill. Only. Shuafan formed a gesture and pointed at the cauldron. A man of true skill will persevere and push through to rise like a dragon. Sacred dragon call. Roar. In a blink, the almost extinguished fire in the cauldron flashed with a golden splendor. A sky-trembling dragon roar battered the ears of the people, that forced even the women shying away to look. Whoosh! A golden pillar of light shot from the cauldron. The sputtering flame suddenly flared and spiraled around the golden pillar in the form of a fire dragon. Zhuofan's hand shifted gestures as he chanted. Yin turns to yang. A snake transforms into a dragon. Ascend and scale the gates of heaven. Roar. With another dragon roar, the mixture in the cauldron that Zhuofan irrigated flickered with a golden glow. Soon, this golden liquid began to move like a stream, along with the dragon. As the golden concoction flowed upward, the dragon's aura grew and grew, as if the golden liquid was its blood, its life. The audience was dumbstruck, including Tianyu's most renowned alchemists. They have forgotten their own refining, watching this unbelievable spectacle. They had refined for dozens of years, but this was their first time seeing someone doing it with such flair. As he watched in a daze the slowly rising liquid in the dragon, vicious Pill King's heart was restless. He began to rush the refining of his own pill, pouring more power into his flame. Snickering, Zhuofan shouted, "Old fool, you're too late. The second round's top spot is for no one else but me." Zhuofan punctuated with a change in his gesture and called out. Sacred Dragon prevailed and returned successfully. Dragon power flows into the fire and gives birth to the pill. A sudden ripple spread from the light pillar and burst into golden lights that littered the sky. The fire dragon stuck the light pillar to turn its head and smashed into the cauldron. Boom! The fire dragon's body exploded and formed a fireball. Before the fire passed, the sparkling golden lights gathered around the flaming cauldron. The lights formed a net that tightened the fireball as it shrunk. With a final heaven-shaking dragon roar, all the golden lights gathered and condescended into a golden pill. Zhuofan beckoned and the pill landed in his hand. He raised it way above him and shouted, "Third-grade pill, Yang Dragon pill, complete." Zhuofan's announcement rang in everyone's ears, but they were still in shock, marveling at what they just witnessed. When they recovered, they were gobsmacked. Especially the alchemists, they found it unimaginable. Wasn't Grandmaster Song's pill a failure? How did it succeed? They turned their confused eyes to the judge, Xianxia. Understanding their concerns, Xianxia muttered under her breath, before walking to Zhuofan. However, she was hesitant about getting anywhere near the pill, even more so about touching it. Everyone saw how Zhuofan made this crazy pill. He poured his very essence into it. Regardless if it was a third-grade pill, it was hard for Xianxia to even approach it. Grandmaster Song, are you certain it's a third-grade pill? Xianxia fidgeted in embarrassment. Arching an eyebrow, Zhuofan presented the pill with a sneer. You're the judge. It's your call. If you can't tell with your eyes, eat it and make your decision. Xiaoya's face was twitching, anger bubbling from within. Zhuofan was obviously poking fun at her. Forget about it being a third-grade pill. Because of the ingredients, this missy here wouldn't eat it even if it were a seventh-grade pill. Though many were eyeing her with expectant gazes. She had no choice but to hold it in and give them an explanation. She sighed and took the hateful pill, made with, but not limited to, this spiteful man's golden essence. But the moment it landed in her palm, she felt it was ice-cold to the touch. Why wasn't the pill hot after just being refined by such blazing fire? Xianxia was puzzled and, after more analyzing, she was baffled. The pill wasn't hot at all and didn't even have a fragrance. Like a mud ball without anything great about it. No way. With the show this brat put on, there's no way it's a dud. It is possible for a pill to be this strange. Xianxia couldn't for the life of her make anything out of it after a long time. Sorry, Grandmaster Song. I can't tell your Yang Dragon pill's grade. The audience was speechless. All pills had grades. Was she saying this pill was made of waste and was beneath grading? Listening to the endless comments, Zhuofan smiled. Then why not eat it and feel for its grade? The crowd cheered. Eat, eat, eat. Xianxia felt pained, glaring at Zhuofan. She now looked at the pill in her hands on the verge of tears. It was great if it was a real pill. If not, doesn't that just mean I drank his pee? Xianxia was in a pickle, not knowing what to do. Suddenly an aged voice came. Judge, no need to eat it. Split the pill and you can discern its grade. Only? What only? Anyways, we'll do it as Grandmaster Lu suggests. Xiaoya was grasping straws at this point. She gave thanks for his help and split the pill. Whoosh! Golden mist drifted from within, still containing the roars of dragons. The pill fragrance instantly swept the whole arena. With each whiff, the people's souls shuddered and their yuan qi surging. It was already strong without taking it. How great would it be once it was eaten then? It was no longer just a third-grade pill. They all waited for Xiaoya's verdict. She was also out of it as she cried, It's a fifth-grade pill. Her answer caused chaos. What in God's name was that secret skill? How did he make a fifth-grade pill from second-grade pill ingredients? Where did this Grandmaster song come from? Wait! Xiaoya blinked and sported doubt on her face. This pill just dropped a grade. It's now a fourth-grade pill. The people were again shocked. This was too damn odd. We never heard of a pill that drops in grade. Xiaoya then followed with, it's now third grade, second, first. Xiaoya's voice made the audience's heart skip. Then, Xiaoya took a deep breath watching everyone perplexed. I am correct. This pill lost all of its effects. She watched the split pill in her hand. These are only waste, silent as the grave. None could utter a single sound. A pill could actually have its effect fade, only leaving behind waste? This was too bizarre. The pill wasn't alive, so how could it run away? But even if it was and ran away, there were too many people here for it to get out alive. Grandmaster Song. What is this? Xiaoya spoke with a trembling voice. Shuofan shrugged. I told you to eat it, but now it's too late. She should have known this punk would mess with her. So she ignored him and looked at the rest of the alchemists. It was only now that vicious Pill King withdrew his flame and held a red pill. He sighed. I didn't think I'd be a step behind, but it still isn't too late. He then threw the pill to Xiaoya. She cried. As expected of vicious Pill King, this is a fourth-grade pill. Your skill is marvelous to refine such a pill with only second-grade pill ingredients. Though she sang praises, her words didn't get the expected reaction from the crowd. They only oed and ahed. Seeing Zhuofan's heaven-shaking secret skill, who would dare utter the words marvelous skill? Even vicious Pill King just closes his eyes, striking a lonely figure. What's wrong with everyone? We are not sure what grade of pill Grandmaster Song's pill is. What do you mean unclear? Some may not see, but the top 10 alchemists are clear on that pill's outstanding effect. Lu Yizhen cut her off. Lady, you're too young. You may be enough to judge our pills, but not enough to see the true value of Grandmaster Song's pill. Xiaoya vehemently denied it. She was no grandmaster, but saw countless pills and judged them all fairly. How can I possibly not be able to judge a stinky kid's pill? But then she saw the top 10 alchemists sporting solemn expressions. Even vicious Pill King had to make a nod. Just what is this? Isn't he and Grandmaster Song in a bitter battle? Why is he taking his side? Vicious Pill King didn't want to admit Zhuofan's ability but sensed the value of his refining skill. However, was he the only one? If he denied it, he would only earn the others' ridicule. He held the highest ability in alchemy up till now. But now, he didn't even have the right to shame his opponent. After all, Zhuofan's skills were indeed incredible. Did I see it correctly? Xia Tianyang blinked. Vicious Pill King just admitted defeat in front of everyone? Is this still Elder Yen, who always cared about his reputation? Chu Qingqing's group was amazed. It wasn't easy squeezing a win from this old coot's mouth. Just where did this fake Song Yu come from? Peony Overseer's eyes flashed. Young Master Xie, you know this fake Song Yu? Don't you? I don't think you know him at all, describing him as a murderous demon. He is an alchemist, right? Peony Overseer blushed at the end. Zhuofan's recent conduct wasn't exactly stellar. After all, he did something so unrefined. Lifting his head in pride, Xie Tunyang snorted. Did I ever say otherwise? I've been through hell with him. Then what is his name? It's But Xia Tianyang caught himself before playing into Peony Overseer's game and snickered. I won't tell you. Just enjoy the show. Peony Overseer glared at him with gnashed teeth. Long Jiu shook his head, but his eyes were filled with admiration for Zhuofan. He not only knows of ancient arrays but an ancient refining skill too? Just who is he? How does he have so many treasures on him? He was but a servant in the Luo clan before. Was it possible that... In the arena, Xiaoya was pacing back and forth, her brows locked in deep thought. Many alchemists started turning in their pills, qualifying for the next round. But regarding the first place, she was still uncertain what to do. It was a spot that could only be taken by either Grandmaster Song or Vicious Pill King. While Vicious Pill King's 4th grade pill was held in her hand, Grandmaster Song's pill turned into a waste after cutting it in two. How could she possibly judge this? Despite not being so erudite, the fading pill was a 5th grade pill. But why did it drop grades? What was up with that? Without getting to the bottom of it, she couldn't make a call. If she put Grandmaster Song in first place, she wouldn't know how to explain if the need arose. Putting Vicious Pill King first would earn the scorn of the top 10 alchemists. As if saying this lady was too green and unable to see the pill's secret. What vexed her most was Vicious Pill King also looked at her the same. She was thoroughly stuck. This was her first time in all her years of judging that she encountered such a problem. She could only turn to Lu Yizhen, pleading for guidance. She found him the most amiable among the top 10 grandmasters. As for Zhuofan and Vicious Pill King, one smug, the other an iceberg, it was best to ignore them. Meanwhile, she avoided asking Aunt Tao or Yen Fu as they might play favorites. Grandmaster Lu, could you please explain to me what is so great about Grandmaster Song's pill? Lu Yizhen bowed to Zhuofan first. It was a gesture of respect to seniors among alchemists. Lu Yizhen was among the 10 best alchemists in the empire. Yet he has never bowed even to Vicious Pill King. He was convinced Zhuofan's refining skill was a cut above everyone here. He was on another level. This bow made everyone drop their jaws. Even the amateur alchemists. They knew Zhuofan was amazing, but not this much. Until Lu Yizhen, a grandmaster, bowed to him as a junior. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, not expecting the old guy to disregard his own reputation, and nodded. This nod had another meaning. Among alchemists, secret skills were passed down through the generations, never divulged. If someone guessed some points about a pill, they could not speak without the owner's explicit accord. It would be a gross form of disrespect, cutting all ties at best or fighting to the death at worst. Lu Yizhen bowed in respect and Zhuofan nodded his assent. Lu Yizhen smiled. Young miss, Grandmaster Song's skill is beyond amazing. Did you know that Grandmaster Song's secret refining skill is the legendary long-lost skill? Sacred Dragon Evocation? What? Ancient secret skill? The people froze in shock. Even Long Jiu's group, as well as Huangpu Qingyun's, they all went slack-jawed. The ancient refining skill had been lost for so long they became legends. It was inconceivable how such a legendary skill would appear in the hands of a youth. The people started to get excited, watching with shining eyes. Xiaoya looked at Zhuofan incredulously. She found him too young at first, but now he could compete with Vicious Pill King and make everyone speechless. But it went far beyond that. He used an ancient secret refining skill, one long lost in legends. That was why the proud Vicious Pill King conceded. Who could contest with an alchemist that used an ancient secret refining skill? But Grandmaster Lu, why did Grandmaster Song's pill turn to waste like this? Xiaoya bit her lip and rushed to ask for an answer. Shaking his head, Lu Yizhen showed great veneration. This is exactly what made Grandmaster Song's pill so miraculous. It wasn't fading, but used by all of us instead. What? His words sent ripples of shock through the audience. Lu Yizhen continued, a normal pill, regardless of grade, could only use 50% of its ingredients' effect. But the ancient secret skill Sacred Dragon Call was said to make use of everything they had. Everything was refined. Once eaten, it would immediately dissolve. That golden mist coming from the pill was its true essence. If someone swallowed it, it was the same as a 5th grade pill. but it was instead dispersed to the surrounding, and everyone else benefited from it. Now it has been used up, it is no different than leftover material. This is why I immediately felt deep regret when I said you could split the pill. I see. I now understand why I felt so energized after breathing in the pill's aroma. They all agreed and looked at Zhuofan with admiration. Grandmaster Lu, why did the grade drop? Xiaoya asked her most pressing question. This had to do with judging who was in first place. Lu Yizhen's face froze and shook his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha. I'm not sure either. I have only read some records regarding this ancient secret refining skill. The only one who knows its secrets is only Grandmaster Song. Whoosh! In a blink, eyes whipped to Zhuofan. Xiaoya was no different. Zhuofan raised his eyebrows and grinned evilly. Wanna know? Hee hee, but I won't tell you unless you beg for it. You! Xiaoya glared with hatred at him. She may have been disrespectful, but not enough to condone such constant mockery. But that's how petty Zhuofan was. He looked askance, clearly meaning to evoke others to know his thoughts. On your knees and beg for it, or yours truly won't say a word. I already displayed my skill and earned my right as the first place. Now you want me to share my secrets with the whole crowd. His attitude allowed others to understand the reason. So, even if they were in the Drifting Flowers edifice, they lifted their fists. Beg, beg, beg. The crowd roared with mighty force, shaking the entire Drifting Flowers arena. Huangpu Qingyun's mood darkened. He didn't think Zhuofan had such skill to turn this around and grasp everyone's hearts. This was the way of a ruler. This man must not be allowed to live. Huangpu Qingyun glared with hatred. His followers nodded. Lu Yizhen didn't think much of the scene and only shook his head. Grandmaster Song is such a prankster. Ha ha ha. With the hall shouting beg, Xiaoya was on the verge of tears, while Zhuofan just leaned on the cauldron impassive. It seemed he'd only give up after she kneeled. Helpless, Xiaoya's tears flowed, and her slender legs began to buckle. But an angry roar came from the terrace. Song Yu, stop playing around. Zhuofan was startled and looked at the angry Chu Qingqing. With a helpless smile, he relented in her favor and shook his hand at Xiaoya. Whatever. It was only a joke. You take me for such a heartless man. I do. Xiaoya didn't dare say it, however. She gave a look of thanks towards Chu Qingqing. As to why yours truly used this secret skill, you have vicious Pill King to thank for that. He was so careless in spilling some green python scale mixture after all. Now that Xiaoya was off the hook, Zhuofan started explaining. But the first thing he did was drag vicious Pill King into this. The crowd had become calmed, listening enraptured to Grandmaster Song's lecture of his skill. Grandmaster Song is still blaming me for my inadvertent mistake? Vicious Pill King squinted. Shaking his hand, Zhuofan shook his head. Why, I would never. I am only thanking you. Sacred Dragon Evocation has the dragon word in it and had to have an ingredient related to dragons. The Yang pill had no such ingredient. Meanwhile, a snake was, for all intents and purposes, can be considered a small dragon. Your mistake granted me the liberty to use this secret art. But the snake is Yin, while the Yang pill only had Yang ingredients. And Grandmaster Song's Yang dragon pill is also Yang. I did not sense any Yin inside. Vicious Pill King's eyelid twitched, clenching his fists. Snickering, Zhuofan mocked. You think the likes of you can unravel the mysteries of an ancient secret skill? Yin and Yang restrain each other, but can also interchange. To evoke the Yang out of this Yin, green python scale extract, I had to rely on yours truly's essence to wash it down with additional incentive. Holding his belly, Zhuofan laughed out. Pi is water, and water is Yin, but a virgin is pure Yang. Yours truly used his pure Yang Pi to change Yin into Yang, to turn a snake into a dragon. Not only has the ingredients been refined completely, but there was also the extreme Yang dragon power. This allowed the second grade pill to rise to the 5th grade. A pity that once the pill is split, the pill's effect starts to leak along with the dragon power, lowering its grade and potency. Now everyone understood and looked at Zhuo Fan with a greater admiration for his secret refining skill. Vicious Pill King was no different, clapping his hands with force, fully admitting defeat in his heart. Grandmaster Song is unparalleled in his refining skill. I concede this round to you without remorse. However, Grandmaster Song, you're at a disadvantage. The next round is mine. Vicious Pill King's eyes flickered with killing intent. Zhuo Fan grinned. The two locked eyes, and even a blind man could see they were at odds. Tao Danyang was moved. It caught her by surprise, the fact that Zhuo Fan could make Vicious Pill King admit his loss. His future was boundless. Then she started worrying. Vicious Pill King's last words pointed at Zhuo Fan's weaker cultivation. Even with Zhuo Fan's unparalleled refining skill, he could not beat Vicious Pill King. Helpless, Tao Danyang was thinking on how to settle this and not let such a great youth fall here. It was only now that Xianxia spoke after having made her decision. In this round, 39 passed and 11 forfeited. The first place stays with Grandmaster Song. The second place is Vicious Pill King's. Her words traveled far and the crowd began to wonder why so many people withdrew. They had no way to know that many felt inferior after they witnessed Zhuo's refining skill. Their confidence was in shambles. If an alchemist had no confidence, how could they refine? Wonderful! We won another round. Peony Overseer cried in joy. The other two women were also sporting smiles. Song Yu was a fake, but his refining skill couldn't be more genuine. If it weren't for him, Vicious Pill King would have been in the lead. If things continue like this, the best alchemist in the empire would finally be defeated. Dong Tianba saw them so excited and hesitated to speak. Edifice Lord Chu, I may be presumptuous, but I am certain that man is not Brother Song Yu. To be blunt, me and Brother Song Yu are very close. There's no way he's a virgin. So what if he isn't Song Yu? It was Xiao Dandan who spoke in his defense. No matter who he is, he will always be my darling. Chu Qingcheng and the overseers nodded. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Dong Tianba. His killing intent must have scared you, to the point where you did not manage to hear our conversation. Young Master Xia already stated that that man is a friend of his and not Song Yu. Then what happened to Brother Song Yu? Isn't it obvious? He killed him. Why else would he dare take his face and run around the place? Xia Tianyang laughed, patting Dong Tianba's shoulder, then admired Chu Qingcheng. Great sister-in-law knows how to handle her husband well. I will rely on you in the future to get this brat to fall in line. Don't ever let him harm others, especially me. Chu Qingcheng blushed and hid it with anger. Young Master Xia, what nonsense are you saying? Nothing in particular. Xia Tianyang blinked as he stated in all seriousness. That brat is petty and spiteful. If someone punched him, he replies with 10 slashes of the sword. But your earlier words restricted his nefarious temper. Great sister-in-law is highly valued in his heart. Perhaps only you can curb his murderous streak, and also appreciate him more. Chu Qingcheng's blush was fierce and demurely nodded, but her heart was overjoyed. Is he that frightening? Chu Qingcheng muttered. Frowning, Xia Tianyang looked at Long Jiu and the rest. Then they all nodded. They all held fear in their eyes, no exception. Sighing, Chu Qingcheng smiled broadly. If such a terrifying man changed for her, that meant his feelings for her were real. My ideal husband is like Qing Tian, a dashing hero willing to risk his life for me. Today, I have found him. Chu Qingcheng watched Zhuo Fan with a warmer gaze, her feelings for him growing ever more. Boom! In the western stand, Huangpu Qingyun banged the table. The heavily cracked stone table turned to dust. The others by his side jumped in fear and reeled a step. The second round is another failure. An elder Yen even admitted defeat. Tell me, does he have any chance of getting the Bodhi root and that punk's head on a platter? Huangpu Qingyun's eyes were chilling to the bone. None made a peep. Lin Ziyan's eyes shifted. This is a perfect chance to kiss some ass. He advised, Second young master, please quell your anger. Elder Yen is known as the Vicious Pill King, the best alchemist in the empire. A slight oversight causing him to lose 2 rounds is of no consequence. Believe in him as he is sure to have a plan. Lin Zetian's words were more or less the same as Fifth Elder's, shoving the blame on Yen Song regardless of the outcome. Too bad this time was different. Huangpu Qingyun's eyebrows trembled, trying his hardest to calm himself. Oh? Since Elder Lin believes Elder Yen so much, then I will hold you responsible if he fails. Wadash? Lin Zetian was dumbstruck. Why aren't you treating me the same as you were to the Fifth Elder? Watching this scene play out, the Fifth Elder was now laughing and mocking him. Lin Zetian is an opportunist, but has no ass-kissing techniques. Copying me is not helpful at all and will be detrimental instead. Playing the same flattery won't work. Huangpu Qingyun valued Yen Song greatly before. Therefore, raising Yen Song in esteem worked then. But now that he failed a second time, Huangpu Qingyun's thoughts on Yen Song have changed. He is pissed at Elder Yan's inability to do anything. Praising him now would only set Huangpu Qingyun off in directing his anger onto you. Fawning is also a skill, so, as an opportunist, you better start practicing it. Fifth Elder cackled in his heart, while Lin Zetian was on the verge of crying. What bad luck. I always... Ding. A clear ringing signaled the start of the 3rd round. Xiaoya looked at the 40 alchemists. This round will be regarding your refining ability. At her words, everyone focused on the first place on Zhuofan. They witnessed his ability and were clear that Grandmaster Song ruled in the refining skill department. One man sighed, another watched the sky in sadness, both equally depressed for having no chance to win. Only the top 10 alchemists kept a calm face. They knew that alchemy was based on refining skills, but it was not the only deciding factor to make a pill. After 2 rounds, they realized the conditions were increasingly harder to fulfill. As the grade of the pills required increased, Zhuofan began to reveal his weakness. This was what they've been waiting for. Zhuofan was indeed a grand genius of alchemy but wasn't infallible. He could not use his refining skill and refine any kind of pill he wanted. In this round, Grandmasters need to refine a 5th grade pill, Xiaoya declared. Zhuofan began to frown, while the top 10 alchemists expected it. Vicious Pill King, in particular, showed his sinister smile towards Zhuofan. The faster you can make it, the higher you will climb. The first to finish will enter the Pill King finals of this competition. Begin. They started igniting their Yuan Qi flame just as she finished. Most had no choice but to make use of the cauldron. But only Vicious Pill King and Tao Danyang refined with their hand. These 2 skills were far higher than theirs. But when people looked at Zhuofan, they saw him just standing there. Even his expression was grave. Oh no, he's in trouble. Long Jiu was getting anxious. The others too watched him nervously. Peony Overseer, with her fiery temper, was even more so. Uncle Jiu, what's wrong? Wasn't he unparalleled so far? Why isn't he moving? Long Jiu stared at the frozen Zhuofan and sighed. Because of this brat's weakness. Weakness. Yes. Long Jiu spoke gravely. He won in the first 2 rounds against everyone, and even made Vicious Pill King concede because of his incredible secret refining skill. There are 3 deciding factors to an alchemist's level: cultivation, flame, and refining skill. Cultivation is used to supply the flame for longer periods of time, the flame is for refining ingredients, and the refining skill needs to be high enough to handle high-grade pills. But, Long Jiu clenched his teeth. This kid's refining skill is amazing, however that is all he has. His flame is just a normal one made from Yuan Qi. But what's worse, his cultivation is only in the 2nd layer of bone tempering stage. Any alchemist with this cultivation could refine a 3rd-grade pill at most. Yet he used 2nd-grade pill ingredients to make a 5th-grade pill. That is his limit. Now that he is competing against the other grandmasters with 5th-grade pill ingredients being used, his flame is inadequate. Meanwhile, his cultivation is shallow. I am certain he will not be able to refine the ingredients before his Yuan Qi runs out. Refining such high-grade ingredients is a whole other matter. The shock was palpable and they turned to watch Zhuofan on his last leg. But this time with sorrow. "Master, if darling loses, will he lose his head too? Please save him," Xiao Dandan pleaded. Long Jiu and the others weren't worried though. Zhuofan wasn't one who lost his head that easily. It was more correct to say others lost their heads to him. Even in the off chance he lost, he'd just stick to the basics, killing people and uprooting their any source of trouble. In their minds, he was in no trouble. They did not realize, however, how important this competition was to Zhuofan. He couldn't fail here. It concerned returning Chu Qingqing's favor. The Luo clan was already running him into the ground with all its needs, and having Chu Qingqing's drifting flowers edifice hanging overhead was too much for him to handle. Zhuofan was now considering whether to use the Azure Flame or not. The mysterious Azure Flame was what Zhuofan had got from the expert in All Beast Mountain Range. His low cultivation didn't allow control over even 1,000th of its power. But one thing was certain. This Azure Flame was a legendary flame even in the sacred domain. So 1,000th was enough to refine a high-grade pill. However, taking a deep breath, Zhuofan watched the top 10 alchemists hard at work. Vicious Pill King, his disciple, and Tao Danyang were the only ones relaxed. They had to have a card up their sleeve to use at the right moment in the finals. Meanwhile, the Azure Flame was Zhuofan's hidden trump card. Taking it out so soon would get Vicious Pill King to target him. Best leave it for last. That left him with only one choice, though somewhat volatile. Zhuofan sighed and made his move under the riveted eyes of the audience. They wanted to see what shocking achievement this amazing genius with a secret refining skill would give them next. Yet Zhuofan simply ignited a red yuan chi flame in his palm and threw 5th-grade ingredients in using hand signs. Without the godly secret refining skill, and without using the same refining ability he started with in the second round, the ingredients' refinement seemed to go nowhere fast. Zhuofan's display was so plain because the flame he was using was even weaker than all other alchemists. Those 5th-grade ingredients in that weak flame got refined at a snail's pace, needing a long time for even a drop to be extracted. Compared to earlier show of force, Zhuofan's refining time was not only average, but even lackluster, as if all other alchemists' refining ability here looked far better than his. Such disparity disappointed everyone. They saw the greatest talent in alchemy climb to the top only to fall back into the mud. The top 10 alchemists watched on with regret and helplessness, but mostly with content. This punk's weakness is finally revealed in the third round. Among the snickers, Zhuofan's figure standing in the first spot looked quite bleak. As if to correlate his inability this round, his smugness was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia was a bit curious, speaking somewhat without meaning to, "What is wrong with Grandmaster Song in this round? He isn't himself anymore." He, that's normal." Vicious Pill King took pleasure at his plight. His refining ability had reached his peak and can go no further. Xianxia asked skeptically, "Elder Yen, what do you mean?" The other alchemists started letting out a carefree laughter. "What I mean is that he can only refine low-grade pills." Still not understanding, Vicious Pill King was quite patient and enjoyed explaining this to her. In alchemy, flames are divided into gentle and fierce flames. Common ingredients for low-grade pills use the gentle flame, otherwise the fierce flame will burn them. And when refining high-grade ingredients, the gentle flame falls short. But this punk's cultivation is too low to control the fierce flame. He has no way to refine 5th-grade ingredients. Vicious Pill King snickered, then mocked Zhuofan. "This is your weakness. Am I right, brat?" Ignoring him, Zhuofan was still as patient as he was calm, focused on his refining. But how did Grandmaster Song refine the 5th-grade Yang Dragon pill? Shaking his head, Vicious Pill King derided. "It was made with 2nd-grade ingredients, forcefully refined then turned into a 5th-grade pill. It is not a true 5th-grade pill. But even I must admit that refining skill is indeed legendary. If he were to refine 5th-grade ingredients, he could make a 7th-grade pill." What a shame! The people looked on with lament at his words. Their hearts were filled with the odd sense of grief when they gazed upon the lonely yet persevering figure. No one knew when, but for the thousands of alchemists around watching, Zhuofan caught all their attention. The shock Zhuofan's secret refining skill instilled was far too great. With how lonely he looked now, he made others feel sad. Vicious Pill King, however, couldn't be more chipper, casting stones at the helpless, kicking him when he was down. This earned the public's distaste. Grandmaster Song, you can do it! We're cheering for you! At some point, someone cried out in encouragement. After one, many soon followed, and cheers broke out everywhere. Grandmaster Song, you're the greatest! Grandmaster Song, we love you! Grandmaster Song, I want your babies! The entire Drifting Flowers arena was aboil. Xianxia and his group were dumbstruck by the waves after waves of cheering. This punk made one pill and now has everyone siding with him? There was even one saying she wants his babies. What does he have that I, the Grand Sword Marquis Abode's young master, don't? Turning around, Zhuofan gave a small wave and the crowd settled. Not even 7 houses' elders had such a sway over the masses. Thank you all for your support. Zhuofan's face was solemn, his words sincere. I hail from a third-rate clan and have already shown everything that I've learned, so that I may die without regrets. On the path of alchemy, what we refine is our hearts. And my heart wants is to be the best. I only ask that you watch my final refining and honor my parting. With his final word, Zhuofan returned to work hard on his refining, the difficult 5th-grade ingredients. But the heaven-toppling pill written on his cloak had everyone in tears. He was no mere genius of alchemy, but a man who pledged himself to alchemy. A hero with a noble pursuit. He was not like Vicious Pill King and the others making use of vile acts while refining. No, his heart was being refined to be the best in the world. It was a pure and grand heart of gold. You are so modest, Grandmaster Song. Please receive this salute from us. The eliminated alchemists watched the persevering Zhuofan despite knowing he'd fail. Their heart was filled with admiration, especially those who forfeited. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun laughed, unrestrained. No matter how much sympathy he'd garner, his life was through, as far as the 7 houses were concerned. Would these third-rate clans dare rebel against Regent Estate, the strongest of the 7 houses? On the terrace, Chu Qingcheng and the overseers knew he was a fake, but their eyes reddened still. Zhuofan's grieved figure, like a tragic hero, touched a soft spot in their womanly hearts. Xiao Dandan was bawling her lungs out, taking Zhuofan's words as a eulogy to himself. Xia Tianyang curled his lip in helplessness. He's good. Faking again. However, he should avoid faking it like before, allowing someone else to trip him up while he does it. This brat is shrewd. How can he fall for the same trick twice? Longzhou shook his head. The way I see it, he has something big planned. If not, he would not change tune so quickly. What plan? Rubbing her red eyes, Long Kue sniffed. This brat is so evil. If he's not making people angry, he's making them cry. Long Jiu was out of sorts. Little Kue, don't you also understand that he is acting? Why are you also crying? Long Kue complained. I was too engrossed. Staggering Long Jiu and Xia Tianyang laughed bitterly and wiped the cold sweat off their brows. Women! In the arena, Vicious Pill King had finished refining the ingredients and was beginning to combine them. The other alchemists were also halfway done with refining. But Zhuofan's refining hadn't even passed 20%. Vicious Pill King saw it and mocked. Punk, it's pointless to grasp the heart of the public. Even if you stir those trash into saving you, they have no power. Just wait patiently for me to climb onto the first spot and take your head. I wouldn't speak so soon if I were you. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, then gestured at the slowly refined ingredients. Universe Palm! With a muffled sound, light smoke started drifting from his hand. Vicious Pill King laughed. Ha ha ha. Killing the fire before the ingredients finished refining will destroy them. You should work hard even if you lose. Or is this your last act before dying? Zhuofan ignored his yapping. He was nervous inside, his attention riveted to his slowly opening fist. A pity that what greeted him was ashes and not a complete pill. Failure. Only. Zhuofan's heart sank and looked at Vicious Pill King. His concoction has melded. The only thing that is left is to shape it into a pill. If this went on, the third round's first place would be his. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan's eyes flashed coldly and his mouth perked into an evil grin. Old fart, you dared play tricks on yours truly before. This time I will return it tenfold. Heavens, what's going on? Grandmaster Song, who brought a failed batch of refining last time, has lost for the first time in 3 rounds. Is Elder Yan's deduction correct? Can Grandmaster Song really not make a 5th grade pill? Zhuofan opened his fist and showed the black ash. Xianxia even cried. She couldn't get to speak as a sharp glare landed on her. Shivering, Xianxia watched Zhuo's eyes in fear and closed her mouth. But her cry was already loud enough and everyone heard it. People started to feel uneasy and watched Zhuofan with worry. Those high on the terrace were even more nervous. Since the start of the 100-pill meeting, Vicious Pill King had been stifled. Especially the arrogant air that surrounds him. This is all because of Zhuofan. If Zhuofan lost, then who would be Vicious Pill King's match? Tao Danyang? Haha, she was quite a renowned 6th-grade alchemist, but Vicious Pill King never took her seriously. Everyone knew Zhuofan's secret ancient skill, and his talent had placed the Vicious Pill King on the 2nd spot. If Zhuofan was gone, he would once again be the best in the empire. The people now looked on at Zhuofan with hope. Even those who came only to bring some good alchemists back to their clans couldn't keep calm and looked towards Zhuofan. It was a disastrous loss for a young genius alchemist to lose the competition, lose his life all because of his low cultivation. But this was the reality. After his first failure, Zhuofan froze ashen on the spot, felt like an unimaginable blow and sank into despair. Ah, what a pitiful child. Many women started shedding tears. Vicious Pill King was snorting, no longer paying this despairing loser any more of his time, focusing on his own pill. The yuan qi flame in his hand burned hotter and the concoction was slowly taking the form of a pill. It wouldn't be long before Vicious Pill King finished. Meanwhile, Tao Danyang was getting nervous, trying to rush things. But her ingredients had only just finished being refined and didn't have enough time to catch up to Vicious Pill King, who was close to finishing. This was a time of crisis. Chu Qingqing's group was also nervous, shifting their gazes from the depressed Zhuofan to Tao Danyang and Vicious Pill King, watching them with clenched fists and sweating in anxiety. Ha ha ha, I win. The 3rd round's first place is mine, and so is the punk's head. Just as Tao Danyang's pill took a tentative form, Vicious Pill King laughed. Among the flames in Vicious Pill King's hand, a lustrous pill appeared. The completion was now imminent. No one could stop him from being the next Pill King. Humph, you're hundreds of years too early if you think you can best me. Vicious Pill King roared in glee. It wasn't easy. That punk had pushed me back the last 2 rounds, but now, I can show off my skill. The closer the pill was to finishing, the more outrageous Vicious Pill King's smile became. He was more glad now than when he made his first 7th-grade pill. Huangpu Qingyun was also nodding in satisfaction. Tao Danyang clenched her teeth in regret, and Chu Qingqing's group was filled with hatred. Everything had turned to dust and impossible to come back from. Vicious Pill King would become the winner of the 3rd round and was one step closer to earning Drifting Flowers Edifice's Bodhi root. No one could stop him now. Drifting Flowers Edifice would fall at this moment. Achoo! A sudden and violent sneeze echoed around and the fire in Vicious Pill King's hand exploded. Vicious Pill King lost focus for a moment and his beard and eyebrows burned alongside the pill to ashes. Oh! This shocked the crowd silly, looking at each other in a daze. Why did it blow up all of a sudden? The best alchemist in the empire wouldn't make such a mistake. Trembling, Vicious Pill King's body froze. He turned his head with a face so livid. An explosion was about to occur. And where was he looking at? It was nowhere else but at Zhuofan. The others also looked to find in shock that the depressed Zhuofan was no more, back to his usual self and sporting an extra sly grin. Below his nose there were 2 trails of green snot dangling. Success. He sniffed the green snot back in and Zhuofan smiled as he rubbed his nose in apology. Ha ha ha. Do forgive me, Elder Yen. I must have caught a cold. Everyone's eyes bugged out. Their faces twitched and couldn't figure out if they should cry or laugh. Grandmaster Song, your excuse is beyond lame. Even worse than vicious pill kings. Since when do cultivators catch colds? After chi condensation stage, no minor disease works, alright? Plus, you're in the bone tempering stage for crying out loud. If you wanted payback, then do it, no one's stopping you. But do everyone a favor and pick a better excuse next time. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Everyone could see it. Not to mention, Zhuofan particularly targeted Vicious Pill King to become the victim of the explosion. Vicious Pill King was so angry he was about to lose his mind. He was only a blink away from finishing his 5th grade pill and winning. But at this critical juncture, Zhuofan played a trick on him and made all his effort go out in smoke. It was the same as looking 5 decades for the treasure of his dreams, and just when he reached for it, someone pounded it with a hammer. Such pain was enough to make even his heart cry. T-Punk, I will kill you. Vicious Pill King's shaking was obvious to anyone with eyes. He was pushing the anger back. Though he didn't manage to hold everything in as his shout released his mighty power, causing the flames of other alchemists to sway. Backed by incredible pressure, Vicious Pill King struck a palm towards Zhuofan. Yet Zhuofan stood there smiling like everything was normal in the world. Whoosh! A silk ribbon flew that locked Vicious Pill King's palm in place. Chu Qingqing's figure stood next to Zhuofan and pulled on the ribbon to divert Vicious Pill King's attack. Elder Yen, this is the 100-pill meeting of Drifting Flowers Edifice. If you want to cause trouble, please leave. Chu Qingqing glared. Gnashing his teeth, Vicious Pill King stared at Zhuo behind Chu Qingqing and knew it wouldn't be easy to attack now. He pointed at Zhuofan and rebuked. Edifice Lord Chu, it's not me who started it. This punk broke the rules and disturbed my refining first. When did I disturb you? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, not backing an inch. Snorting, Vicious Pill King pointed at the crowd. Everyone saw you. My pill was almost finished and your sneeze ruined everything. Mishap. Zhuofan smiled. Didn't I say already? I caught a cold. Cut the crap. Can a bone-tempering cultivator even catch a cold? You cut it. A 7th grade alchemist can splash his mixture, but yours truly can't catch a cold. Zhuofan bit back at every turn. Vicious Pill King stammered for a while, tongue-tied. He was waiting for this. In any case, there was no way a bone-tempering cultivator could catch a cold, nor a 7th grade alchemist could splash his concoction. Since he used such an excuse before, then this brat could use it too. Vicious Pill King hated himself from being such a blabbermouth. He only had to use that old brain of his more and think of a better excuse and get the upper hand. However, now this punk had ruined everything with but a sneeze. Worse, there was no way to refute it. Taking deep breaths, Vicious Pill King calmed down with much difficulty. His green eyes flashed with hatred at Zhuofan. You sure have gal punk. Your snot was too damn precise. It chose the perfect timing to land on my pill and ruin it at the last moment. If the fire was still at the strongest, then your snot would have been burnt instead of landing in the crack of the pill and making it explode. Ha ha ha, what a genius. You are so precise in his sneezing that I have to admire you. Vicious Pill King's killing intent grew as sarcasm dripped from his tone. But Zhuofan took it in stride. You're far too kind. It's because we are the very best. Great minds think alike, you know. Just look. You are Vicious Pill King and I am Heaven-toppling Pill. You splashed some of your concoction, and I caught. Don't you goddamn dare say you caught a cold. Vicious Pill King cut him off in anger. I don't want to hear it. So he turned around, going back to his spot to begin a new refinement. Zhuofan shrugged. Only. Chu Qingqing saw Vicious Pill King go inside, knowing that trouble had been averted. With most of their power in this old coot's hands, and in Regent Estate's favor, falling out now would mean their loss. Thankfully, he still cared about his face and didn't want the world to know how despicable the Pill King Hall was, quickly defusing this situation before matters blew out of proportions. Otherwise, Chu Qingqing turned to Zhuofan and spoke so only the two of them heard. Dear, can you tell me who you are? A shiver went through Zhuofan as he looked at her. Why you? How did you know? How could I not? Chu Qingcheng smiled and reproached. Dear, I'm waiting for your honest answer. Jay, just don't shout, alright? Edifice Lord Chu, it's all just a misunderstanding. I really didn't know this was what you meant at the time. Zhuofan was waving his hands frantically, then caught Vicious Pill King beginning his second refining and was getting nervous. We will talk about this later, after I kick this old coot out. He started to run as soon as he finished speaking. Chu Qingcheng was startled and was more disappointed than bewildered. It wasn't narcissistic of her when she always thought that her character and appearance were outstanding. She saw with her own eyes how 99% of the men who looked at her had dirty thoughts. And even those exceptions would at least talk to her like normal human beings. But none went as far as to run away. Zhuofan ran as if a crone was out to get him. She couldn't help but feel angry. Why is this brat so different as compared to other men? Others will try to act like gentlemen on such occasions, eloquent and smooth-talk me into doing what they want. Well, I guess those men normally pluck the flowers of hundreds of women already. Meanwhile, this guy is still a virgin. Chu Qingqing's blushed, admonishing herself. Just what am I thinking? But she had no way of knowing what was truly on Zhuofan's mind. He ran because he once climbed to the demonic emperor position. He knew full well that righteousness and women were the biggest deadweights in a man's pursuit for power. He wanted to regain his demon emperor power, to rise above and beyond. And to do that, he had to cast aside such weights. Chu Qingcheng didn't return to the terrace. She stood there, watching the only man who moved her heart running towards his first-place spot. Meanwhile, Zhuofan only had a thirst for victory in his eyes, tacking a side glance as his returned archenemy, Vicious Pill King, now that he got his anger more or less under control, smiled wickedly. Brat, why did you even return? To make pills, of course. Zhuofan sighed inside. Vicious Pill King is the best in the empire after all. He recovered his calm after just a few breaths. Few people were capable of such a feat. Making pills? More like you came here to bother me. You overestimate me. How could I possibly dare to mess with you? Zhuofan snickered. Shaking his head, Vicious Pill King was refining his ingredients with one hand while he grinned. If not to mess around, then what other point is there? With your snail pace speed, there's no hope you can win. So, that's why you thought I came to mess around. Zhuofan was quite calm. Vicious Pill King eyed him with contempt. Ha ha ha. If this was your plan all along, it may not have been half bad. Stopping me from making a 5th-grade pill would get that Tao Danyang to finish first. Too bad, you were too conceited and spoke that nonsense about letting anyone who took first get your head. Wouldn't that also apply to Tao Danyang? Startled, the people's hearts grew nervous. Indeed, in this competition only Zhuofan couldn't afford to lose. Once he fell from the top, his head would fall with him. Ha ha ha. I will enjoy killing you just as if I was the one who won. You think Tao Danyang can stop me? Vicious Pill King cackled, finally venting and releasing his anger. Chu Qingcheng frowned in worry for Zhuofan with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Be as insufferable as you want but within limits. This old guy has leverage and will have your head. Yet, this is just how Qingtian would have acted. Chu Qingcheng watched on with love and hatred. Was she going to lose her loved one a second time? Tao Danyang was close to finishing when she heard this. Her hand trembled and the process stopped. Old hag, go on then. If you won't finish, someone else will. Zhuofan turned from her to Vicious Pill King and his eyes grew colder. Old coot. I told you. I will never leave the spot and no one can take it from me. Not you, not anyone. Zhuofan's hand suddenly ignited into a raging fire and gestured for tens of ingredients to fly inside. Watching the flame, it was no different from Vicious Pill King's or the other profound heaven experts' Yuan Chi flame. But after one breath, Zhuofan was sweating. Vicious Pill King laughed even harder. You little prick, your cultivation is not nearly enough to sustain such a strong flame. You're looking to die if you keep this up. Humph? Narrow-minded old goat. Yours truly will show you the difference between us. Zhuofan shouted and slapped the burning hand. With a bang, the flame burned twice as strong and consumed all of Zhuofan's yuan qi in an instant. At this moment, Zhuofan's eyes flashed and his burning hand made a fist. The fire and the ingredients were all now squeezed inside. In one blink, the towering flame had vanished into thin air. Only Zhuofan held his fist tightly. It was bright red and billowing smoke leaked from between his fingers. This whole process of putting the ingredients inside the flame and closing his fist took a few short breaths. Many didn't even catch him doing it. Scratching their heads, many looked at each other lost, not understanding what was going on. Vicious Pill King stared fixed at the fist and laughed. I was wondering what you're planning, but it's the same as before. Isn't it destroying all ingredients again? With ragged breath and ashen-faced, Zhuofan collapsed from exhaustion. But his smile turned unprecedentedly wicked. It seemed to convey endless confidence. Old coot, I may have done the same, but the result isn't. Taunting Vicious Pill King with his eyes, Zhuofan pumped his fist and then opened it. Everyone, the refining of a 5th-grade pill is now complete. Zhuofan's shout resounded throughout the hall, and a golden pill gleaming brilliantly spun around in his palm. The soothing fragrance, the luster, they all confirmed that it was indeed a 5th-grade pill. In an instant, the audience devolved into chaos. Just what did Grandmaster Song do? How did he suddenly refine a pill? The top 10 alchemists, closest to Zhuofan, cried incessantly, "That's impossible!" They saw it most clearly. How Zhuofan turned a batch of ingredients into a pill in an instant. But this was also why they just couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. They not only never seen such a godly refining skill, but did not even catch a rumor of it. Lu Yizhen watched Zhuofan in a daze, almost forgetting about his own task. His brain froze. He didn't understand ancient refining skills, but read records of them. Yet none of them held any reference that might allude to what this heaven-defying skill was. He made a 5th-grade pill just by closing his fist? If refining is that easy, what pride would the alchemists of today have? A pill taking 2 hours to make just took seconds in your fist. On the terrace, Long Jiu and the rest were dumbfounded. How was this alchemy? It was clearly pulling something out of thin air. This refining skill was too goddamned insane. It was no different from swindling. On the eastern terrace, Huangpu Qingyun and his men were dumbstruck as well. This brat? Huangpu Qingyun was so surprised he could barely speak. His men didn't fare any better. The only eyes not looking at the pill was Zhuofan, who was holding it. Swallowing hard, Zhuofan waved the pill before the flabbergasted Vicious Pill King. Old coot, ever heard of Universe Palm? Vicious Pill King blinked hard and swirled his head. He looked at Zhuofan like looking at a freak. He stammered for a long time, but all that came out was a garbled mess. The shocking Universe Palm was unlike any ancient secret skill he used before. This was a heaven-defying ability. The alchemists seemed to have been in a dream. A refining skill that defined the heavenly laws actually existed in the world. Snorting, Zhuofan said, "Did you see, old coot? This is our difference. The difference between heaven-toppling pill and Vicious Pill King is as big as heaven and earth." Vicious Pill King watched him dazed, and couldn't get any word out in rebuke. Zhuofan sneered with a shake of his head and showed the pill to Xianxia. "Forgive me. My cultivation isn't enough and could only refine a high 5th-grade pill. A perfect one shouldn't influence my spot, right?" The alchemists' faces twitched, feeling like crying. Making a 5th-grade pill in a blink is heaven-defying enough, so why in God's name do you have to make it a high one too? Are you trying to steal our bread? Xianxia felt dizzy. Zhuofan had to call her out a few times before he got a reaction. She rushed to receive the pill and assess it in detail. Grandmaster Song's high 5th-grade pill is successful. He keeps the first place and enters the final round to compete for the position of Pill King. At her words, Zhuofan turned around and spread his arms. He looked at the audience, his cloak billowing, a manner exceedingly arrogant, and shouted, "As long as I stand in this spot, no one can take it. Grandmaster Song, The crowd's passion was ignited and pumped their fist as they called out his name. The Pill King finals had yet to start, but he had already become a Pill King in their eyes. Hearing the rumbling and fanatic cheers shaking even the heavens, Xianxia looked envious. This punk does the same wherever he goes. If the world was in chaos, he'd be an overlord by now. Ha ha ha. Even peace can't stop this kid's rise. Long Joe caressed his beard, his eye trembling with admiration. I knew long ago he isn't someone to mess with, but it still leaves me in awe whenever I see him. I can't help but wonder, what's his limit? The others heard him and turned to Zhuofan, being the star of the show, acting just like a king. They had to nod at Long Joe's assessment. Xiao Dandan listened to them praise Zhuofan and pride got to her head. Her heart sweetened like honey. I found the best husband. He is leagues above the other men. Her thoughts were echoed by Chu Qingqing as well. Seeing Zhuofan worshipped by the crowd, the cheers he evoked unknowingly changed her slim body's position, striking a dignified and imposing look, as well as love-struck eyes. Every woman, even Chu Qingqing, hoped to find a shoulder to lean on. However, this was Drifting Flowers' edifice, a place where women governed. Furthermore, the people of Tianyu whose shoulders she could lean on could be counted on one hand. Not to mention, some had evil thoughts and were unworthy of trust. Not too long ago, she rested her weary body and hoped on the strong-armed Huangpu Qingyun, only to find out the latter chose his house over her. In spite of it all, Zhuofan came through in the end. She took him as a mere child and used him to comfort her heart. But she slowly came to realize that this man was the only one worthy of her trust. The praises, the veneration, and the kowtowing of the crowd was still ongoing, shaking the sky and jarring even the ears of the alchemists, meddling with their refining. Xiaoya was in the arena gesticulating all over the place and demanding silence. Don't shout! Please remain. But no one heard her. Her sharp voice was drowned in the flood of praises. The only thing she could do was stomp in distress. Grinning, Zhuofan raised a hand to catch everyone's attention. The uproar from before was gone in an instant, like it never existed. The crowd seemed to have faded from the silence, with only the flames of the alchemists in the arena making small burning noises. Everyone, other alchemists are still refining. Please keep quiet. For me. Zhuofan calmly flung his hair. There were nods all around and even some zipping their mouths. Xiaoya was exasperated. Whose goddamn competition is this? Grandmaster Song is too damn liked. Xia Tianyang's face twitched. Damn it. This punk is showing off. Again. In the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's mood sank ever lower. The bigger Zhuofan's popularity was, the harder it was for him to act. And this was something he did not want to see. As Zhuofan gained his current fame through alchemy, this was also the only way to crush it. And the only one-up to the task was Vicious Pill King. But Vicious Pill King's confidence had begun to falter at this point. Looking at him, one could see Vicious Pill King ignoring everything around him and focused on refining his pill with all haste. The situation had gone out of his expectations. Instead of losing, Zhuofan kept his first spot in the third round, while Vicious Pill King was now on his second round of refining, putting him in last place. The only thing that worked as intended was his speed, still very much capable of overtaking the others. Zhuofan knew this as well, and his grin turned into a sly smirk. A shiver struck Vicious Pill King out of the blue, but his mind was on refining. Suddenly, a flame flickered and Tao Danyang put out her flame, leaving behind a spinning and shining pill in her hand. Tao Danyang refined a high 5th grade pill. She enters the Pill King round. Xiaoya's crisp voice resounded. Zhuofan raised his eyebrow and directed his belligerent eyes along with his flout at Vicious Pill King. Oh, even the hag finished. Elder Yen, didn't you say something about taking first place? How come you didn't even make it second place? Vicious Pill King's heart boiled with anger, despite his quiet state. He knew Zhuofan's aim, to mess up his concentration and ruin the refining. Replying would fall into Zhuofan's trap, so he chose to bear it in silence. No matter what insults Zhuofan threw at him, he would ignore them. This time, Zhuofan had a lot of time on his hand. Time which the vicious Pill King needed. He was rushing as fast as possible or the chance of elimination would be high. At that point, the problem wasn't getting the Bodhi route but saving his reputation. Zhuofan knew vicious Pill King's mental state and wasn't worried. When you want to hit a person where it hurts, you need to do it at the precise time. Can't be too early or too late, and when you decide to go in for the attack, make sure he is sent to hell. Else there will be heavy retaliation. As such, Zhuofan's nagging was only setting up the playing field. He was simmering the opponent and would only truly act when the perfect chance availed itself. High 5th grade pill. Refined. A familiar voice suddenly came and Yen Fu showed the pill in his hand with pride. Zhuofan's eyelid twitched and laughed. Elder Yen, you taught one amazing disciple. He surpassed you. But now another spot in the finals slips from your grasp. Vicious Pill King didn't reply, but his raging glare pierced his prized pupil. The proud and cheerful Yen Fu felt a frosty pair of eyes watching him. When he discovered they were from his master, he started shivering and lowered his head, sweating bullets. He had now realized his blunder. In this competition, how could a disciple dare finish refining before his master? Wasn't this taking his master's limelight, openly defying him? He regretted it until his innards turned green. But what was done was done. Vicious Pill King also didn't waste time arguing with his moronic disciple, rushing to finish his own pill. Oh ho, that's Vicious Pill King for you. He can still hold it in. Zhuofan scratched his nose and smiled faintly at Yen Song. Ha ha ha. I must say, I do admire Elder Yan's staunch character, able to bear even your disciple's disgrace. Too bad you fell for it regardless. Vicious Pill King only snorted, knowing it all to be a ploy to mess with his head. He would fall for the trap if he truly replied. Uncaring if he heard or not, Zhuofan kept on talking. Did you know? I failed the first time I used the universe palm. Vicious Pill King's ears peeled without wanting to. He knew it was all a trap, but not even Vicious Pill King could block his ears when it came to a heaven-defying alchemy skill. With a vicious grin, Zhuofan resumed. I failed because the flame was too weak. I was perfectly aware of this even before I started. I didn't think of succeeding, just trying it out. In brief, I failed on purpose. Squinting, Vicious Pill King's heart skipped alongside his flame. He hastily calmed himself and resumed refining, but his hearing was now sharper. I only assumed the posture of losing for your benefit, while also earning the other's sympathy. All of it was to lower your guard, or my sneeze would have been stopped by you. With his jerking, Vicious Pill King's flame also trembled. He finally turned his head. So you acted right where the pill was at a crucial point when I was most relaxed because of imminent success. Punk. Such a vicious ploy is no less than you geekies. Ha ha ha. Don't please. You're flattering me, Elder Yen. Zhuofan said. A plan is something that makes use of all available elements around oneself. Elder Yen said that these people can't save me no matter how stirred they are. And you are indeed correct. They may not be able to save me, but they can help me deceive an old geezer. If you weren't taken by my wretched display, I fear you wouldn't have lowered your vigilance around me so quickly. Vicious Pill King clenched his empty fist. He hated himself for being toyed with by a brat at his age. Ha ha ha. Don't be so hard on yourself. Picking up on his thoughts, Zhuofan laughed. Since you've always been focused on alchemy, you're not that erudite in schemes. Losing is only natural. If it were you geeky, he wouldn't have been duped. Humph, no matter what, I have suffered greatly this time. But don't get too excited. There won't be a second time. Vicious Pill King spat through clenched teeth. Arching an eyebrow, Zhuofan laughed hysterically. Oh, forgive me, Elder Yen. This may be a tad insolent, but I must inform you that you've been had again. Startled, Vicious Pill King didn't understand. It was now that Lu Yizhen and 2 others shouted. In these few breaths of time, 3 more people entered the final round. You may be quick in refining. Your heart may be calm despite my words and didn't fail in your control, but I got to slow you down. A demonic smile was plastered on Zhuofan's face. Correct? Yours truly's aim isn't to mess your concentration. but to drag out your refining and kick you out. Frightened, vicious Pill King saw more and more alchemists around him were about to finish and was anxious by the second. For the first time, he was afraid. This punk is a plague. From the third round, no, since the beginning, he set up such a vicious trap for me to spring it. What's even more frightening is that he got me twice. Seeing the half-refined ingredients in his hand, vicious Pill King's mood grew gloomier. He walked this earth for so many years, but this was his first meeting with a deceitful opponent like Zhuo Fan. Since there was no way to block him, kicking him out was option B. This was Zhuo Fan's plan, cooked up from the moment he heard of the third round's condition. As this round was based on speed, cutting the old coot speed would make it harder for him to enter the finals. With an evil smile, Zhuo Fan watched vicious Pill King. The latter had been duped already, so why would he keep paying the brat any more attention? He was going as quickly as he could to finish the refining. And indeed, the best alchemist in the empire wasn't one to disappoint, speeding through the process like a bullet. In but a few breaths, he was done with refining the ingredients. Next was forming the pill. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan wasn't the least bit worried. There were some things that even though one knew they were wrong, they still couldn't stop themselves from doing them. Because they were still holding an interest in those things, and vicious Pill King was no exception. Ahem, Zhuo Fan coughed lightly. Elder Yen, I noticed your pill's ingredients and decided to run by you the 9th Heaven Roaring Dragon Claw's secret I used in the second round. His ears perked without his knowledge, despite knowing it was one of Zhuo Fan's ploys, despite being certain that this secret was bogus. No matter how bad it looked and felt, the temptation was too great. He wanted to know more about such a magical refining skill, especially since he was an alchemist. He was only a breath from forming the pill's shape, but now the process was halted. His speed was now under Zhuo Fan's complete control. Laughing inside, Zhuo Fan still kept a serious face. Oh, going by its name, it has a dragon and claw in it. So your hand must also take the shape of a dragon claw. What a load of obvious bull. Vicious Pill King was clear as crystal of Zhuo Fan's scheme and didn't want to listen. But he only got his ears to blame for betraying him. Yet, hearing the mention of a secret, he stopped to listen more closely. But what reached his ears was nothing more than some superficial talk from Zhuo Fan. He felt like crying, so wretched that he wanted to cut his ears off. With no choice, he turned to Xianxia and blabbed like a little kid to his teacher. Judge, this brat is disrupting my refining. What, Grandmaster Song, is hindering you? How? Xianxia looked skeptical. With a red face, vicious Pill King gnashed his teeth. The brat keeps gallivanting in my ear and distracts me. Silence followed throughout the arena, then shortly followed by rambunctious laughter. An alchemist's most important feature was his state of mind. What kind of alchemist are you to mess up your refining from a few words? How did you become the best alchemist in the empire anyway? Everyone looked out with mocking smiles. This never ever happened before. How could they have known Zhuo Fan's words struck a nerve? He didn't want to listen, but his ears were a whole nother matter. Everyone would feel the same if they were in his stead. The more he heard the maniacal laughter, the redder vicious Pill King got. His face was thoroughly caked in mud. Xiaoya's eyelid twitched, and cursed. Elder Yen, you're not a child. Why are you complaining to me about such a simple matter? Yeah, we're just chatting and getting to know each other. Why did you have to go out and tattletale? Zhuo Fan liked to make a mountain out of a molehill and jested. This launched the crowd into another round of laughter. Getting his anger under control after a few breaths, vicious Pill King shouted at Xiaoya. Wench, aren't you a judge? Do you even care? Why aren't you kicking this brat out? Fine, I do care, all right? Xiaoya shook her head helplessly and giggled an apology to Zhuo Fan. Grandmaster Song, I appreciate it if you would not speak with Elder Yen as he refines. Why not come into the guest's corner for a drink? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan said, Fine. I'll listen and won't talk. True to his words, Zhuo Fan's lips were sealed. Then, the next second, vicious Pill King found the world around him got quiet and turned to see the other competitors. Most of them reached the step to complete their pill while he was only at the molding phase. He sped up at once and gathered all the refined mixture into one place and took the final form of a pill. 5th grade pill. Completed. Another shout, another finalist. In total, there were 7 who qualified for the Pill King round. Vicious Pill King wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rushed urgently to finish the pill. Although worry had not left him in regards to a certain punk, fearful he might be up to something. For the remainder of the process, he divided his attention to Zhua Fan's every move, who, at this point, was on his best behavior, as if he abandoned any thoughts of thwarting Xianxia's progress. This punk is faking again. The last time you got me out of carelessness, but this time I will be on guard. The more this punk is at ease, the more certain it is he is waiting for me to show the slightest slip-up. Squinting, Vicious Pill King laughed coldly inside, while his heartstrings were also stretched taut. You won't get me a second time. Judge, I finished. Another shout marked the taking of the 8th spot of the finals. Vicious Pill King took a deep breath and worked hard to keep his calm while steadying the flame in his hand. Such a crucial time needed him to calm and tranquil. Seeing the pill in his hand had taken shape, Vicious Pill King gnashed his teeth and gave his 120%. This was a key moment and failing was not an option. The silent and unmoving Zhua Fan looked askance at his cautious nature in making the pill. Soon he reached the final step. All that was left was to spur the flame and condense the pill. Though he started to recall Zhua Fan's sneeze and was overly cautious of his interference, he could not be defeated a second time with the same trick. Vicious Pill King suddenly shouted inside, and the flame towered. At this exact moment the nightmarish sound came again. Achoo! Vicious Pill King's heart seized and flicked his sleeve to protect the flame, while also turning his back to Zhua Fan. But this scare shook his focus and the flame was trembling. Luckily, he was a veteran alchemist and stabilized his state of mind in a blink, preventing his pill from being ruined again. Sighing relieved, Vicious Pill King wiped his sweat and turned to see Zhua Fan, only to find the person in question sneezing in another direction and rubbing his nose like nothing happened. Noticing the old geezer's look, Zhua Fan eyed him back and cursed, "The hell you're looking at? Yours truly didn't disturb you." Stammering, Vicious Pill King was enraged, but no word came out. "You don't need to talk to annoy me. Your presence is enough harassment as it is." Vicious Pill King suddenly felt dead tired. Not of the body but in the mind. He had been on this earth for many years but never was he as exhausted as he was now. Who could go through the refining process with one's nerves stretched tighter than a violin? He had to admit to one thing though. Never in his life had there been anyone acting the same Zhua Fan did. Noticing his master's embarrassment, Yen Fu was taken aback. Never was there a time when his ruthless master was pushed back again and again. Turning to the first spot, he saw Zhua Fan with a cryptic smile, and his heart chilled for some unknown reason. Tao Danyang saw Xianxia sullen and couldn't help be chipper. Chu Qingcheng saw him getting toyed by Zhua Fan, and her eyes shined with affection. The people on the terrace already laughed their hearts out. Xianxia had been a literal plague over the 7 houses, but now he was put in his place by a newbie. One couldn't help but relish the moment. One thing was clear though, the brat wasn't ordinary. If any took his place, they would have long failed miserably. In the end, only Demon Zhua Fan had ever beaten Vicious Pill King. They sighed. Xianxia was wicked beyond words, and only someone more wicked than him, a demon like Zhua Fan, could settle this Vicious Pill King. Huangpu Qingyun and his men in the eastern stand watched the scared Vicious Pill King with trepidation. If this old bag of bones loses, the Bodhi root will leave my grasp. Taking deep breaths, Vicious Pill King watched the almost finished pill and worked hard to calm his mind. He knew what everyone was thinking, which made this bout was just as important for him as it was to Zhua Fan. If Zhua Fan lost, his head would roll. If Vicious Pill King lost, not only his name would be dragged through the mud, the Regent estate would bestow him its endless wrath. Vicious Pill King's eyes squinted and boosted the flame in his hand. The roaming pill inside the flame also lit up in a strange light. Vicious Pill King's eyes flashed and his mouth perked up at a corner in hope. Almost there. Just a bit more and I'm done with this exhausting refining. This goddamn round is so exhausting. Bam! A large sound came out of the blue. Vicious Pill King jerked and his towering flame shuddered and exploded. Vicious Pill King didn't even notice his scorched beard and eyebrows as the almost done pill was now junk. Vicious Pill King went stiff and stared into space. He turned around to see where the sound came from. Zhuo Fan scratched his head embarrassed with a dashing smile. Do forgive me. I just couldn't hold it and farted. Was it too loud? Success. Vicious Pill Kings couldn't stop trembling. He watched the beaming Zhuo Fan with his black beard whipping in the wind, but was unable to make one word from the sheer anger he felt. Ha ha ha, damn. I admire this brat. Up on the terrace, Xianxia slapped the table as he roared in laughter. No matter where you go in the Tianyu Empire, all you hear about Vicious Pill King is how powerful and influential he is. But when he is here, he's actually reduced to such a wretched state. Look at him, he is on the verge of crying. So angry he can't even speak. He's so miserable I even pity him. This brat is inhuman. How can he be like this to his elders? Ha ha ha. Xia Tianyang cursed Zhuo Fan while also laughing. Long Jiu and Jian Suifeng's gazes met and smiled. But when they looked back at Zhuo Fan, their eyes were filled with admiration. Long Jie and Long Kuei felt more and more complicated instead. They were of the same age and even came from one of the best houses in Tianyu, but they only got to be supporting roles for the elders of their house. While Zhuo Fan, a servant from a third-rate clan, was fighting head-to-head with the empire's most famous, and even came at an advantage at that. Why was the gap so large when they were of the same generation? Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer watched the thin figure in complete control over the whole situation in such awe. They couldn't even speak. The two tasted Vicious Pill King's cruelty and treachery on their own skin. Yet they knew. Not even the entire Drifting Flowers edifice was enough to defeat him. However, today, the old geezer was like a puppet played by this mysterious youth to exhaustion. His wretched figure, unable to even cry, was something the two women never even believed was possible. Was this the same cruel and sinister Vicious Pill King? Swallowing dryly, the overseers watched each other, but it was Iris Overseer, in the end, who walked to Long Jiu. Uncle Jiu, stop being so cryptic and tell us who is this fake Song you already? Whose clan's young master is he? Or is he an inner disciple from a sect? Caressing his beard, Long Jiu shook his head, his eyes at a loss. Clan? Ha ha ha, his clan is nothing more than a firefly. As for sects, I never heard of any being mentioned. In short, this brat is one huge enigma. Not even Uncle Jiu knows? Peony Overseer was startled as she rushed over. Then why do you have so much faith in him? Faith? Humph, as if. Xia Tianyang snorted. Out of everyone I trust, he is absolutely not among them. None of you know his true nature. 1 second he is buddy-buddy with you, and in the next he casts you aside, changing tunes faster than you can turn a page. If you put your faith in him, you won't even know how or why you died. This made Xia Tianyang recall something and his eyes were filled with dread. You cannot imagine a crueler and more sinister man in this world. I recall that condescending grin when he sold out Ninger and it gives me chills even now. Their hearts shuddering. The overseers noticed Xia Tianyang being truthful. But if this man was such a monster, why were Long Jiu and the rest respecting him so? Xiao Dandan was irked by Xia Tianyang's description of Zhuo Fan and barked. You keep saying my husband is your friend, but why do curse him behind his back and even call him a traitor? Me, curse? Ha ha ha, that's the truth of it. And he won't deny it either. Xia Tianyang laughed. But if there's one thing I admire about him, it's his hypocrisy. Then why are you all still friends with him? Peony Overseer asked puzzled. They all started laughing. How could we not? Iris Overseer was thoroughly confused. None of them clearly trusted him and even said he was worse than a human, but why were they so reliant on him? Like a true friend, leaving him in charge of everything. Wasn't this a contradiction? Seemingly seeing her doubt, Xia Tianyang smiled. Iris Overseer, Trust and entrusting are different things. He is not a friend worthy of trust, but he is a brother to entrust in. And that is because of his strength. Xianxia pointed at the wretched vicious pill king. Tell me, if it weren't for our untrustworthy friend, how would you have dealt with that old geezer? Shuddering, the overseers now understood what he meant. It wasn't that this mysterious youth was worthy of trust to place Drifting Flowers' edifice's fate in his hand. It was that there was no one else up for the job. Lounging in his stone chair, Xianxia's look softened when he gazed at Shuofan. Do you know why you have such faith in an unworthy friend? Because he is the only one worthy of it. Without him, I would have lost the one I love. I believe I cannot repay this favor for as long as I live. This is why I spoke without hesitation at the feast and put Sword Marquis's abode in the face of danger for Drifting Flowers' edifice's sake. This shocked the two overseers greatly. It now came to light that Sword Marquis's abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion did not help them because of Drifting Flowers' edifice, but because the brat asked them to. They started to laugh dejectedly. One of the 7 noble houses, Drifting Flowers' edifice, with a history of over a millennium, had loss in terms of reputation to a random kid. If grandmother knew this, she would be flipping out right about now. Achoo. On the first spot, Shuofan sneezed for no rhyme or reason, but for real this time. Rubbing his nose, Shuofan cursed inside. Who the hell is talking behind my back? He looked at Vicious Pill King staring blankly. It's gotta be this old coot cursing me in his mind. Don't you worry now. I will have your life soon enough. Shuofan's eyes flashed with killing intent. But this time, the old guy was innocent. Ever since his loss in the second round, out of anxiety, except for feeling anger, he didn't dare to even curse Shuofan in his mind. All who entered the third round were famous grandmasters of alchemy. He may not be up to Vicious Pill King's level, but he had refining skills to make up for it. After one failure, Yen Song could still catch up. But now, he fell behind too much and there was no hope for a comeback. He now started to truly panic, but the more restless his heart was, the less he could think of a way out. Shuofan laughed coldly inside, having foreseen this. In fact, the 2 failures happened all according to Shuofan's plan, right when they were about to finish being refined. This also worked to make him waste the most of his time. Even if he didn't intervene in his third refining, the Vicious Pill King still wouldn't make it. Plainly speaking, Vicious Pill King lost the third round, but more importantly, he was played around like a fiddle by Shuofan. Tao Danyang's eyes flashed in glee. She never would have thought Shuofan capable of having Vicious Pill King kicked out of the competition. Now, regardless of who of the 2 won, Bodhi Root would stay with Drifting Flowers' edifice. Chu Qingqing found Shuofan more and more to her liking. To take Xiao Dandan's earlier words, this husband was far stronger than the last. Got it. Vicious Pill King face-bombed out of the blue. He took out 8 silver needles in haste and stuck them in his head. Silver needle acupoint? Shuofan raised an eyebrow and smiled. The old guy wanted to seal his hearing and avoid any disturbance. Why didn't you do it sooner then? Yours truly needn't interfere since you're through anyway. But Vicious Pill King flashed a flame on his hand and threw ingredients in. 5th grade pill. Complete. And another shout came, marking the 9th finalist. The rest were also working hard. The slowest needed around 3 minutes, while the fastest ones are around half a minute. Humph. This old coot is done for. Shuofan laughed coldly while the other alchemists were getting excited. This was their chance, perhaps the only one in their lives, to beat Vicious Pill King. Suddenly, a blood arrow was spat into the flame and the fire towered 10 meters high, many times stronger than before. In a blink, all the ingredients were refined. Shuofan squinted. This old coot is dead serious on entering the finals to use even his blood essence. Too bad, not even this could make a pill in time. Then another blood arrow was spat and Vicious Pill King rushed to make signs despite the blood around his mouth. In a blink, the blood turned into the shape of a pill and the concoction resulted from refined ingredients rushed inside. A shout later, Vicious Pill King's flame grew bigger, and the lustrous blood pill came out while emitting dense energy. Vicious Pill King grabbed the pill and shouted, Fifth grade pill. Complete. Fifth grade pill. Complete. Only. At almost the same time, another shout echoed. Xiaoya eyed the two and came to Vicious Pill King, who finished first and nodded after inspecting the pill. Elder Yan's low fifth grade pill is complete. He enters the finals. He was pulling the last silver needle when he heard her. Vicious Pill King sighed and swayed. But this did not wipe the relief on his face. From his wan face, Xuefan knew he damaged his vitality. He may have qualified, but now he could refine no more. Since the 10 finalists have been decided, the rest will be eliminated. Not even looking at the pill of the alchemist who finished in close after Vicious Pill King, Xiaoya shouted. This caused an uproar, one born from puzzlement, as one protested. Weren't there supposed to be 20? Why only 10? Snapping a cold gaze at the speaker, Xiaoya flatly explained. I never said there will be 20. It just so happened there were 20 top cauldrons prepared. Her words sent them pondering, making them realize their false preconceived notion. At the start of the meeting, the judge never once mentioned how many would enter the finals and just started the competition. But, as there were 20 top spots standing out from the rest, they simply took it for granted. Realizing their own mistakes, the alchemists sighed in regret, especially the second batch of 10. They falsely assumed there was plenty of time and didn't give their all, wasting their chances. None of them considered that this was set on purpose by the Drifting Flowers edifice. An alchemist who did not strive to reach the top was unworthy to qualify. Unless of course he was like Xuefan with plenty of skills in their arsenal. After all, it was a universal practice to bend the rules and morals in any profession and let the strong ones in. Wait! The alchemist who finished after Vicious Pill King shouted his dissent. He was intimidated by Vicious Pill King but soon calmed in his heart as he declared his malcontent. Judge, my pill is a top 5th grade pill while Elder Yan's was a low 5th grade pill. We also finished close together. Reason dictates that the 10th spot ought to be mine. Quiet! It was Xuefan who got ahead of Xiaoya. His cold eyes stared pitilessly. Are you deaf? This round was based on speed, not quality. This is what you get when you can't even understand what is required of you. What face can you expect when you bark like a dog? Forget about who was first or last. If this old guy finished at the same time as you, he'd still be the one to qualify since he shouted first. All the alchemists were startled. Vicious Pill King and Grandmaster Song are in a life and death battle. Grandmaster Song would no doubt by jumping for joy if he could kick the old goat out. Why is Grandmaster Song speaking up for his opponent? They were confused, and so too the people on the terrace. Even Vicious Pill King eyed Xuefan with a stare. Tao Danyang watched worriedly from the side. Why is this brat defending him when he was working so hard to kick him out before? Chu Qingcheng was also clueless, her angelic eyes fixed on his figure. Under everyone's rapt attention, Xuefan snorted and took on a smug attitude in his berating. I know exactly what you're thinking. Indeed, yours truly wanted to kick this old guy out. But he used blood essence to refine pills twice, cutting away almost half of his life to finally win his spot. And let's not mention braving through my schemes. But even so, I will still win the Pill King round. In the meantime, I will not have this old coot fail from meaningless prattle. That would be a disgrace to me as an alchemist. Silence as the grave. Then, thunderous applause dominated the air, with worshipping eyes directed at Xuefan. Now this is the air of a true scholar. Open, frank, and of outstanding bearing. Even Vicious Pill King started to feel a thread of respect for Xuefan. He inched his withered hands and slowly clapped. Tao Danyang sighed, but felt quite prideful. This brat is sinister and cruel when is needed and frank when the circumstances demand it. This is a true man, a husband worthy of that girl. Chu Qingqing's heart exploded with love. Xiao Dandan had long been thrilled that she was trembling. It was impossible for her not to adore such a dauntless man. Xia Tianyang and the rest nodded in admiration. Xuefan was despicable, true. And scrupulous, also true, but was not nasty. Only evil. And his evil nature was embraced by his domineering character, making him an anti-hero. This man is a man of ambition, similar to myself. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun breathed out in lament. The others looked at him, then at each other in silence. Finally, it was Lin Zetian who spoke. Second young master? You took a liking to the kid and want to employ him? Absolutely not. He shook his hand. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with killing intent. A mountain is too small for two tigers. With his ambition, he will not deign to serve under another. He must be dealt with swiftly. Whether I get the Bodhi root or not, he must meet his end today. Huangpu Qingyun clenched his fist, his manner of unprecedented seriousness. A premonition struck me just now. He must die here, today, or Regent Estate will have an archenemy. The hearts of his men shuddered. Regent Estate was the strongest of the houses and wouldn't show fear even when matched against the other six. Why is it that the second young master evaluates this third-rate clan kid so highly? No matter how great his talent and skills were, he hadn't the power to fight against the Regent Estate. What they didn't realize was that Regent Estate's men were most skilled in grasping the heart of the people. If Huangpu Qingyun came to such a clear-cut decision regarding the kid's fate, it spoke of the possible threat Zhuofan could grow into and endanger Regent Estate. The men turned to watch Zhuofan with deep gazes. Only Lin Zetian, however, was uncaring as he flattered, "Ha ha ha. Second young master is overthinking. A third-rate clan brat, regardless if he knows some ancient refining skill or if he was even a seventh-grade alchemist, this is only limited to alchemy. He can't." Huangpu Qingyun's piercing stare snapped at him. Lin Zetian stopped with a shiver. "I will say it again. This kid must die today." Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with absolute conviction. The others had never seen him so determined. They could only nod, as each's eyes flashed with their own resolution. In the arena, the discontent alchemist cupped his hand in shame. Grandmaster Song is indeed correct. I never had the right to enter the 10th spot. Please do forgive my careless words. Having seen Grandmaster Song's imposing manner, I feel ashamed of myself. The man gave a deep bow to Zhuofan and left with a lowered head. This earned more reverence from the crowd. The man was ranked 13th in the empire in alchemy, known to nitpick on anything and everything. Yet the same man submitted willingly. Grandmaster Song is of impeccable moral standing. Zhuofan would have cracked up if he heard them. Moral was the least fitting trait when it came to him. It was more accurate to call him of ruthless standing, beating others into submission with power rather than reason. Xiaoya bowed in appreciation to Zhuofan. She had first despised him, then was shocked by him, and now had come to respect him, with something else mixed within. Zhuofan had no experience in this field to pick up these subtle signals. However, Chu Qingqing was one who always followed her heart. Thus, she noticed these signals immediately and could only shake her head. An outstanding husband is not always a good thing. Too many eyes will be on him. To all grandmasters that have entered the Pill King round, congratulations. You have a chance of getting Drifting Flowers Edifice's most precious treasure, the 9th grade spirit item, Bodhi Root. Xiaoya smiled. I ask that everyone move to their respective spots. The last 8 alchemists started to move in order. Their ability in alchemy was clear-cut as to who was strong and who was weak. Only Vicious Pill King fell from the 2nd to the 10th spot under Zhuofan's relentless harassment. Hey, old guy, give up. Tao Danyang felt quite thrilled to have finally got ahead of that old coot for once. Snickering, Vicious Pill King glared at the hag and snorted. What are you so excited about? It wasn't you who did it. Vicious Pill King looked at Zhuofan, now filled with a staunch desire to fight. He hadn't felt like this in decades. Brat, I have been unequaled in alchemy all my life. But today, ha ha ha. I have traveled the continent unchecked for decades, and not once have I found one worthy of admiration. But today, ha ha ha. Laughing, Vicious Pill King slowly walked to his new spot, yet his voice was still clear. Brat, we will have a true battle today and see who shall be the best alchemist in the empire. Shock pervaded the crowd. The arrogant Vicious Pill King, who saw no one as his equal, not even Regent Estate's leader, just acknowledged someone. On the surface, he might seem like he cared about the regent estate. However, deep inside he still couldn't care less about them. He was the first alchemist in the empire and had arrogance to spare. However, this time he met his match. 3 times they duked, 3 times he failed. He never suffered such a wretched defeat in his life. Yet now he was far from angry but jealous instead. It was as if he was back in his prime, filled with the thirst for battle. Tao Danyang was startled, getting the feeling he was looking at the vicious pill king of old. She smiled and said to Zhuofan, "Kid, the old coot already took you as his opponent. This is his approval of you. Tsh, since when does yours truly need his approval?" Zhuofan's tone was filled with coldness. "Old coot, you lost close to half of your life in the last round. Keep this up in the next one and you will fall. My life is my own. Today, I will win against you." Vicious Pill King shook his hand and spoke resolutely. Only. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan started re-evaluating the old coot. Vicious Pill King no longer had the cruel and sinister manner from before, but the bearing of a true grandmaster of alchemy. "Master, are you all right? Be careful of your wounds." After changing his spot, Yen Fu rushed to Vicious Pill King and looked at him in worry. Vicious Pill King, however, didn't even acknowledge his presence. Bam! Vicious Pill King slapped his face out of the blue, sending him sprawling 3 meters away as he barked, "Humph! You dare finish before your master? Did you not see how close I was to not entering the finals? Forgive me, master. I was wrong. I would have never considered it possible for that punk to—" Yen Fu crawled sullenly to Vicious Pill King, but the latter's words got stuck in his throat. Squinting, Vicious Pill King spoke icily. "What were you trying to say? That the punk played me to such a miserable state?" "Never!" Yen Fu lowered his head, sweating bullets. Shaking his head, Vicious Pill King said, "What, never? Yes, I was indeed played like a fiddle. Be it in alchemy or schemes, I failed on both accounts. Is there anything wrong with saying it? Even the brat admitted he could not kick me out. His plan failed. So what could I, in my sorry state, not dare to admit?" Yen Fu was shocked. He looked up in fright as he muttered, "Master, why have you changed?" "I have not changed, only returned." Taking a deep breath, Vicious Pill King gazed afar with eager eyes. It was unclear if he was speaking to himself or his disciple. An alchemist's mind should be set only alchemy. Success and failure are commonplace. It does not warrant covering it up. Vicious Pill King looked at Yen Fu. "Disciple, do you know why I hit you? Because I dared to finish before master and shamed you." Before Yen Fu could finish, Vicious Pill King shook his head and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Over that small matter? I only blame you for taking a spot and almost making me lose the chance to fight a worthy opponent. I never had such an opportunity in all my life." Laughing again, Vicious Pill King ignored his disciple and went to the 10th spot. Yen Fu was startled and turned his head to look at his master. He felt his master was unlike his usual self. His master used to emphasize results above all else. Successful refining was rewarded while failure punishment. Under such strict guidance, he had managed to surpass Lu Yizhen's rank and become one of the top 5 alchemists in the empire. Now, his master no longer cared about results but to have a fair match with the kid. If the kid had dared threaten Vicious Pill King's place of being the first alchemist in the empire from the start, he would have been long dealt with. A dead man, even with neat alchemy skill, wouldn't have been able to challenge him. Strange. Is it because the brat helped my master out just now? Yen Fu's heart was filled with questions. He had no way of knowing it was simply a hero respecting another hero. When formidable individuals fought, they may employ devious schemes, a dog-eat-dog battle, but a win was absolute and victory brilliant. Zhuofan did not manage to kick out the Vicious Pill King and openly admit his loss. It is fine if he failed this time. After all, there was still the next round, which Zhuofan intended to dominate. But from the gossip flying around about Vicious Pill King, it would be impossible for Zhuofan. Naturally, Zhuofan did not take their words to heart. He knew that these people could be used but never relied upon. After all, The sneaking and sinister way of a dowager had always been the weapons of the weak and the scorn of the strong. Vicious Pill King felt the same and now had his spirit aroused. He wanted to pit against Zhuofan in this round and win clean and perfectly so that Zhuofan would have no room to deny it. The battle between these two heavyweights was on the field of alchemy. Yet, it was also a fight to the death. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun stared at Zhuofan, then at Vicious Pill King. "Tell me, can Elder Yen win?" "Of course, second young master." Lin Zetian jumped right in with a giggle. Elder Yen lost the first 3 rounds, but from the 3rd round, the brat used an ancient refining skill that is taxing on the body. His best is a 5th grade pill, while Elder Yen is a true 7th grade alchemist. It would make no sense if he lost. "I see." Huangpu Qingyun nodded, but then smiled. "However, Elder Lin, thank you for reminding me. You said the same thing in the last round, staking your head on Elder Lin's victory, and how did it end?" Lin Zetian cursed in his heart as his smile froze. "When did I ever put my head for the likes of that old coot? Isn't it you who demanded it?" His only choice was to keep those words to himself and shake his head with a bright smile. Laughing, Huangpu Qingyun said, "Anyway, I do not expect anything from the old man. The loss in his first round can be said it was because of that brat's tricks. But he failed the second round from P." Huangpu Qingyun shook his head but then cracked up when he recalled Yen Song's wretched look as if he swallowed a fly. "All right, let's take it as the kid is quite able. But the 3rd round, a sneeze and a fart threw him back to the 10th spot. Is this still because of the kid's amazing skills? Second young master, Yen Song is usually a vicious and spiteful man. But to fail when it was most crucial makes him unworthy of bearing heavy responsibilities." The 5th elder stepped forward and started throwing stones at Yen Song. Huangpu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. "Elder Lin, what do you have to say?" Lin Zetian was hesitating. Second young master was clearly resentful over Yen Song's failures, but he had always stuck up for the old guy and their fates were tied. If he was a turncoat now, wouldn't the second young master never trust his words again? Lin Zetian gnashed his teeth. "Since I was wrong from the start, then I'll be so till the end. I hope this will be a chance for me and that old guy," he said. "Second young master, please relax. Elder Yen isn't the only one at fault, because his opponent is too sinister. In this Pill King round, the requirement is definitely above the 5th grade and the kid won't win no matter how cunning he is. Elder Yen will be the one to take the 1st place." Huangpu Qingyun eyed him deeply, not because he found Elder Lin's words right, but that this opportunist had a loyal side. He couldn't help but secretly nod at that. Lin Zetian noticed his admiring gaze and sighed, feeling proud. "This time I made the right call. It's not easy sticking close to the ruling class." In the arena, Xiaoya smiled at the 10 grandmasters in their respective spots and started the finals. In this Pill King round, everyone has free rein on what they make. Instead of speed, it will be the highest grade that will crown you Pill King in this 100-pill meeting. In an instant, some were worried while others were happy. Huangpu Qingyun's side laughed. It went as Lin Zetian said, with the final round based on an alchemist's true ability. Tao Danyang frowned. Zhuofan was in the bone-tempering stage and could only make a 5th grade pill after giving his all. How was he going to defeat the 7th grade alchemist Vicious Pill King now? Yet, by his appearances, Zhuofan seemed unconcerned. When Vicious Pill King looked at him, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he figured out that the kid couldn't always rely on schemes. The refining of a 7th grade pill at the bone-tempering stage may be pure fantasy, but, humph, this kid might actually pull it off. Zhuofan felt the old man's eyes and waved. He didn't think the one to believe him the most ended up being his greatest opponent. Then, for the purpose of fairness, Drifting Flower's edifice will provide high-grade ingredients for grandmasters who are missing ingredients. Xiaoya clapped, and a lovely group of hundreds of disciples pushed cabinets in the arena. The cabinets contained ingredients from the lowest grade to the 7th, and even a few 8th grade ingredients could be noticed. Swallowing dryly, everyone, especially the alchemists, were now greedily looking over the items. like a pack of starved wolves meeting a fresh lamb, like a pack of perverts meeting a naked and gorgeous lady. Damn, Drifting Flower's edifice is filthy rich. The sheer amount of ingredients here was not something a third- and second-rate clans could hope to obtain. Not even a first-rate clan could get them easily. I invite the Grandmasters to choose the ingredients you are lacking for your refining. A word of caution, however, do not get greedy. You need to refine with all the chosen ingredients. Otherwise, Xiaoya's smile penetrated their deepest thoughts. Coughing lightly, the people chuckled in embarrassment, then began choosing. In no time at all, they all finished, having returned to their spots. However, Xiaoya looked around and found one spot empty still. Looking at the cabinets, Zhuofan was there choosing, looting his booty. Only, he didn't take his time going from one ingredient to another but stuffed the whole cabinet in his ring and moved to the next. From the first grade to the 8th, he didn't miss one. The crowd was in total shock. Dude, can you not so openly rob the Drifting Flowers edifice? Grandmaster Song, why you? Xiaoya pursed her red lips, and despite knowing what he was doing, she couldn't outright say it. Before the 3 rounds, Zhuofan was nothing more than a nameless silk pants. Now turned number 1 famous alchemist. Some token of respect had to be present when addressing him. Even as the first in the empire, you still need to be ethical. You should not openly break the rules of 100-pill meeting. Xiaoya was watching him awkwardly. She could neither stand still nor let him do what he wanted. This was a pickle. Zhuofan's hands paused and raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say these are for us? So which is it? Grandmaster Song, I think you misunderstood me, she explained. These are only used as complementary ingredients to the ones you have. Yeah, but I am lacking everything. Zhuofan resumed looting the cabinets. The crowd was speechless. You can do that? The alchemists from before were also shocked silly, thinking they should have taken some more when they had the chance. Judge, if Grandmaster Song can do it, then there's no problem if I do it too. Lu Yizhen licked his lips, looking at Zhuofan and Xiaoya anxiously. If I don't hurry up, the kid will pick them all clean. He was a top alchemist, but he sorely lacked ingredients. Xiaoya glared. Grandmaster Lu, don't make trouble. You're saying you can use them all in this round. Lu Yizhen let an awkward smile, then shook his head on his way to his spot. With how many ingredients there were, who could refine them all? He couldn't mess with Drifting Flowers' edifice. Then again, getting a couple can't hurt, right? Lu Yizhen looked again at Zhuofan with admiration. He was plundering the cabinets like he was moving house. Just which clan or sect does he hail? There's no way a third-rate clan kid would dare perform highway robbery right under Drifting Flowers' edifice's nose. Grandmaster Song, you need to make sure you use all ingredients you are taking, or there will be serious consequences. Xiaoya had gotten angry and changed her tone. Zhuofan's hand slowed, then smiled inside. With how many there are here, how could they be refined in one go? This amount is enough for tens of thousands of pills. Then again, so what? Once he got crowned as the Pill King, he'd take the Bodhi root and haul ass out. The Drifting Flowers edifice could then do nothing but eat his dust. So, he might as well get as many treasures as he could. They'd be breaking all ties at the end, and it would be such a waste to leave these beauties lying here. Slowly turning his head, Zhuofan grinned. How do you know I won't be using them all? I'll do it in a jiffy. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. He then resumed his shameless picking. Xiaoya was close to crying. She never saw a more vile grandmaster in her life. Refining tens of thousands of pills on the spot, as if this was daylight robbery. The crowd watched the darkest horse in this arena, who had displayed alchemy skills more outstanding than even vicious Pill King, now robbing the cabinets of ingredients. To think this grandmaster has balls to rob Drifting Flowers' edifice. Yet, Drifting Flowers' edifice did not even try removing him from the premises. After all, who told them to give the alchemists free rein? And what if someone insisted he could refine thousands upon thousands of pills? Although far-fetched, that's beside the point. You can only settle this after the competition. Xiaoya waited bitterly for Zhuofan to load up his ring. When he stopped, Xiaoya was overjoyed and smiled. Grandmaster Song, are you ready? Then please return to your spot and begin refining. Everyone is waiting for you. Frowning, Shuofan turned to Xiaoya and his ring flashed. My storage ring is packed. Can you bring me another? Staggering, Xiaoya was about to collapse. The audience's faces froze. Grandmaster Song, you're too shameless. No, Drifting Flowers edifice does not provide storage rings. Xiaoya roared. Glancing at her, Shuofan snorted helplessly. What 7 noble houses? So stingy. Xiaoya was close to spurting blood. Thank God she choked on words and the blood stayed inside. She glared at Shuofan with such hatred that she wished she could tear him limb from limb. You took advantage of us and still dares to call us stingy? Is there anyone in the world more shameless than you? Looking at the cabinets, most of them were empty, leaving only the first and second grade ingredients behind. Xiaoya was this close to bursting into tears. These ingredients took Drifting Flowers edifice a whole year to gather. Some of them were close to 100 years old before being harvested. Yet all of them were swept clean by a damn punk. Drifting Flowers edifice aimed to show off their power by letting the participants choose their ingredients. But then, this fool came around and nabbed them all. Just you wait, brat. If you don't bake 10,000 pills, I will tear you a new one. Xiaoya glared with all her power at Shuofan to comfort her bleeding heart. Her slight, almost ephemeral respect she had for him before now burned in the flames of rage and hatred. This punk is a rogue. Shuofan had better things to do than care about her opinion. He scratched his nose and went to his spot. What is fame when tangible stuff is more valuable, he? On the terrace, Xianxia was piqued by his actions. Then asked, Elder Jiu, I heard you and the brat came to become allies. All his ingredients must be coming from Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Why is it that he looks so miserably poor? He was even moved by those first-grade ingredients. Humph, when talking about greedy people, even a needle on the ground can move them. Long Kuei berated. Xianxia raised an eyebrow in thought. Well, that's quite true. With this brat's character, everywhere he goes, not even grass is left. Long Zhou muttered under his breath, but actually agreed with Long Kuei's assessment. What little Kuei said isn't without wisdom. This brat sure is greedy. Veiled Dragon Pavilion may be his ally, but we can't just give him our best ingredients. We can only provide 4th grade at most. But for some reason, the attendant in charge of giving him ingredients suddenly gave 5th grade ingredients too, and lots of them. We later questioned the old and loyal attendant, but he would rather take the blame for sneaking the ingredients out than to say anything. Ha ha ha. That brat sure has a way with people. Long Zhou chuckled. His eyes, however, were especially dignified. Xianxia muttered, Damn. I know this brat is vicious to everyone, enemy and friend alike, but he can even dig out Veiled Dragon Pavilion cornerstones. That's not quite right. The attendant is still fine, working for our house as we speak. Even he doesn't know what got into him at that time to help that brat out. Shuddering, Xianxia and Jian Suifeng looked at each other as they sank in deep thought. They, who had a certain understanding of Shuofan, now revised their opinion of him. We must not, by any means, act too friendly with him when we interact, or he'll dig out everything from our house. The overseers were too focused on what happened in the arena to pay attention to their discussion. With every empty cabinet, their hearts bled harder. As the son-in-law to Drifting Flowers edifices, he shows not the least restraint when taking our things. But he even goes as far as not leaving anything. Chu Qingqing's angelic eyes now had a rare hint of killing intent. Rotten brat. Isn't what's yours mine? What are you taking everything for? You'll soon be returning them anyway. Xiaoya took a few deep breaths to push her anger down. Boring her eyes into Shuofan, she shouted at the 10 participants. With everyone ready, the Pill King round shall begin. Yuan Qi flames were ignited one after the other. Shuofan was unmoving, however. Xiaoya gnashed her teeth and spat. Grandmaster Song. Don't forget, you have to refine all the ingredients. Snorting, Shuofan had a smile of disdain. You daft? I ain't that stupid. Wait for me to be crowned Pill King, take my prize, then skip town. What will you do then? Boom! Like a roar of a huge beast, the sound from a blood-colored flame shook everything as it reached the heavens. The instant it appeared, the alchemists close to it had their flames shriveled up. Squinting, Xuefan laughed coldly inside. Humph! That old coot finally plans to show his true skill. This. Xiaoya jumped in fright from the sudden strange flame and turned in its direction. Lu Yizhen smoothed his beard as he gave a chuckling apology to his fellow alchemists behind him. Ha ha ha, terribly sorry. It is the finals and I must give it my all. Do forgive me if I offend anyone. No matter how polite he made it sound, his eyes couldn't hide the pride he felt. The alchemists swallowed dryly and eyed the towering flame and then, to their own lifeless Yuan-Chi kindle, feeling more and more despondent. How were they supposed to compete when another just snuffed out their efforts? They watched him with hatred in their hearts but also envy. Just where did this old guy get that flame from anyways? With that flame, his refining might reach the 6th grade. Xiaoya's eyes lit up and cried, Grandmaster Lu's flame must be from a 4th-level spiritual beast. The sky-blazing python's heart fire. I heard the sky-blazing python spends its time moving underground and its core is influenced by the earth's fire. It is so hot it can melt anything. No ingredient on this land cannot be refined with it. Grandmaster Lu must have been holding onto it for the final round. Ha ha ha, you sure are knowledgeable, girl. No wonder you're the judge. But besides a flame, one must also make use of an intricate refining skill. I have taken out this flame to increase my rank. However, I dare not aim for the crown. Lu Yizhen shook his hand with modesty, but his pride was no different from one who thought of himself as the next Pill King. Hypocrite! Cursed the crowd, in particular, the alchemists who only had Yuan-Chi flames and were influenced by the mighty blaze. He had a reason to be smug, of course, with how strong his 4th-level spiritual beast flame was. It not only increased his refining but also slowed down the others, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With such a flame, if 2 people were of equal levels, one would have his refining boosted by 2 grades. His confidence was well placed. Even you, vicious Pill King, my flame will lower you from 7th grade to 6th. Everyone could make this educated guess just from looking at the faltering flames around him. Just when the crowd was focused on the battle between vicious Pill King and Xuefan, it had now gotten even more confusing to whom the crown would place their bets on. Xiaoya sighed and watched Lu Yizhen in admiration. He was the true black horse of the 100-pill meeting. He hit it well. She couldn't help asking this though, Grandmaster Lu, I heard that sky-blazing python is very rare and strong as a profound heaven expert. May I ask how you obtained its core's flame? Ha ha ha. That time was truly dangerous. About a year ago. Humph. You're so cocky with just a stinking snake flame? Just as Lu Yizhen was about to retell his grand and historical venture, of the endless trials of hardship he had to go through, a snort stopped him short. Then marked by a humming, a small bluish flame flickered into existence. Its appearance cut the size of all Yuan-Chi flames in half. What was even more astounding was the fact that even Lu Yizhen's beast core flame shuddered as it turned lifeless. Crying out in shock, Lu Yizhen turned to find Yan Fu holding a raging dark blue fire and sporting a condescending smile. This? Xiaoya cried. Is this a 5th-level spiritual beast flame? From the fire swallow? Indeed. Yan Fu laughed coldly and mocked Lu Yizhen. I have bested you in the imperial capital, old Lu, and I will do it again today. Don't get carried away in thinking the Pill King title is yours. Ha ha ha. How laughable. You think you're the only one in this world with a special flame. Beet red. Lu Yizhen felt his anger boil but had no leeway to complain. He had to admit that a top alchemist was more than capable of getting himself a 4th-level spiritual beast flame. The least of all Yan Fu, who was Pill King Hall's core disciple. Sigh, I was too naive. In the end, who could compare with the 7 noble houses? Lu Yizhen gave a wistful sigh. Before he could rise completely, another one came to knock him down to his place. Now recalling the smug look from before, it only worked to color his face red. Young Master Yen. Fire Swallow is a 5th-level spiritual beast that even Radiant Stage experts have trouble defeating. How did you get its flame? Xiaoya's eyes were riveted on the flame. Grinning, Yen Fu swept his eyes over Tao Danyang and the rest of Drifting Flowers Edifice's female disciples and laughed. This flame was bestowed by Pill King Hall to me, the greatest of its disciples. As for how, humph, Pill King Hall needs only to want something and it will soon have it. His words didn't reach the average disciple because of the competition's noise, but Chu Qingcheng and her overseers heard it clearly, and glared at him. Even Tao Danyang's green face turned gloomy and terrifying. But he couldn't care less as he began introducing it in his arrogance. Alchemy is the balance of yin and yang. Old Lu's flame may perhaps be from a 4th-level spiritual beast, but the earth fire is too violent, unfit for refining pills. My flame, on the contrary, is fire yet it holds some water. It is also water yet it contains fire. Thus fire and water combine and yin and yang intertwine. It is the most fitting flame for alchemy. And only Pill King Hall's men know how to find such a flame. And so, the only ones who can be Pill King is... Suddenly, a green flame appeared before him. The common Yuan Qi flames shrunk again, and Lu Yizhen with Yen Fu's spiritual beast flames were also cut down to size. Emerging like a beast king from deep in the mountains, the other flames prostrated before it. Yen Fu squinted and looked at Tao Danyang's green flame in shock. Why you? That. Humph, your fire swallow flame is best suited for alchemy? You will first have to ask this 6th-level spiritual beast flame of mine, the Moon Fire Falcon's flame. What? A 6th-level spiritual beast. This caused widespread shock. Not even a Radiant Stage expert would dare mess with such a being. Just how did Tao Danyang get hold of this marvel? Xiaoya grew happy inside. Tao Danyang was from Drifting Flowers Edifice. After all, and praised, Aunt Tao, how did you obtain the flame of a 6th-level spiritual beast? Humph, girl, why ask when you already know? You think my old body has the skill to go pull the life fire from the belly of a 6th-level spiritual beast? Tao Danyang cursed as she eyed Yen Fu. Then the further away vicious Pill King, trying to shake Drifting Flowers Edifice's prestige. Then she shouted, "This is a fire is passed down in the Drifting Flowers Edifice to its best alchemist. Girl, remember, this is not a flame that can be sought. The Moon Fire Falcon flies 30 kilometers above and comes out at night to absorb the moon's yin while eating the spiritual herbs in the mountains. This makes its flame have the essence of the moon. It can increase the grade of a pill in refining. How can a mere fire swallow's flame compare to it?" Under the guise of teaching Xiaoya, Tao Danyang was in fact speaking loudly to jab at Yen Fu. Yen Fu gnashed his teeth but kept silent. A 5th-level beast flame was a cut short compared to a 6th-level beast flame. Not to mention, the Moon Fire Falcon ate many spiritual herbs in its life, making it far stronger than Fire Swallow. This ultimately made it unfit for comparison. Tao Danyang stuck her chin out in pride and mocked. Pill King title is only fit for Pill King Hall, is it? Humph? Punk. Be careful of making too big a boost and unable to back it up. Shuddering, Yen Fu glared at her as he barked. Old hag, don't get too happy. I am just a junior, not your match in alchemy. But don't forget, I'm not the best alchemist in Pill King Hall. My master, Vicious Pill King, is. Yen Fu turned to Vicious Pill King and shouted, Master, open the eyes of these ignorant fools and let them see your true strength. The people turned their attention to Vicious Pill King, waiting for the best alchemist in the empire to let out his best skill. Only the few Grandmaster alchemists who used Yuan Qi flames felt like crying looking at the puny flames in their hands. Grandmasters, you're all so rich you all have beast flames. But we are dirt poor, using the weakest flame made of Yuan Qi. Have some mercy and don't take out an even more amazing flame or our Yuan Qi flames won't take it. We won't even be able to cook rice, let alone pills. Master! Yen Fu's call echoed in everyone's ears, but Vicious Pill King seemed oblivious. His eyes fixed on one place only. It happened even at Yen Fu's second call. Following his sight, What lay at the end was the first spot where Zhuofan stood with his arms crossed and eyes closed. In Vicious Pill King's eyes, this opponent was the only one who could light his competitive spirit. Taking a deep breath, Vicious Pill King shouted, "Kid, don't you have any other special skills in store for this final round?" Flashing his eyes open, Zhuofan shot him a look and snorted, "If yours truly has or not, what's it to you?" "Quite a lot, actually. I want to have a showdown with you, a fair competition. If you're still hiding your skills, then I shall be using the flame that had been with me for years to win. But if this is all you had to offer, I won't take advantage of your plight. Even keeping my flame hidden, I can still beat you just with a plain Yuan Qi flame." Such bold words. The people's hearts shivered, their faces gloomy. If Vicious Pill King said this before, none would have anything to comment. Just who could beat the best alchemist in the empire? But now, after losing to Zhuofan 3 times, his words were akin to an empty boast. "Oh please, don't you recall how Grandmaster Song pissed, sneezed and farted you out of the second spot? If not for wasting half of your shriveled life, you'd never even be in this round. It happened just a few minutes ago. Did you go senile, you old coot?" Not only Chu Qingcheng looked derisory at him, but the rest of the audience as well. But Vicious Pill King only had eyes for Zhuofan. Anything else, even the despising glances directed to him, were of no consequence. Zhuofan squinted and snorted, "Humph! Then let yours truly enlighten you. I indeed have hidden one skill. Don't you worry your old little head about it and go all out. The title of Pill King will be mine regardless." "Ha ha ha, all right. Then I shall rest easy. You are the first opponent in decades that can make me exert all my ability in alchemy. Please, after you." Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan asked, "Why do you want me to go first? Shouldn't we both do it at the same time?" With an ambiguous smile, Vicious Pill King showed a proud expression. "Youngster, I'm not bragging when I say that even with your great refining skill, you won't finish that pill once I let out this old flame of mine. In hope that you can exert your best, I will start after you finish. It wouldn't matter if I finish a bit later. This round is based on the grade after all." Zhuofan's mouth perked at one corner and almost laughed. The old coot has total confidence in his flame. But so did he in regards to his azure flame, his secret weapon. Just that it got him wondering which was stronger, his azure flame or the old coot's. "There is no doubt. Mine is better." It was one of those treasures that the demonic emperor would covet. Smiling, he said, "Since Elder Yen is so sure, by all means, take out your flame and let us all widen our horizons, while also letting me know if I should just give up right now." "Yeah, master. Just let them see your might." Yen Fu cheered. Laughing, Vicious Pill King never felt more excited as of this moment. "If you want to see it so much, then here it is." With a cackling laughter, a white fire burned in Vicious Pill King's thin hand. Then, a wicked face appeared within the flame. That cackling laughter actually came from it. Its appearance snuffed out all the Yuan Qi flames around. Lu Yizhen, Yen Fu and Tao Danyang's beast flames acted as if something dreadful appeared and shrank to half their size, as if prostrating before their king. Shock was an understatement, as even Zhuofan's eyelids trembled. Who knew this old guy was actually hiding something so valuable? This? Tao Danyang was scared out of her mind. Yen Fu raised his head in pride and laughed. "Do you see that? This is the flame master chanced upon a decade ago. The heaven and earth spirit flame, bone soul true fire. A heaven and earth spirit flame. Success." Those words evoked gasps of sheer amazement from all around. The people watched the evil face in Vicious Pill King's hand and their hearts sighed. Even the alchemical disinclined knew that the heaven and earth spirit flame was made from gathered spiritual energy of heaven and earth that over millions of years and had gained spirituality. The flame was actually alive, a veritable king among flames. The 5th and 6th level beast flames were nothing compared to it. The flame was the body while the wicked face was the spirit of the bone soul true fire. It not only could refine any kind of ingredient but also amplify their effects and raise the grade of the pill. It was every alchemist's dream to have one. Vicious Pill King was the best alchemist in Tianyu for a reason after all. Now, no matter what secret refining skill Zhuofan used, it would be of no importance. Did you not see how the Yuan Qi flames got snuffed? They couldn't stand its power. Even those beast flames were shirking away. 3 things were of most importance to an alchemist: cultivation, refining skills, and flame. When the flame was wilted from the pressure of another, winning was impossible. Sighing, the people turned to Zhuofan, shaking their heads in pity. How sad! An extraordinary alchemist was so close to beating the best alchemist in Tianyu, but under the flame's suppression. Failure is imminent. If he fails here, we will lose another genius. The heavens must be truly jealous of geniuses. The thought didn't even cross their mind if Zhuofan, with how young he was, and his background, had a flame that could counter Vicious Pill King's heaven and earth spirit flame, since not even the 7 houses could pass along such flames. This old guy's luck had to be off the charts to stumble upon the Bone Soul True Fire. Sensing everyone's fear and awe of it, the white flame's face cackled madly in excitement. The laughter was jarring to the ear and filled with boundless despise, just like a ruler who won and lorded over his enemies. Tao Danyang sighed and closed her eyes. If she knew the old man to have such a spirit item, she wouldn't have wasted her energy and just gave up. Then again, now that she recalled, the one who won 3 times against Vicious Pill King was none other than him. Tao Danyang turned to Zhuofan and shook her head. Not even the brat can get out of this one. Chu Qingqing frowned in worry. She was looking at Zhua in hope he had a way to turn it all around. But Zhuofan's face never wavered. He was always calm, as if he was in deep thought. The overseers were beside themselves in worry. Only Long Zhou's group was unfazed. According to Zhuofan's plan, winning wasn't a must. At worst he'd just bolt. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's group had long since started laughing. The old man actually had such a treasure hidden. Losing now is impossible, ha ha ha. Huangpu Qingyun laughed. Vicious Pill King is definitely worthy of his title. The others nodded, with the happiest being Lin Zitian. At some point, he tied his fate with Vicious Pill King over a reason not he was sure of. But now that Vicious Pill King was at an advantage, the second young master was excited and he was basking in the glory nearby. Elder Lin. Huangpu Qingyun smiled. Lin Zitian rushed next to him. Yes. The moment the kid loses, rush over and take his head. Understand? Startled, Lin Zitian said. Why me? Isn't Elder Yen supposed to do this? Squinting, Huangpu Qingyun snorted. If he were to move, Qingcheng would be sure to block him. I do not wish to further alienate her from me. Your Merry Woods is focusing on speed, so taking the kid's head in an instant is easy. Qingcheng would be enraged, but would not dare to make everything worse over a dead man. Realizing what he meant, Lin Zitian gave a thumbs up. Nice, second young master is truly wise. The other men felt their stomachs churning as they secretly cursed him for being shameless. Huangpu Qingyun's smile seemed to say everything was dancing in his palm. But just then, the crowd froze in shock seeing Vicious Pill King's flame swayed around Zhua as he laughed. Ha ha ha, brat. Now you know why I told you to go first? Even if you have a beast flame, it won't do you any good with my Bone Soul True Fire out. Didn't you want to get your hands on the Bodhi root? Zhuofan was still calm. Taking a deep breath, Vicious Pill King seemed to recall something and laughed. Yes, I indeed want it. But what I want more is to win against you fair and square. To see who among us shall be the best alchemist in Tianyu. Defeating you because of the flame's power is not something I will ever accept. Zhuofan looked long at him. He may be shameless and despicable, cunning and vicious, but when all is said and done, he is a tough Grandmaster alchemist. It's kind of a pity for him to be in the Pill King Hall. A wicked grin plastered on his face. Zhuofan seemed to have something special in store. Yan Fu's heart seized. He understood his master's intention and wanted to advise against it, but Vicious Pill King shook his hand. Did the old fart turn senile? Huangpu Qingyun sensed the situation spiraling into an undesirable direction and clenched his fists. Lin Ziyan wiped the cold sweat from his brows. His mind was on edge. Old coot, you're vile and wicked. So why the hell are you doing the exact opposite at a crucial time like this? Cut the righteous act. Both our lives are at stake here. Catching the Eastern Stand's people's reaction with a side glance, Shuafan swiveled his eyes on Vicious Pill King. Old man, I appreciate the thought, but there really is no need for that. It's best you go ahead and refine. Vicious Pill King stared at Shuafan in astonishment. Shuafan's words were backed by unfaltering confidence. He did not propose to do it together and see who was stronger, but directly urged Yen Song to go fist. Does he have an even stronger flame than Bone Soul True Fire? He fears that his flame will affect my own. Vicious Pill King's heart trembled, but he couldn't find it in himself to believe that the world could house a stronger flame than the heaven and earth spirit flame. Ha ha ha! Youngster, don't brag. Taking your age and background into account, the most you can afford is a 4th-level beast flame. You think it's enough to stand toe-to-toe with mine? Vicious Pill King was probing Shuafan, who only smiled. Such action only made Shuafan look more mysterious that even the rest were at a loss for words. You're telling us that Grandmaster Song has a mystical flame that can stand against your Bone Soul True Fire. This would make the final round more exciting. 2 Grandmasters, 2 heaven and earth spirit flames, fighting toe-to-toe for the crown. In a blink, the crowd's nervous eyes landed on Shuafan, eagerly awaiting his answer. Chu Qingcheng and the overseers were especially nervous. In terms of refining skills, Shuafan was a cut above Yen Song. Coupled with a possible heaven and earth spirit flame, this could all work to compensate for his weak cultivation. Only Xia Tianyang felt disdained as he laughed. Don't go and believe his hosh-posh people. That brat is up to his neck in faking again. He is in a battle of minds with the old man. I've seen this trick too many times to count. Long Zhou and the rest nodded. With how deep and twisted the kid's plans went, it was very much plausible to be a tactic of his to unnerve Yen Song. Today's events proved it. Yen Song himself suffered at Shuafan's schemes again and again, making him grow cautious. After some careful thought, he laughed. Kid, I am frank with you, but yet you still use such petty tricks to mess with my head. The same tactic won't work on me again. What makes you think I am? Shuafan raised an eyebrow. Humph, by no means do you have a heaven and earth spirit flame, perhaps not even a beast flame. You are only pretending so as to disturb my mind. You used these cheap tricks in the previous 2 rounds already, and you want to do it again. Shaking his head, Shuafan sighed. Vicious Pill King, you have such a low opinion of me. You take yours truly as nothing but a vicious and petty schemer, whose plans only amount to lying about having a heaven and earth spirit flame to mess with your head? Is that what you think my plans amount to? I'm hurt. Pausing, Vicious Pill King realized it was indeed so. Shuafan may have sneezed and farted. Nothing but petty tricks. But it hit right when it hurt him the most. Each and every time, his focus crumbled at the most crucial moment. If his mind was not as strong, he would have long devolved into chaos, unable to continue refining. Compared to the last 2 times, Shuafan's words now were a bit disbelieving, but not enough to affect his mind. This only threw Vicious Pill King into even deeper confusion. In his eyes, Shuafan had become an enigma, whose every gesture and random act were filled with intricate mysteries. Never had he encountered such a baffling opponent in his life. Damn it! Who'd have thought picking a fight with this punk would end up becoming a torment? Vicious Pill King couldn't come to a conclusion even after some long and hard thinking. He just gnashed his teeth in the end and howled. Brat, no matter what flame you have, take it out. I want to have a fair match with you, so stop jumping at every shadow. It is because I have the same wish that I do not want to reveal it. I still insist on letting you go first. Shuafan sneered. If I do take it out, you might lose your desire to even compete. Starting together would end in your loss, no doubt about it. His words sounded even more cocksure than Vicious Pill King's from before. They were so outrageous that none of the people there believed him. A flame that can cow the best alchemist in the empire to surrender just at the sight of it. Does it even exist? Not even Vicious Pill King was that outrageous before pulling out his white flame. Dude, take a closer look. He holds the Lord of the Flames, a heaven and earth spirit flame. Even if you have the same kind of fire, it will only result in a tie. Even if by some off chance it is stronger, how much could it actually be compared to Xianxia's? You're saying your flame is so freakish that it can suppress a heaven and earth spirit flame, just as the latter suppresses beast flames. Did the world even have such a thing? Humph. He's clearly faking and bragging, yet none of his words sound believable. Xia Tianyang mocked. Vicious Pill King laughed. Kid, you take me for a 3-year-old? The world does not have such a savage flame. If you can take it out, then I will directly kowtow 3. Suddenly, his voice was choked with the appearance of an azure flame above 2 of Zhuofan's fingers. It was as calm as candlelight, unimpressive in the slightest. But this plain azure flame descended on the world like a monarch. Its invisible pressure befell like a mountain. The cackling bone soul true fire now seemed to have found its nemesis and scurried back into Vicious Pill King's body, never to come out again. Not even at Vicious Pill King's incessant urgings. If a heaven and earth spirit flame was so decisive, then Lu Yizhen's, Yan Fu's and Tao Danyang's beast flames were even worse. They had no spirituality, but they nonetheless trembled under the azure fire's pressure and died out. When the monarch of flames descended, no common flame dared to burn. All the fires died out in a blink, even the other alchemists. Only Zhuofan's frail azure flame let out a soft glow. The shock was incomprehensible. Even Vicious Pill King stared slack-jawed. What is this? The heaven and earth spirit flame ran. Vicious Pill King's body was swaying. He was the owner of Bone Soul True Fire and could feel it shivering in fear. What flame is that? Zhuofan looked at his azure flame with a smile. Who knows? It's been given to me anyway. His cheeks twitching, Vicious Pill King trembled. Why is it that I wasn't lucky enough to have someone give me such a strong flame? When he chanced upon the Bone Soul True Fire, he'd been so thrilled he couldn't sleep a wink for how much fortune smiled upon him. He could have died happy. But here, now, in Zhuofan's presence, his bit of luck was lackluster, to say the least. Now, do you still want to refine? Zhuofan snickered, letting the azure flame sway in front of him. Vicious Pill King's eyes reddened from envy. How the hell could he still refine? His entire mind was set on that frail flame. He was almost consumed by the desire to just seize it. Zhuofan laughed, knowing perfectly well what Xianxia was thinking. Now do you believe me? Well then, Vicious Pill King, let me ask you. Who's the petty one? Vicious Pill King felt like crying. God damn it. This punk is unfathomable. 3 rounds ago he spoke not a grain of truth, and now he said the most unbelievable things, yet it turns out to be the whole and unfurnished truth. Curses. His plots are too sinister for me to unravel. Despite being filled with regret, Vicious Pill King still reddened as he admitted, Pardon me, Grandmaster Song. I have wrongly mistaken a gentleman for being petty. Ha ha ha, lighten up. It's enough to know that I'm a perfect gentleman. Zhuofan laughed and not only made the old man redden harder from shame but even flaunted. Then, wanna go ahead and refine? Or maybe, together? You joking? Refine with you? How, when any and all flames were snuffed because of yours? I get why this punk said there was no competition if both refined together. Vicious Pill King sighed and admitted it despite the humiliation it brought. Pardons, Grandmaster Song. I was overconfident. I shall go ahead and refine first. All right. With my generous nature, I shall let you begin. Zhuofan smiled and took back his azure flame while crossing his arms. Even so, he couldn't help himself from muttering, Stingy. How unreasonable. His voice may have been soft, but all heard him. Vicious Pill King staggered. He was truly pissed but felt more aggrieved than anything else. I rarely want a fair fight, and what do I get? Humiliation. Being good is not all that cracked up to be. He was oblivious, though, that as he was feeling sorry for himself. Zhuofan nodded in his mind, and his mouth widened into a broad and satisfied smile. Holy cow, he wasn't faking. The brat did have a card up his sleeve. On the terrace, Xia Tianyang stumbled. Then it hit him. Right, he used the same azure flame against Yugiki too. I took it as some martial art at the time, but now I see that it's actually a heaven and earth treasure. It all made sense now, how he faced Hell Valley's profound ranked martial art and easily overcame it. The azure flame could easily handle a heaven and earth spirit flame, so it was only natural to be able to deal with Yugiki's wicked skill. Xia Tianyang found himself looking at Long Jiu. This brat has so much stuff on him that makes him a walking treasury. Are you sure he's only a third-rate clan kid? Why are you looking at me for? I'm as clueless as you are. Long Jiu snorted, then kept watching Zhuofan. Veiled Dragon Pavilion had looked again and again into Zhuofan's history, but they always came with the same answer. A servant that never left the Luo clan. Yet the night of the Luo clan's demise marked his complete change. A mere servant took the four-membered Luo clan and pulled it through the crisis. Along the path of remarkable wisdom and deep schemes, he changed the fate of the Luo clan, turning it into a future opponent for the 7 noble houses. Veiled Dragon Pavilion weren't fools, of course, especially Long Jiu. Their new hatred for Hell Valley was all because Zhuofan instigated it. Yet, even so, they were willing to take this burden for him. First, just as Zhuofan predicted, Veiled Dragon Pavilion was not about to show weakness before their archenemy, Hell Valley. With how deep their hatred was, adding one more debt was of little concern. Not to mention, in the great battle of Windgaze City, making them carry the killing of those 2 elders was in fact a favor. Even when he was summoned by the Emperor, the Pavilion Lord was grinning from ear to ear. It had been years since Pavilion Lord was this excited. And secondly, Zhuofan's power shocked every one of them to the marrow. Even Veiled Dragon Pavilion's highly ranked men started discussing with Zhuofan when he was but a chi condensation cultivator. None of them could have come with a more perfect plan than his. Sowing dissension, escaping, bidding his time to land the final blow. It all may have seemed simple tactics, but their execution would have been far from his. This was something easily understood by reading the 2 houses' millennia-long feud. Moreover, Zhuofan was very skilled. Not only he could set up a 5th-grade array, but he also had many long-lost ancient arrays. After so many miracles, Pavilion Lord's quick decision to cooperate with Zhuofan was met with no objection. And that was only because this kid's actions left everyone unable to unravel his true purpose. From the looks of it, Zhuofan's change seemed to have started from that fateful night. Before it, he was just an honest-to-God and shy servant. After it, he changed into the sinister and cunning steward that none in the 7 houses could compare with. That night was the crux. But what did happen that night? Taking a deep breath, Long Jiu was filled with confusion, trying to pick some hints by looking at the smug figure, only to sigh in the end. He may very well be the only one who knows the answer to this riddle. Totally oblivious of Long Jiu Group's comments, the overseers had long been skipping in joy at seeing vicious Pill King taken down a peg. Again. Just like some 16-year-old girls, blushing to the ears. This was the finals after all. Pushing the old man back would help in increasing his chance of winning it. Xiao Dandan had never seen her senior aunt and master so happy in her life. She knew they were happy, and so was she, raising her pretty face in pride, as if to tell the world, "Here comes my man." As Chu Qingqing saw that figure growing in authority, her heart grew with love, though still reserved enough not to be so frank about it as Xiao Dandan. But her eyes couldn't hide the warmth and feelings she had for him. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's elegant visage was now twisted in rage. Even the most oblivious of his men could see he was best left alone, if they valued their life. But did that mean he wouldn't come to you by himself? Elder Lin. Huangpu Qingyun squinted and snapped. Lin Zetian shivered and stood at attention, though his heart was on the verge of crying. Second young master, orders? Didn't you promise me that the old fool will win? Well, where is his win? He quoted fairness and offered to let the punk refine first, only to be shamed further. What fairness? He wouldn't have brought more shame on himself if someone else did that to him. Second young master, Elder Yen isn't the only one at fault. Lin Zetian spoke over Huangpu Qingyun to curb his anger. or he would have been sent into the fray sooner than needed. At that time, that bastard vicious Pill King would have been long gone and he unable to deal with the kid alone. To safeguard his life, he had to speak up. He continued anxiously, "Second young master, you saw it too. It's not Elder Yen who is powerless, but that punk is just too freakish." Lin Zetian stammered for a long time before coming with an apt description. "The heaven and earth spirit flame is the lord of the flames. But who saw it coming that the brat would pull an even more freakish flame, rendering the lord of the flames inferior? None of us did." Huangpu Qingyun rose his hand at first but soon put it down. He had calmed down somewhat after those words, though his calmness was one that inspired fear. He looked at Zhuo Fan. "Indeed, this is not on Elder Yen, but all because that brat is too strong." This was the first time Huangpu Qingyun admitted Zhuo Fan's strength. His men trembled. Their second young master was a man of immense pride who never acknowledged anyone. Yet here he was praising someone for their strength and was also quite sincere at it. Perhaps Huangpu Qingyun's anger wasn't because of Yensong's setback, but his unwillingness to admit someone could have the same authority as him. This was something a proud and domineering man like himself would never allow to happen. Therefore, they all looked at Zhuo Fan as if he was already dead. And sure enough, Huangpu Qingyun followed with, "Elder Lin, there's no need to act anymore. I will kill that brat myself." Then what of Edifice Lord Chu?" Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with naked killing intent. "I want to avoid fighting with Qingcheng, but I can never find peace until I kill the kid myself." His men's hearts shivered as they nodded. Whoosh! Vicious Pill King let out his white flame again and Xiaoya rushed to stop him. "Forgive me, Elder Yen, but because of your flame and the beast flames, the other alchemists can't refine. So, to give a fair judgment, I can only ask all of you to refine one at a time, from weak to strong." "Humph! You want me to give way to them?" Vicious Pill King snored. "Why should I? It won't matter even if my flame doesn't affect them. They don't rise to even one hair of mine. Giving way to them means wasting my time." Tao Danyang grew angry and glared at him. Yen Fu snickered at the side, finding it only natural. His master was the best in the empire except the unknown kid that sprung up from who knew where. Who else could match his master? The alchemists, Lu Yizhen included, were livid, but facts were facts. They had no ways to refute Vicious Pill King and could only sigh. Xiaoya found herself in a tight spot. What was planned to be the finals between 10 people now became a clash of 2. Were the other 8 alchemists mere decorations to make them look good? What was the point of getting this far then? Too bad Vicious Pill King was the best alchemist in the empire and was dead set on his decision. The judge could do nothing. In Xiaoya's moment of anxiety and stomping, a lazy voice echoed, "Old man, since it's a competition, give them a chance. Why do you have to be so hard?" This startled everyone and turned to see Zhuo Fan still with his arms crossed and eyes closed, but smiling nonetheless. Frowning, Vicious Pill King muttered then withdrew his flame. Those alchemists who had it rough with just their Yuan-Chi flames were overjoyed, while the others looked at Vicious Pill King dumbfounded. Even Yen Fu looked at Vicious Pill King as if he wasn't his master. Since when did his prideful master secede just like that because someone said so? This is mortifying. But the fact was, one word from Zhuo Fan was enough to make the grand and arrogant Vicious Pill King renounce his pride. What's going on? Did the old man get a personality change? Up in the eastern stand, Hell Valley's 5th elder was filled with puzzlement like everyone else. What they didn't notice, however, was Huangpu Qingyun's even thicker killing intent. Perhaps he was the sole person here who understood authority. It was what made others submit completely. He wielded the same authority, an obvious fact from the people around him that listened to his orders without question. But this authority was bestowed by Regent Estate. As these men submitted to Regent Estate's power, he could only thus order them. More clearly stated, they spoke yes while their hearts were against it. Only Huangpu Qingyun understood that Zhuo Fan had become the man with the most authority here, and his authority was based on the true submission of everyone present. Vicious Pill King was the perfect example, succeeding with just some words. It was all because from the very beginning he grasped everyone's hearts, letting them take one step at a time in growing their faith in him. This was the true way of the ruling class in seizing authority. At first Huangpu Qingyun's killing intent at Zhuofan was rather hazy. He guessed it was because of a conflict of interest, but now he clearly wanted Zhuofan dead. After Lin Zetian spoke and Zhuofan showed a monarchic flame, he understood perfectly why Zhuofan had to die. He wasn't as narrow-minded as others thought him to be, that he couldn't stand someone more powerful than him. His decision to kill Zhuofan was because of the feeling he got from the latter. Every time Zhuofan did something, it was like an open challenge to his authority. How could a regent's authority be so easily challenged? A mountain wasn't big enough for two tigers. With two people knowing the way to grasp the hearts of the people, they would fight over authority and only one would come out victorious. Zhuofan had long noticed the killing intent coming from the eastern stand, but he was unfazed as ever, even sporting a scornful grin. Going with Xiao Ya's proposal, the first to start were the 5 grandmasters who used Yuan Qi flames. They hastily took out their flames and gave a sign of gratitude at the other grandmasters. Although they were ranked among the best alchemists in Tianyu Empire, Zhuofan showed up with his heaven-defying refining skill that made them look as common as muck. This was clearly showed through the yawns of the crowd. Their refining resulted in 3 high and 2 mid-5th grade pills. Not one could go higher than 5th grade. The third round had such a grade as the target. Showing it now, in the finals, robbed them of any chance at getting the first place. They knew of their limits but chose to do it anyway so they could catch the eyes of some powerful clans. Grinning, Yan Fu patronized. Master was right after all. Letting those idiots go first was a total waste of time. He threw Lu Yizhen a side glance and sneered. Lu, old man, weren't you bragging about using your 4th-level beast flame to freaking press us all down into making a 5th-grade pill? I have no intention to be pill king. Just getting ahead of a twerp like you and washing away the disgrace is enough. Lu Yizhen said as he caressed his beard. Yan Fu seemed to have heard the biggest joke ever. Ha ha ha, old man. Losing is losing. What are you doing tacking that cocky tone? Not to mention, my beast flame is stronger than yours. And you still think of besting me? Humph, alchemy isn't based on flame alone. Last time I lost in terms of speed, but when it comes to refining abilities, I am above you, twerp. Lu Yizhen's hand burned with his beast flame as he threw in all kinds of ingredients. Yan Fu had a constant sneer on his face. As seconds trickled by, the scarlet flame blazed constantly, illuminating Lu Yizhen's hard red face. Suddenly, Lu Yizhen spat a blood arrow into the flame. The fire exploded and a scarlet pill twirled in the air before he caught it. Lu Yizhen ignored the blood on his mouth as he gasped. He glowered at Yan Fu and revealed a crazy smile as he showed the pill. Brat, tell me, what grade is this? Yan Fu stared at the old man and gnashed his teeth in reply. But Xiaoya yelped. Grandmaster Lu refined a high 6th grade pill. Say what? The audience was in an uproar. Grandmaster Lu was a 5th grade alchemist, but he actually managed to refine a 6th grade pill. This was something not even a fresh 6th grade alchemist could pull off. Was it really all because of the 4th level beast flame? Could it be? Whoosh. Yan Fu cut their second-guessing short by letting his blue flame out. The raging tongue of flame shined in his pair of eyes as if they themselves contained a deep fire within. Whoosh. Ingredients flew into it one after another, refining and mixing. He did it with such practiced ease that it looked no different than eating, earning no few praises. Zhuofan was too awesome earlier, so Lu Yizhen and Yan Fu's limelight got smothered. People now bore witness to a youth, who, while not as freakish as Zhuofan, was by all intents and purposes a genius of alchemy. He was indeed an expert alchemist hailing from Pill King Hall. Suddenly, Yan Fu also bit his tongue and spat blood essence. Effused with the blue flame in a blink. Lu Yizhen's pupils contracted as his weak body trembled. His lips parted but no words could come out from the sheer shock that grasped his mind. Whoosh! The fire vanished and a bluish pill shined. He grabbed it and showed it to Lu Yizhen. Yan Fu was pale and blood dripped from his mouth, painting a gruesome image when coupled with his smile. "Old man, tell me, what grade is this?" Looking closely, Lu Yizhen shook his head sullenly. He was now too dejected to even reply. Yan Fu let out an unrestrained laughter. Xiaoya flicked closer and looked in shock. Young Master Yan Fu refined a low 7th grade pill. What? The audience exploded. There was now another 7th grade alchemist in the Pill King Hall besides Vicious Pill King, and one so young at that. At the side, Tao Danyang couldn't help sucking her teeth. They're both insane. They have no shot at becoming the Pill King with Vicious Pill King around, so why still refine with blood essence? Is their grudge so deep to warrant such illogical action? Losing a drop of blood essence meant an injured vitality that could persist through years. If one was careless in their recovery, it could lead to permanent damage. Worse would be stunted cultivation. An alchemist would never use such a method unless the situation was dire. Vicious Pill King did it to barely qualify. You two, however, the hell you just up and harmed yourself for some simple refining. Tao Danyang cursed them inside but was in fact hesitating. She was a 6th grade alchemist who should have had no problem with these two. But God knew what got into them, using their blood essence to refine. Yan Fu even managed to land a 7th grade pill. If she too didn't bleed, Yan Fu would win. What goddamned face will I have left then? Gnashing her teeth and stomping, Tao Danyang's eyes flashed with resolve, and the green flame appeared in her hand. I've been at this even before you were born. You think I have lost my touch? Ingredients spiraled inside the flame. When it was almost done, she also bit her tongue and spat a blood arrow. When the flame died out, Tao Danyang's weak body reached for the pill with a gleeful smile. Heavens! It's a mid-7th grade pill. Xiaoya's outcry agitated the crowd. Only Yan Fu and Lu Yizhen looked at her puzzled. Old hag, we decided on settling our accounts from the Imperial Capital Alchemy competition. So what are you trying to pull? Ugh! Tao Danyang almost spat blood in anger. But seeing the two of them confused, her face went red and tried to cover it with a snort. I'll have you know that there is a mountain beyond a mountain as there's someone above another. You two have a long way to go. Don't let yourself caught up in thinking only you two exist in this contest. You need to set your eyes further into the distance. There are many adversaries ahead. Tao Danyang sighed, and through this lesson, she recovered her bearing. But the two weren't grateful in the least. Old hag, we focused on each other because we wished to settle a score. How does this have anything to do with you? Yan Fu raised an eyebrow and spoke vaguely. You think we don't know of mountains beyond mountains and someone above another? Aren't they clearly master and that brat? What's the point of even saying it? Lu Yizhen nodded in full accord. These two are prime examples. What are you trying to teach us? Tao Danyang sank into silence, lost for words. Seeing the two of them sporting wise gazes, she was itching to kick them. You think I'd waste blood essence to uphold my reputation if it weren't for you two morons doing it first in your dumb fight? I wanted out of this awkward situation with my name intact, but you bastards aren't even giving me that. Speaking of which, I can expect it from this prick Yan Fu since he's from Pill King Hall. But what of you, Lu Yizhen? So old and you don't know how to show some respect. Tao Danyang gnashed her teeth in rage. But no one cared about her. At this moment, all eyes were on Vicious Pill King. Despite this round being a showdown between 10 contestants, it was in fact between only 2. Squinting, Vicious Pill King stared hard at Zhuo Fan. Whoosh! With an evil laughter, the Bone Soul Truefire re-emerged. He was in no hurry to throw ingredients in, choosing to spit blood essence again. Master, no! Yan Fu cried. Vicious Pill King already did this in the 3rd round, harming himself. If he did it again, then he would be left with scarring injury or worse, die from severe trauma. But Vicious Pill King no longer cared. How often did he meet a real opponent? To defeat Zhuo Fan, his greatest adversary, he was willing to do everything he could, even pay with his life. Vicious Pill King then threw ingredients in the flame, getting it refined in an instant in the Bone Soul Truefire, mixing along with his blood essence. Suddenly, Vicious Pill King spat blood essence again. This shocked even Tao Danyang. Has the old man lost it? It may increase the pill's grade greatly, but it will also threaten his life. Vicious Pill King hardly cared. His eyes filled with endless madness. Yanfu fell to his knees, with tears streaming down his cheeks. Master, what happened to you? Whoosh. Only now did the ever-relaxed Chuafan open his eyes, watching Vicious Pill King with an even gaze. But noticing Chuafan watching him, it got Vicious Pill King even more excited. Whoosh. The raging flame made a clear contrast with Vicious Pill King's wan face. The once imposing and tough old man now appeared frail and with one foot in the grave. His body swayed in the breeze, a moment away from collapsing. But he clenched his teeth and persevered. He grinned at Chuafan, who was looking back at him, with excitement. As if to challenge Chuafan, Vicious Pill King's gestures changed and the flame soared. Losing blood essence 3 times in a day along with supplying so much yuan qi had taken its toll on his aged body. Sweat began to fall from not just his face as his hands grew paler and seemed to age with the naked eye. But his eyes danced in joy as he saw the pill slowly form within the flame. His behavior even stirred the sympathy of those who hated him to the core, including Chu Qingchang and the overseers. Vicious Pill King is vile and twisted, but one had to admit his alchemy skill is worthy of admiration. He lives up to his name as the first alchemist in the empire. Long Zhou sighed in praise. The others nodded, watching Vicious Pill King with the same feelings. Despite being on opposite sides, a hero was worthy of respect. Bone Soul True Fire was indeed a heaven and earth spirit flame. And in the expert hands of Vicious Pill King, the pill was completed in no time at all. The pill was ready to be taken out of the inferno. But right at this moment, Vicious Pill King spat more blood essence. Everyone was nervous when it entered the fire. A humming spread and the Bone Soul True Fire burned hotter. At the same time, a pill shined brightly and flew out of the fire with a cackle. The sound of the laughter was in fact the same as Bone Soul True Fire's. Vicious Pill King bestowed the pill with spirituality. Long Zhou sighed in amazement. The others looked on in shock at the incredible dancing pill. It was a known fact that a heaven and earth spirit flame could instill spirituality into a pill, but doing it was a whole another matter. In Tianyu Empire's 1,000-year-old history, there had been accounts of alchemists possessing a heaven and earth spirit flame, but none of them were able to refine a living pill. This rumor came from outside the borders. But for such an alchemist to appear even after such a long time, it was still rarer than rare. The entire continent might not have had such a genius appearing over the last half-millennia. But Vicious Pill King had done it. Zhuofan, with his dazzling performance, had made the people neglect this #1 alchemist in the empire. But now he used his power to prove he was still the best. With a gesture, the pill entered his hand and Vicious Pill King's hair started swirling in the air. He slowly raised the pill in Zhuofan's direction, his eyes recovering their pride and arrogance. He was weakened but let the people see this old man teetering towards collapse like a lofty giant. This. Xiaoya opened and closed her mouth speechless. In the end, she finally managed to express her doubt. Odd, the pill looks to be above the 7th grade but not quite in the 8th. What does it mean? Squinting, Vicious Pill King didn't respond, only stared rivetingly at Zhuofan. It was an open provocation. Chuckling, Zhuofan said, "It is without a doubt a 7th grade pill, albeit a perfect one. If you insist on defining it, you can call it a grade-skipping pill. But it is in fact this kind of pill the hardest to refine in one's alchemical journey. It may be a 7th grade pill, but its worth supersedes a common 8th grade pill." The crowd was in complete shock. This was their first time hearing of a 7th grade pill that exceeded an 8th grade pill. Even some low-grade alchemists were dumbstruck, though the 5th grade alchemists and above were fully aware of the reason. There were, in fact, some alchemists who had 100% chance of refining 5th grade pills that could touch upon how to reach the perfect quality. But never, even after they entered the 6th grade, had they achieved it. Thus 6th grade pills were easy to refine, while perfect 5th grade pills were nigh impossible. To them, refining a grade-surpassing pill was a talent among talents. Talent was already needed to become a high-grade alchemist, but for refining a perfect pill one had to be a genius. It was clear Vicious Pill King was such a man. In an instant, the people's image of Vicious Pill King grew exponentially. Vicious Pill King, however, didn't care about such things. His eyes were on one man only. That man was the sole person qualified to make him stake his life in this competition. Following his eyes, the crowd's sight landed on Zhuofan. They now knew why Vicious Pill King went all out in this refining, even risking his life to make a perfect pill. It was all to beat the strongest opponent he ever had. They were all watching Zhuofan, eager to see his reaction. A clash between heavyweights, a match among peak Grandmaster alchemists, was a rare occurrence. After today, none may get the chance to see another again. This only worked to raise their spirits higher. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan began pondering. None disturbed him either in the deafening silence that ensued. Yet the people's eyes were fixed on Zhuofan, not leaving him for even a blink. With gloom ever present on his face, Huangpu Qingyun's killing intent only grew. The more Zhuofan could grasp the hearts of the people, the more threatened he felt of his authority. He was certain of one thing: Zhuofan had to be dealt with. Long Zhou's group frowned, waiting for Zhuofan's next move. Chu Qingqing and the overseers watched on edge. The strangest thing that happened was Chu Qingqing no longer cared about the prevalent grudge between Pill King Hall and Drifting Flowers Edifice. Her mind was solely preoccupied with Zhuofan, of how he would respond to Vicious Pill King. In this tense atmosphere, even the crowd forgot this was an alchemy contest, only caring about the match between two peak Grandmaster alchemists. It mattered not who won, because they were waiting for the two of them to give them the shock of their lives. After a moment of deep thought, Zhuofan let out a long breath and his face revealed a mysterious grin. So that's how it is. Let's give it a try. Chuckling, he turned to Vicious Pill King. Any man who spat blood essence 5 times is bound to die. Old man, you did it 4 times today, which was quite impressive. If I don't get it together and show something special, I would only be insulting you. You are correct. Vicious Pill King grinned fearlessly and as excited as before. There was nothing more thrilling than seeing one's greatest opponent answering his challenge by going all out. Zhuofan noticed his excitement and chuckled as he walked next to his cauldron. With him moving, so did the countless pairs of eyes. Zhuofan was now the center of attention, the life of the party. His every gesture stirring the hearts of many. Rustle. He leisurely lit up the fire and snapped his finger. Tens of spirit stones revolved around the cauldron before falling into an intricate and bizarre shape. The people looked at each other dumbly. What is Grandmaster Song doing? Setting an array? What did that have to do with alchemy? Even Vicious Pill King, as well as the rest of the alchemists, were clueless of his intention. Since time immemorial, alchemy and arrays never intersected. What was his purpose? Ignoring the baffled audience, Zhuofan's hand made a sign and chanted, Heaven's gate, Earth's locks, open for me. Let thy spiritual energy flood this array. Assist my heavenly fire in opening its eyes. Let spirits and dragons enter this pill. The world quaked, and with it, the Drifting Flowers arena started to rumble. Everyone was rattled, not knowing what was happening. Right then, creepy laughter echoed as dark shadows from all directions flew towards Zhuofan and revolved above his head. Then they slammed into the core of the array. At the same time, dragon roars echoed and dragon images flew from the core of the array, under the gobsmacked faces of everyone. When the world stopped shaking, the shadows were gone and the sky was crowded by 9 dragon images. Zhuofan snapped his finger and threw an azure flame into the cauldron. The dragons seemed elated as they flew around Agog before slamming inside the cauldron. In a blink, a deeper dragon roar was heard and an azure fire dragon burst out of the cauldron. It was then followed by the other 8. The azure fire inside the cauldron was now gone, absorbed by the dragons. With his eyes flashing, Zhuofan grinned as his hands danced. Hundreds of ingredients took to the sky at that moment. Secret pill array, cradle returning dragons, Zhuofan shouted, and the 9 fire dragons responded with a roar before flying into the ingredients floating about. Boom! The thunderous roars rang in people's eardrums. It then followed with a resplendent light, so glaring that they couldn't open their eyes. Once the light died out and the 9 dragons' roars passed, all the ingredients were gone from the sky. But under closer attention, one could see that the 9 fire dragons had changed. Within their body made of azure flames, a line coursed through them like a blood vessel. But instead of blood, it was flowing with the ingredients' extracts. Instant refining. The people watched Zhuofan incredulously. They recalled Zhuofan's 9th heaven-roaring dragon claw with which he instantly refined 3rd-grade pill ingredients. But he had now achieved the same result with hundreds of 7th-grade pill ingredients. Such speed raised his refining skill to another level of comprehension. Even vicious Pill King had to admit, he could not accomplish such a feat otherwise. He wouldn't have taken this bone-tempering brat as his strongest adversary. This was just the start of everyone's shock. The greatest awe was how the 9 dragons had different colored mixtures flowing through them. Zhuofan just up and separated the ingredients in the instant they were refined. Speed refining seemed simple, but it touched upon one's control over the ingredients and his flame. A stronger flame would ruin the ingredient while a weak one wouldn't refine them. Regarding the difficulty of control, each successive ingredient grade would be like vaulting heaven. This was the wall that had so many alchemists standing before it, unable to advance. Zhuofan's instant refining needed absolute control, which was even harder. Not even vicious Pill King could do it. Zhuofan not only did it but went a level further in his control, separating the hundreds of ingredients into 9 types. This was something vicious Pill King didn't think was possible. Some pills, especially poisons, needed the extracts divided, followed by careful mixing. The Pill King Hall's poison palm was no exception. It turned refining into a very precise task, with every ingredient refined independently. One blunder would add impurities and ruin the batch. Yet, Zhuofan refined 9 types of ingredients in a flash. Such accuracy was something the audience could not even begin to fathom, and this was what got vicious Pill King so overwhelmed. How did the world give birth to such a mystical refining skill and such an outstanding genius alchemist? Who? As vicious Pill King had known, this step was the hardest when making pills. Even Zhuofan couldn't help but let out a breath when this step was completed. The perceptive Xianxia knew Zhuofan was at a crucial step and didn't disturb him. Now that he relaxed, she couldn't rein in her curiosity any longer. Grandmaster Song. What was that secret skill? It is no lie to say that it shook the world. Ha ha ha, a mere pill array. A simple little array to help in refining. Zhuofan chuckled and turned to vicious Pill King. His provocation, however, was loud enough for everyone to hear him. For a high-grade pill to become a grade-surpassing pill, it has to have spirituality. Using blood essence to make the heaven and earth spirit flame spirituality instill a spirit into the pill is one way. But that's too dangerous. If all alchemists did it, 9 out of 10 would die. Truly idiotic. Vicious Pill King's eyelid twitched, feeling the naked irony within. This brat was teaching him a lesson, like a senior teaching his juniors. This stung him hard. But Zhuofan's words were correct. Vicious Pill King would have never braved such danger if he was but a greenhorn alchemist. Then, did you also instill spirituality into the pill, Grandmaster Song? Xianxia asked in awe while looking at the 9 majestic dragons. Nodding, Zhuofan had a cocksure grin. Spirituality is instilled only by pouring heaven and earth spirituality into the pill. A heaven and earth spirit flame has such a property, albeit incomplete. The soul of a heaven and earth spirit flame is merely formed over millions of years within the earth by accumulating the spirits of the earth. Just take out the spirits and you can instill spirituality. Does that mean those gray shadows were the spirits of the earth? Correct. Spirits are all around us, just that they do not persist for long, nor do they have awareness. The locations of the 7 houses were chosen with dense spiritual energy in mind. A place like that gives birth to many spirits, but not just anyone can find them. Chuckling, Fan pointed at the array. In the long-forgotten past, alchemy and array were one specialty. But as there were many different sects, alchemy and arrays diverged, to the point many ancient arrays are lost. The array that I set up today is the ancient dragon transformation array. It draws the spirits around and transforms them into dragon spirits. Not a true dragon, mind you, but one containing just a hint of a true dragon spirit's might. A striking difference from a heaven and earth spirit flame spirituality formed over millions of years. Despite the shock they were in, Fan's words brought them further amazement. They had endless admiration for him. This pill array was in no ancient book, moreover, no one had heard of it either. But Grandmaster Song not only had vast and widespread knowledge about all aspects but even grasped the intricacies of a pill refining array. Considering all the secret refining skills he displayed today, there might not be a second one like him in the entire continent, least of all this empire. An exalted of alchemy. Vicious Pill King couldn't be clearer on this. However, he still clung onto a thread of hope. He may have lost in terms of refining skills, but he won over Fan in terms of cultivation. The possibility of victory was still there. Fan chuckled, as if in response to Vicious Pill King's thoughts. Fan's eyes flashed and his hand signs changed. The 9 fire dragons roared and whipped their tails in the center of the array. Boom! With an earth-shattering noise, the 9 tails collided. They broke off from the dragons and crumbled down into flames that ultimately mixed together. With another roar, the flame burst into 9 dragonlings. These dragonlings' blood vessels were of the same color, flowing azure. The erudite found it incredulous how Fan refined the 9 concoctions into a single mix in an instant. Instant refining again. A moment of extreme importance, one that required perfect control, was done in a blink. This got even those Grandmaster alchemists peeved. Grandmaster Song, your refining skill is great and all, but can you please tone it down? Are you doing all the hard steps so casually just so you can rub our faces in it? Would it hurt to take at least a second while doing it? They were all in envy and depression over the might of such an exotic refining skill. Roar! The 9 tailless fire dragons roared and charged to the center of the array. This time head first. Boom! As before, the 9 tailless dragons blended into a sea of fire. The next moment, another 9 dragonlings emerged from the blaze. And just as the first 9 dragonlings, these had the same azure bloodstream. 18 roaring dragonlings were truly an impressive spectacle. Ha ha ha! Time to wrap it up. Squinting, Fan's hand flashed and a small bottle appeared. He opened it, releasing a soothing smell filled with vitality. Bodhi Jade Sap. With trembling eyes, the Grandmaster alchemists watched Fan in shock and puzzlement. They all knew Bodhi Jade Sap was Drifting Flowers Edifice's treasure. So how did it end up in Grandmaster Song's deft hands? Was he Drifting Flowers Edifice's? It all started to make sense. But even so, the shock was immense. Where did Drifting Flowers Edifice find this exalted Grandmaster Song? In today's alchemy competition, he smacked the face of Pill King Hall for no less than 100 times. The structure of Tianyu's alchemy system was going to change. Pill King Hall was no longer at the top. Such a change had countless implications. It was a known fact that Pill King Hall was the imperial family's pill supplier. If they weren't the best in Tianyu, why would the imperial family buy from them? People started to draw conclusions. Drifting Flowers Edifice's 100-pill meeting was a platform for Pill King Hall to show off their own skills. But how could the ordinary masses have known? Behind the scenes, Vicious Pill King alone had almost driven the entire Drifting Flowers edifice to collapse. Meanwhile, Fan was not even specifically invited by the Drifting Flowers edifice to deal with Pill King Hall's Vicious Pill King. If the masses had known, they would most likely have the same expression as those from Drifting Flowers edifice. The 2 overseers were smiling. Fan might not have been invited by them, but he was, nonetheless, Drifting Flowers edifice's son-in-law. With Fan at the helm, Pill King Hall would be held in check. Chu Qingcheng was thinking the same thing. She was rejoicing that her rash action proved to be a choice with incredible implications towards better. Only Zhuofan begged to differ. He was only doing what he had to. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Let the dragons feast perfect the pill. Zhuofan's shout was followed by a vigorous shake of the hand, sending 18 drops of Bodhi Jade sap into the air. The 18 dragonlings acted like cats catching the smell of fish, nabbing a drop each. Roar! As the dragonlings roared, their body dissolved into azure flames followed by their heads and leaving a ball of azure fire. Then the fire scattered to reveal upon the world a shining azure pill. It released a soothing smell, gripping the hearts of everyone there. What grade is it to have such an astonishing effect? The people stared unblinking at the 18 dancing pills. These pills had yet to renounce their dragonic nature, roaring as they traveled the sky. All 18 of them were clearly alive. What got people so distraught was that while Vicious Pill King nearly gave his life to make just one, Zhuofan flipped his hand and there went 18 of them dancing across the sky. This feeling was something words weren't enough to describe. Just how many times did one need to surpass Vicious Pill King's skill to breach this gap? There was no need for judging at this point. Everyone was dead set that Zhuofan was the winner. And this time, his victory was perfect, incontestable, thoroughly crushing the opposition. Taking a small bottle, Zhuofan waved for the 18 pills. He put them inside without even letting Xianxia take a single peek. Xianxia was alarmed. Grandmaster Song, the pills you refined. No need to see them. Zhuofan cut her off with a shake of his head. He turned to the dumbstruck and collapsed Vicious Pill King and muttered, "I won." Pure confidence. The whole crowd watched the calm and proud Zhuofan with a sense of awe. They looked at him as if he was their sole king. His cocky and obnoxious attitude came back in full force as well, making them all bend their knees. In alchemy I am the first. Who dares claim my throne? Zhuofan stood there, quietly, giving the Grandmaster alchemists a whole new meaning to how small they felt. He was a true pill king. A pill king with unquestionable authority. Xianxia was the closest to Zhuofan. She bore the brunt of his aura, but was fast to recover also. Grandmaster Song, I'm convinced you have gone beyond mere winning. But please, explain to us, what grade are they? 18 pills, all of perfect 8th grade quality. Zhuofan deadpanned. The crowd erupted in surprise. The Grandmaster alchemists knew he exceeded their imagination, but never knew the full extent of it. How sheerly unbelievable it all was. Vicious Pill King could refine a perfect 7th grade pill and he was already at the peak of his skill. When people saw the 18 pills, despite the shock, they only went as far as thinking Zhuofan refined them as perfect 7th grade pills. It was more than enough to surpass Vicious by many times. But this little prick went even further beyond anyone's guess. He not only surpassed him but went a full grade above. Perfect 8th grade pill. That was something not even a 10th grade alchemist could accomplish consistently, least of all 18 of them in one breath. Such heaven-defying skill was only mentioned in legends, hearsay. How could it ever be a reality here and now? This cheeky little prick was that much of a monster? They shouted at him in their hearts, but they could not hide the sheer admiration and respect they held for his incredible refining ability. Vicious Pill King himself was floored. His green hair became white under the naked eye. He aged dozens of years in just one breath. It was an astonishing defeat. Vicious Pill King never had suffered such a thorough and complete loss. It left him with no chance of a comeback. This Pill King had discovered today that his refining ability was nothing when faced with a true expert. The despair, the grief was harder to bear than even death. Yen Fu watched his master's loss with a pained heart. He flicked a glare at Zhuofan, but all he could do was gnash his teeth. This brat is too damn strong. Master was never his match. And I will never get the chance to catch up to him either. As there was a man beyond the next, so was a sky beyond another. It was such an apt description that no one could refute it. He took Master as his role model, acting as brash as him, thinking his master was the best alchemist in the world. But then came the day his master was defeated, hopeless of even taking revenge. Such a gap was no different from a chasm. Tao Danyang ought to be going wild with joy seeing Yen Song's crushed spirit. But it never came. Every new wave drove higher than its predecessor, who died on the sandy beach. Didn't Yen Song's defeat mark the end of their generation of Grandmaster alchemists? The world was going to be tumultuous. A warrior of the new generation was already standing on their corpses, breaking the grounds of a new age. Turning to Zhuo Fan next to her, Tao Danyang was grateful. Fortune helped them to have him as drifting flowers edifices. Long Jiu and the rest watched it all with a sigh. God damn it. This prick sure knows how to act. He said it wasn't clear that he could lose against vicious Pill King. And the end result? Not only did he win, but got a freaking perfect win. And not just a perfect win, but crushed him thoroughly. Xie Tianyang couldn't help cursing to high heavens despite the shock. For God's sake, just look at vicious Pill King. He got his life scared out of him by that brat. Even I feel sorry for him. Long Jiu nodded gravely. The brat is beyond ruthless. He won't let the other have anything left. A single perfect 8th grade pill was more than enough to win it by a landslide. But he went as far as to make 17 more, striking a fatal blow to vicious Pill King. I fear he might never recover from this trauma for as long as he lived. You're speaking of a heart demon? Xie Tianyang raised an eyebrow. Nodding, Long Zhou's eyes flashed. Even without it, he may never get to refine a high-grade pill in his life. That brat's vicious retribution leaves everyone in dread. They all had to nod at that. Then the Pill King of this 100-pill meeting is... As the crowd raved, Xiaoya pointed at Zhuo Fan while shouting. Before she could finish, however, quick steps were heard approaching. Zhuo Fan was slowly and calmly walking towards the center stage. Xiaoya was startled. Grandmaster Song, what? Only I have the right to declare myself as Pill King. Throwing that casual sentence, Zhuo Fan didn't even look at her and walked past her. The crowd was in awe again. He has the aura of a king. He is without a doubt this generation's Pill King. Xiaoya suddenly forgot she was the judge here and blushed a bit. She was so lost in Zhuo Fan's flair that she forgot to do her job. Xie Tianyang sighed enviously. He is an expert at putting on airs. When will I get the chance to do the same, I wonder? Just one time is all I ask. Under the chaotic shouts from all around him, Zhuo Fan arrived before the stage. He swallowed when he saw the wooden box and a weight fell off his heart. Chu Qingtian, wearing your cloak up to this point, I can rest at ease to say that I have returned your sister's debt. Zhuo Fan let his cloak fall and walked on stage. The people were struck into silence. They saw the cloak spread on the steps of the stage and the words on it and were moved. Heaven toppling, pill. It all started with a murmur, but it soon grew into an ear-splitting roar. They all started to pump their fist and join. Heaven toppling pill, heaven toppling pill, heaven toppling pill. Indeed, Pill King was far beneath a man of Zhuo Fan's caliber. In their hearts, only this title, Heaven Toppling Pill, was fit to Grandmaster Song's genius. Chu Qingcheng covered her mouth, her eyes flowing with tears. The people acclaimed Zhuo Fan as Heaven Toppling Pill, but it was in fact Chu Qingtian's wish. Zhuo Fan had taken her little brother's place and fulfilled his cherished wish. Her eyes on him now contained an even deeper love. Vicious Pill King was in a daze as he heard the roars and looked at the 4 words on the stage's steps. He seemed to be both crying and laughing. Heaven toppling pill. I never thought there was a man in this world who'd use these words. Qingtian. I have lost today at his hands, and yours. Vicious Pill King seemed to have lost it. But his eyes seemed to have realized something as they got clearer. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan was cool, despite the turmoil banging his ears. He did not look at the cloak again, as it had no more sway on him. He did what he had to. He paid the favor he owed, and now followed with his true objective. Zhuo Fan's eyes turned colder and reached for the wooden box on the pedestal. But with a sudden sound, a golden fist caught him off guard. Punk! You are far from worthy of taking the Bodhi route. Watch out! Chu Qingcheng paled at the danger he was facing, but her warning came too late. The iron fist struck Zhuofan square in the chest. Zhuofan's eyes suddenly turned vicious. His act as Song Yu was done. Now it was time for the demonic emperor, Zhuofan, to re-enter the scene. Whoosh! Zhuofan vanished the next moment. Huangpu Qingyun's heart was in distress. How could a bone-tempering kid escape his sneak attack? Thunder rolled and Huangpu Qingyun's heart froze, feeling danger creeping up on him. His only reaction was a slight tilt of his head. Whoosh! A flash of lightning streaked past his face, drawing blood. Huangpu Qingyun's forehead was soaked with sweat. He had a keen danger sense, otherwise his head would have rolled off his shoulders. Bam! He may have avoided the killing blow, but a hammer blow shot into his belly. He felt pain down to his marrow as if a cannon shot at him. With a rumble, he flew back and created a 3-meter-wide hole in the Drifting Flowers arena wall. It all happened in a blink. It was unclear how he was even attacked, only to ultimately end up through the wall. The snicker on those on the eastern stand froze. What was going on? How did Huangpu Qingyun lose when he was the one with greater power, when he was the one at the advantage? His opponent was but a bone-tempering kid. Aghast, the people looked towards the center stage only to feel their faces twitching. Zhuofan was standing there in all his glory, with the lightning wings flickering behind him. His leg was still high up, the clear reason behind Huangpu Qingyun's setback. Those wings, could they be? Zhuofan! Hell Valley's fifth elder gnashed his teeth in malice. His eyes filled with killing intent. This was unbelievable to the crowd. They once heard of this demon Zhuofan and the sensations he stirred, of his lightning wings and his ruthless savagery. Who could have seen it coming? The one to defeat vicious Pill King 4 times, the one to transcend the title of Pill King, heaven-toppling Pill, the same Grandmaster Song, was in fact the one and only Zhuofan. Even Chu Qingcheng and Drifting Flowers Edifice's people were in a state of shock. That vile and deceitful demon of a man was in fact the pig-headed, blunt, and oafish Song Yu? They had absolutely nothing in common. Or more aptly put, Zhuofan's performance was so convincing, he got everyone dancing his tune. Did you know he was Zhuofan all along? Peony Overseer asked Long Zhou's group. Nodding, Long Zhou stroked his beard with a chuckle. Indeed. And our friendship with the kid isn't shallow either. What will you do now? Are you going to join him in fighting Hell Valley and Regent Estate? Iris Overseer frowned in worry. They all saw Huangpu Qingyun's power. Now that he had 3 other houses helping him, they were out of their depths. But that wasn't the worst part. This was a turning point. Once they joined this fight, the damage was done, and the 7-house war would erupt. With how precarious Drifting Flowers Edifice's state was, their end was guaranteed. They did not want to see it come to pass. However, Hell Valley's #1 offender, Zhuofan, came out of the closet. Now the 7 houses were split in sticking for Zhuofan or wishing to kill him. Drifting Flowers Edifice held a grudge against the party who wished to kill Zhuofan. Therefore, they could not join them. On the other hand, Zhuofan's side was the weakest, doomed to fail. Iris Overseer and Peony Overseer were in anguish, on the verge of tears. You got smacked again and again so many times before, but why do you appear now in front of so many people? Woes, in front of your enemies. Why are you making it so hard on us? Drifting Flowers Edifice never offended you. So why are you looking to harm us? Xia Tianyang could guess what they were thinking and gestures dismissively. Don't you worry now. There's no need to join this miserable battle. We plan on sitting back as well. You won't help him? Peony Overseer was puzzled and glad. Puzzled since he always said he and Zhuofan went through thick and thin together, but not willing to help him now when it matters. Glad since they could play innocent. Since no one was going to help him, then Drifting Flowers Edifice needn't bother themselves with other people's problems. However, seeing them so callous, Xiao Dandan was fuming mad. Humph! And you call yourselves brothers while afraid to lend a hand when it matters. If you won't help him, I will. Xiao Dandan just started running when Peony Overseer dragged her back. Don't go cause trouble, Missy. That Zhuofan has a vile reputation. Who knows what he was planning while hiding in Drifting Flower City? Why are you still treating him like your husband? And how come you're more infatuated than before? Drifting Flowers City cussed. Xiao Dandan felt chagrined. Master, I finally found a good man and I just can't sit by and watch him die. Miss Dandan is so virtuous, worthy of me calling you sister-in-law. Xia Tianyang giggled. Don't you worry your pretty little head. This is all part of that brat's master plan. He even warned us not to get involved and to believe in him to see this through to the end. What? Is this true? Or are you just saying this to shift the blame and pull the wool over my eyes? Xiao Dandan suspected him. The others laughed with a shake of their heads, and even Peony Overseer felt bitter. Foolish girl. Who do you think they are? If people of the 7 houses say they won't go save him, then that's what they'll do. Why would they go and lie to a lass? Seeing her suspicion not in the least dispelled, Long Kuei let out a disarming giggle. Lady Dandan, that brat didn't want us to interfere, afraid that Regent Estate would target us and affect the rise of his clan. Which reminds me, this is all part of a selfish aim of his. Why would a ruthless and devious savage such as him show kindness otherwise? Why would he burden himself with the lives of others otherwise? This brings me back to the chaos that happened in Windgaze City between us and Hell Valley. He took advantage of the turmoil and killed 2 of their elders, while making us take the fall. You are not allowed to speak ill of my husband. Can't you see it's all because of his intelligence? Xiao Dandan cut her off with an irritated tone. Shaking her head, Long Kuei remained silent. What's so good about him anyway? What got this grown-up lady so delusional over him? Ignoring her martial niece, Iris Overseer looked at Zhuo Fan, then at Long Jiu. Uncle Jiu, you say that he wants to carry this by himself. But how is a bone-tempering cultivator able to deal with 4 houses ganging up on him and flee with his life? Will you intervene if his death is certain? Long Jiu paused for a long time, then nodded with unyielding conviction. Yes, he is the brother I believe in without question. I as well. I owe him a debt. Xia Tianyang grinned, then chuckled at the tall figure in the arena. However, we are probably overthinking things. He got this in the bag. What? He can actually escape under the eyes of 4 experts. Peony Overseer jolted. That would make him, just as the rumors spoke of, a freak. These 4 are renowned figures of the profound heaven stage. Ha ha ha. He is without a doubt a freak. Xia Tianyang laughed. I also do not know if he can escape, but I know from his fight with Yu Giki, he is no oaf. As long as he set his mind on something, he will see it through to the end. They all had to nod at this and returned to watch the events unfold. Crash. With a burst, Huangpu Qingyun flew out of the rubble. There was dust all over him, but otherwise not a scratch on him. He however knew full well how his belly hurt. Feeling his belly carefully, Huangpu Qingyun watched the winged Zhuofan solemnly. He underestimated him for having a bone-tempering cultivation, but in fact, Zhuofan's speed wasn't the only one transcending stages, his body's power too. As a fellow body cultivator, Huangpu Qingyun knew how difficult Zhuofan could be. What surpassed this, however, was the shock of finding someone with a more savage body cultivation method than Regent Estate's Imperial Tyrant body art. Easing his leg down, Zhuofan's face was ever the same, calm and unfeeling. He opened the wooden box in his hands and breathed in deeply. The root was finally his. Grinning from ear to ear, Zhuofan put the box away and ignored the flabbergasted looks of everyone as he turned his attention to 100-pill meeting. Second young master? Didn't you say something about being unworthy of Bodhi root? Ha ha ha, as you well know, as the pill king of this 100-pill meeting, I am rightfully entitled to it. You little shit, you won't live enough to enjoy it. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes exploded with killing intent. Shrugging, Zhuofan chuckled a retort. If yours truly took it, I am least afraid of someone taking it from me. Whoosh! With a sudden sound, Hell Valley's 5th elder flashed not 10 meters from him. He glared. Punk! You're that Zhuofan who killed 7th elder. Don't even think of denying it. Many from Hell Valley saw those same lightning wings when you committed the crime. When did I ever say the contrary? Then again, who else out there is brazen enough to openly steal what one of the 7 houses covet? Zhuofan's face slowly changed to his original appearance. Despite knowing it was coming, the crowd was still filled with panic. Zhuofan's face was the same one on Hell Valley's kill order. The crowd devolved into chaos as each ran which way. The fight between the killer of Hell Valley's mastermind Yu Giki Zhuofan and their 5th elder was not something these 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-rate clans would dare involve themselves in. If by some disaster they would get killed from a stray attack, they wouldn't even have time to lament. Despite such fears, they couldn't help feeling sorry for the magnificent heaven-toppling pill, Grandmaster song, ending up to be the demon Zhuofan. Under the 7 houses encirclement, the only ending was with one's head on a pike. Regardless if he was the demon Zhuofan or the freak Zhuofan, how could either of them escape from the 7 houses entrapment? Chu Qingqing's thoughts aligned with the rest. She gazed upon the changing yet unmistakably proud face with incertitude. Zhuofan had lied to her from the start, yet he did not once do something to disappoint her. It turned out that with his intervention, all the crises were laid before her, unraveled, waiting for her to solve them with ease. She came to believe that she and Drifting Flower's edifice owed him. Now there was no reason for her to hold back from helping him avoid the danger he was in. However, that only applied if he was anyone but Zhuofan. After all, he killed Hell Valley's 7th elder. If she chose to stand up for him, Hell Valley would soon be knocking with a war on her door. Regent Estate and Pill King Hall would never miss the golden opportunity either, thus marking the end of Drifting Flower's edifice. She was deep in thought for a while before coming to a decision. Chu Qingqing gnashed her teeth and her eyes shined with conviction as she took a simple step. Death is nothing, since today is Drifting Flower's edifice's judgment day. Without this man's help, Vicious Pill King would have gripped the whole of Drifting Flower's edifice in a mere 2 days. Rather than struggle on death's door, ending alongside the man she admired with a bang didn't seem like a bad way to go. Chu Qingqing's gait became firm and nodded at Tao Danyang. Aunt Tao. Clear on her intention, Tao Danyang sighed as she grew resolute as well. But right then, one red and one blue silk ribbon held them tight before lifting them on the terrace. I knew you two were foolish, but thankfully I managed to stop you. Peony Overseer and Iris Overseer released the ribbons and sighed. Xia Tianyang then rushed to explain Zhuofan's intentions. The two were alarmed, unable to comprehend how a bone-tempering cultivator could face 4 profound heaven experts. It was impossible even to a freak like him. Shrugging, Xia Tianyang sighed. I fulfilled my end and told you of his wishes. If you still wish to be reckless, all you'll be doing is ruining his plan. His anger will be on you. Let's see him dare get angry at me, Chu Qingqing shouted. But soon, she realized this was not the time for casual bickering. With a rotten smile, Xia Tianyang spoke in circles. Edifice Lord Chu, you have no idea of the extent of that brat's retribution. By the time you find out, you'll be left in tears. Chu Qingqing watched the arena mystified. At the same time, Huangpu Qingyun and Zhuofan turned towards the terrace as if in sync. Huangpu Qingyun was worried Chu Qingqing would stick out for Zhuofan. He didn't want to fight her and now he could finally put this worry to rest. Meanwhile, Zhuofan was even more concerned. If Chu Qingqing stood up, his plan would go up in smokes. 2 rivals were actually willing to pause over a woman. Brat, it's time you pay for my 7th brother's misery with your life. Suddenly, Hell Valley's 5th elder charged Zhuofan. His body exploded with power and ignited into a scarlet flame as he swung at Zhuofan. The fist was filled with rage and thrown in haste, but it kicked up a storm. Zhuofan couldn't even breathe from its power, as if a mountain was crushing him. 5th layer of profound heaven stage, and a body cultivator too. His pupils contracting. He although had an inkling of the man's power, it exceeded his expectations. Despite being a profound heaven expert as well, he was in a different league from Yugiki. Zhuofan weighed it thoroughly and came to the conclusion he was far from this man's match in body power. But everyone has a shortcoming. Your flesh might be steel, but I have 2 blades behind me. With savagery in his eyes, Zhuofan stood his ground. The lightning wings warped into sickles and attacked Fifth Elder. One hacked the flaming fist, the other his face. Zhuofan was willing to accept this heavy wound if it meant the death of his opponent. Seeing the incoming sickle, Fifth Elder stomped. With an explosion, he stopped in his tracks and flew backward. The wings missed, and with a boom, a 5-meter hole was left behind 3 meters from Fifth Elder. Wisps of black smoke drifted above the hole. Feeling the icy sweat trickling down his head, Fifth Elder expression turned grave. He no longer charged recklessly. He now knew how Yugiki met his end. This brat is too vicious, not only to his enemies, but even to himself. It may look advantageous exchanging a wound for a kill, but he would open himself to others, a pig ready to be slaughtered. To make such a savage decision in a split second showed how cunning and ruthless he was. The Fifth Elder was beginning to worry about the upcoming battle. What if the brat up and chose to take them both down? Such an ending would be meaningless. The worried people on the terrace watched in shock. Is this the rumored demon Zhuofan? He is indeed a monstrosity. Yet, the women from Drifting Flowers edifice came to find he was sporting one hell of a domineering air. In this state, where Zhuofan was the weakest in terms of cultivation and number, he exuded the aura of the strongest, one who looked down on others with pride. While Huangpu Qingyun's team, the one with higher cultivation and number, was bleak and distressed. Their stance looked to be the weakest of the 2 sides. The previous exchange between Fifth Elder and Zhuofan was the perfect example. Zhuofan was willing to bet his life while Fifth Elder wasn't quite up to terms with staking his life on one strike. It ended as it played, with Fifth Elder terrified and Zhuofan winning. I was the one to attack first but ended up scared by his sickles. How mortifying! This is how a man should be, brave. I finally found a real man. How great that he is also my husband. Xiao Dandan was love-struck, with only him in her ever-infatuated eyes. Chu Qingcheng shook her head but was feeling her fair share of growing feelings as well. Yes, this is how my husband should be. An undefeated hero. In the arena, Fifth Elder was aware of the humiliation. He was pissed, but he stayed put. Zhuofan grinned and placed the Bodhi root in his thunder ring. Yours truly shall no longer entertain you, but bye. Zhuofan punctuated with a stomp and took flight. His wings shot him high in the sky. Where do you think you're going? Snorting, Fifth Elder stomped as well, chasing after him. In mere seconds, he overtook Zhuofan. Zhuofan, however, expected this, and the lightning wings shifted into whips as they lashed at him. Get lost. Humph. You little prick. You think you're the only one with demonic treasures? Fifth Elder had come prepared. His hand suddenly held an enormous scarlet hammer. He used both his hands to swing it at Zhuofan. If you've got the guts, let's see you bet your life again. A 5th-grade demonic treasure. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and shifted his wings into shields. With the enemy having a 5th-grade demonic treasure, exchanging a wound for a life was impossible now. His life might be the one to perish first. Bam! Zhuofan smashed into the ground like a meteor, picking up a cloud of dust. When it cleared, it revealed the crumbled stage. Chu Qingcheng and the others were alarmed. Xiao Dandan even jumped to search for his body, but Peony Overseer caught her before she could do it. Long Zhou's group was looking grave. Hell Valley's 5th Elder was a body cultivator. If this hammer strike hadn't outright killed Zhuofan, it would definitely leave a mark. If the situation worsened, they would have no choice but offend Regent Estate and join the fight. 5th Elder floated down and smashed the ground with his hammer, making the earth quake 3 times. Huangpu Qingyun eyed the ruins. Then the proud 5th Elder and cackled. Ha ha ha, 5th Elder is indeed Hell Valley's expert body cultivator. Your art is as strong as Regent Estate's Imperial Tyrant body art. You're too kind, second young master, ha ha ha. 5th Elder faked modesty. He had always been confident of his body cultivation method. Huangpu Qingyun's words of praises made his heart pump with pride. Huangpu Qingyun turned to the ruins again with a chuckle. With fifth elder's strength, that brat must be close to dying if not dead already. Could I ask a favor from fifth elder? If he's still alive, allow me to exact revenge for your valley's seventh elder. Huangpu Qingyun's eyes flashed with naked killing intent. Fifth elder knew he was after this all along and didn't hurt earning his favor over such a small matter. He laughed. Others are unworthy, but if it's the second young master's request, please do not hesitate to do it. But I would like to return to Hell Valley with his head. I will never forget fifth elder's dutiful act. Huangpu Qingyun then walked towards the ruins with killing intent. Since ancient times, one mountain wasn't big enough for two tigers. This is your fate, that I will wring the life out of you to ease my heart. Chu Qingqing's group stared in anxiety and worry that he would kill Zhuo Fan. Uncle Zhou, do we attack? Chu Qingqing asked impatiently. But Long Zhou's lone I stared at the ruins, still ruminating. This only worked to add more pressure on Chu Qingqing. Humph, if you won't go, I will. Chu Qingqing had reached her limit again, flicking her sleeve as she rushed to save him. Long Zhou and his group helplessly followed after her. But an explosion stopped them before they could intervene. Huangpu Qingyun was right at the edge of the crumbled stage when it shot into the air. A black figure flashed and a foot slammed Huangpu Qingyun's cheek. Huangpu Qingyun flew for dozens of meters and was now seeing stars. The black figure was far from finished, flickering behind Huangpu Qingyun and hacked with two thunderous axes for his head. Huangpu Qingyun was too caught up to even know what was happening before finding himself face to face with death. Watch out, second young master. Hell Valley's fifth elder swung his two fists to help him, but the figure already retreated. When the black figure stopped, it was unmistakably Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan had blood flowing from his mouth and sporting an infuriated expression, only surpassed by the killing intent in his eyes. Damn it. So close and I would have had that punk's life. Zhuo Fan spat blood and barked at Huangpu Qingyun. Huangpu Qingyun was overwhelmed and his body broke out in cold sweat. This goddamn prick is too deceitful. He faked death among the ruble so that I would get close enough to kill me. If not for fifth timely rescue, I would have been a goner. Huangpu Qingyun grew more roiled, but feeling more appalled than ever. Chu Qingqing's side was wild with joy. Zhuo Fan looked as fine as ever, with hardly enough to be called wounded. Well damn, I always took the rumor of him being a freak as nothing more than a jest. But 2 years after we last saw each other, this brat's hard-headedness reached a whole new level. With how strong Hell Valley's fifth elder's body was, even Veiled Dragon Pavilion's third elder would want to avoid fighting him. They have come to blows many times over the years but always ended in a tie. How is it that this brat is pitch-perfect after getting a smack from his hammer? He is an abomination. Long Zhou said suddenly to Xie Tianyang, Kid, didn't you see him last time? Just when did he get that freakish? Shrugging, Xie Tianyang felt downcast. Who knew it would all happen overnight? From the 6th layer of qi condensation, where he could beat even bone-tempering experts, he suddenly changed to the bone-tempering freak who killed Yugiki. Overnight. They all smacked their lips. What baffling skill did the brat use to become so dreadful? But then they recalled how he changed overnight when the Luo clan was in crisis at that time as well. And now he did it again, this time gaining an unbreakable body. Brother, just how much are you hiding for your dear older brother? Long Zhou sighed as the rest watched Zhuo Fan in amazement. This kid was a true monster. Not only his alchemy ability was top-notch, but he was well-versed in other aspects as well. Unaware of his dear older brother, Long Zhou, labeling him a monster, Zhuo Fan spat another mouthful of blood as he watched the appalled Huangpu Qingyun and fifth elder. Goddamned old fart, your hammer almost snapped my rib. But you at least managed to shake my organs a bit and give me a slight wound. Hell Valley, eh? Fine then, Hell Valley's old fifth. I'll remember this debt. With a twitching face, Zhuo Fan spat the words with great rancor. Yet why did it sound more like a mockery than anything else? A grand fifth layer profound heaven bone cultivator's hammer blow couldn't kill a bone-tempering cultivator. when it would turn any normal profound heaven expert to mush. Not even Veiled Dragon Pavilion's third elder dared to take on his hammer. The least was a serious wound and worst, death. But this punk didn't even get a rib cracked, nor sported the slightest wound. Just who the hell is this brat? Fifth Elder had regarded Zhuofan highly from the start, at least at Yugiki's level since he managed to kill him. But he now realized how sorely mistaken he was. This punk is a monster through and through. His body is nigh unbreakable. Thank the fates he's not in the profound heaven stage and can't use his body to its full advantage. Spatting, Fifth Elder turned grave. Zhuofan secretly laughed, having figured out what was on his mind. This was the best time to flee. And he did just that, without any useless words, just fled. The grave Fifth Elder jolted and cursed inside as he rushed to block him. Think I'm a fool to let you walk away after you cursed me? You won't get the chance. You won't live to make my life miserable. He was indeed a profound heaven expert, catching up in an instant and swinging his hammer on Zhuofan again. But Zhuofan was prepared this time. Grinning, his lightning wings deflected the hammer and rushed towards the Fifth Elder. Fifth Elder was in glee. Zhuofan may have dodged the blow, but coming closer couldn't be better. Fifth Elder let go of the hammer and smashed his fist towards Zhuo's face. The blow packed enough power to at least break a few bones this time. But Zhuofan kept his cool, even snickering. He lightly stepped. Mystifying phantom step. Zhuofan vanished into thin air and popped behind Fifth Elder. Fifth Elder had no idea what occurred while Zhuofan used this chance to flee. Kid, you won't get away that easy. Suddenly, Huangpu Qingyun appeared and blocked his escape. Zhuofan frowned and felt vexation get to him. I so want to take him down a peg, but this is not the time. They were both body cultivators, but with one stage gap. Brawling would be detrimental to Zhuofan. Moreover, it would also slow down his speed if he were to use the lightning wings to fend off his opponent. Afterwards, the Fifth Elder would rush over during the gap and make matters worse. With no alternative, Zhuofan used mystifying phantom step again to escape Huangpu Qingyun. Huangpu Qingyun stood dumbly in midair. What's with this strange art? He never saw anything remotely resembling it. However, to the dismay of the ones on the terrace, a blue figure flashed over, curbing Zhuofan's escape. With a boom, he was kicked back before he could figure out how it happened. He hit the ground so hard, a wave of dust formed. The messy Zhuofan clawed back to his feet. He felt his sore face as he looked coldly. Fifth Elder and Huangpu Qingyun took one side around him, as did the blue figure. Zhuofan snickering at him. The kick was fast, but hardly powerful. It turns out to be an elder from Merry Woods. The one to get a leg up on Zhuofan was none other than Lin Zitian. Taking a quick look at Vicious Pill King, he found him too drained to join in the fight. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were tough but had no way to counter Zhuofan's eerie movements, thus making Merry Woods' speed the only way to bring the brat down a peg. Lin Zitian thought, fortune favors the bold. He made sure to kick back this monstrosity to win the greatest credit. Unbeknownst to him, that kick shot him straight through the gates of hell. Elder Lin, well done. I will remember this later. Huangpu Qingyun was vexed by Zhuofan's erratic movements, but now only Lin Zitian could keep him here, so Huangpu Qingyun flattered him. Picking up on the second young master's plan, Fifth Elder followed suit. This little prick is such a headache, having a strange movement art on top of his strong body. If not for Elder Lin, he would have escaped. Lin Zitian was proud of his glorious achievement, but shook his head trying to act modestly. Peony Overseer was itching to go there and kick his butt. You damn old fart. It's fine if you don't want to help Drifting Flowers' edifice, but you went as far as helping that bastard from Regent Estate against Drifting Flowers' edifice's son-in-law? I was a fool to waste my feelings on you. Zhuofan had a contemptuous grin and secretly cursed him for being a moron. Even in this situation, he didn't put him in his eyes. He already saw through Merry Woods' cultivation method. A useless trick, fancy but pointless. If his disciple ruined himself with it, what was to say of his master? How was he a worthy enemy if he was the weakest, albeit fastest? Zhuofan sneered. He only took into consideration Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder, while throwing Elder Lin in the back of his mind. Such clear-cut disregard irked Elder Lin, stinging his prideful heart. Second young master, Fifth Elder. Allow me to handle this arrogant punk. Lin Zetian didn't find anything amiss and shouted. Zhuofan looked at him queerly. This opportunist sure is ballsy. You know I killed you geeky, who was as weak as you, yet you dare challenge me? Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder looked at him the same way. Is this old man all right? Even I have to watch my every move when facing this demon, and here you are asking to do it alone. Just who was the truly arrogant one here? One or two praises already got to your head. Sticking out his chest, Lin Zetian felt so full of himself being the center of attention. What he didn't see was the suspicion in their eyes. Fifth Elder, if Elder Lin wishes to fight him, let us owe him this favor and we'll repay it back in the future. Squinting, Huangpu Qingyun no longer second-guessed it and agreed with Lin Zetian. Lin Zetian cupped his hands to Huangpu Qingyun in joy. I wouldn't dare. This is something I should be doing anyway. For the second young master to grant me this honor is enough. Huangpu Qingyun's words revealed how much importance he gave himself. Lin Zetian was overjoyed Mary Woods now had a powerful backer. But second young master, Fifth Elder spoke with revulsion, though his face had an understanding smile when turned to Huangpu Qingyun. As if the second young master cared about this pawn called Lin Zetian. He was only used as bait to see what other tricks Zhuofan had up his sleeves. At the least, they'd make some early plans on how to deal with them. Snickering inside, Fifth Elder cupped his hands at Lin Zetian. Elder Lin, thank you for your trouble. You're too kind, Fifth Elder. Lin Zetian's face had a glittering smile plastered on it, like the bottom of the barrel got hailed as the #1 genius, while Zhuofan could barely contain his mockery. There's no worse fool out there than a clueless lab rat. Fighting such a moron is a total waste of time. Zhuofan didn't waste words and capitalized on their inattention by jumping backward. His lightning wings were primed into sharpened daggers to break out of this encirclement. This time he wasn't aiming for the air, but the wall behind him. As the wall was the closest to him, his action would leave the other unable to react. This would ultimately allow him to escape Drifting Flowers Arena and take to the skies. He would be soon as free as a bird in his own element, while also offsetting the three's profound heaven speed from catching up. Huangpu Qingyun shouted in alarm. Damn it! He wants to run. He cursed Zhuofan inside for his cunning nature. One careless moment and he would slip away. By the time he and Fifth Elder got to the hole in the wall, Zhuofan had the advantage of the open sky outside. Ha ha ha, Huangpu Qingyun, old Fifth. We will meet again if fate allows it. Zhuofan sped up and left his laughter behind. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder gnashed their teeth but didn't pursue. They knew it was too late already. But Zhuofan once again omitted Lin Zetian's name. It was clear disregard. Lin Zetian's grew irate. This prick thinks of escaping with me from Mary Woods here? Absurd. Whoosh. Lin Zetian's figure vanished. Not even Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder, who were the closest, noticed his movements. The next thing everyone knew, he was behind Zhuofan and cutting off the latter's retreat. So fast. Zhuofan was startled somewhat. Lin Zetian was in the profound heaven stage, but his speed was far above it. He isn't an elder of Mary Woods for nothing. Although, since when is speed everything? You're nothing more than a paper tiger to me. Grinning, Zhuofan didn't slow down at all, going straight for Elder Lin. This had the elder fuming with rage. You little shit, you will pay for your insolence. Like an enraged lion, Lin Zetian roared and charged as well. But Zhuofan wasn't one to mind, mocking him in fact as his lightning wings were sharpened for impact. Your funeral! The clash already had a conclusion in everyone's minds. Zhuofan was a monster yet only a bone-tempering cultivator. He could face off against the impressive fifth layer of profound heaven-body cultivator, Hell Valley's Fifth Elder by himself. Not to mention he killed you geeky in one hit. You, Lin Zetian, are no body cultivator, even weaker than you geeky. Yet you dare face such a freak? Truly a moron. Let's go together. Fifth Elder. Huangpu Qingyun spoke. Startled. Fifth Elder didn't understand. Second Young Master, we won't be able to save him even if we do join. Fool, what's saving? He might not last a hit. But as a profound heaven expert he can delay that brat long enough for us to catch up. Huangpu Qingyun already bolted with the Fifth Elder laughing right behind him. Shuofan had long guessed their plan and his mouth perked into a peculiar smile. Whoosh! Just when they were about to clash, Shuofan used mystifying phantom step again, only to appear behind Lin Zitian. What? Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder stopped in shock. Shuofan's cackle came from behind Lin Zitian. Ha ha ha. Your plan was for me to waste time on this idiot, right? You counted your chickens too soon. Damn it. He figured it out. Huangpu Qingyun scowled. Long Zhou's group now realized as well. Lin Zitian wasn't there to attack Shuofan, but to stall him enough for the other two to catch up. It was clearly out of Lin Zitian's intentions, ending up used by Huangpu Qingyun. Regent Estate was indeed an expert in manipulation. But Shuofan saw through it with a glance, hailing his skills a cut higher. In this 3-against-1 battle, they did not fight with only their fists but with their minds. If one side lost either aspect, defeat was imminent. Long Zhou admired Shuofan even greater now. If it were him in Shuofan's shoes, he would have attacked Lin Zitian and fell in Huangpu Qingyun's trap. But now the situation resolved and Shuofan was free to leave. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Zitian punched Shuofan as he roared, "Punk! You dare look down on me? Humph, you seriously don't know when to quit. Since you want death, I shall oblige." Finding Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder stock still from the corner of his eye, Shuofan grinned. Killing intent flared in his eyes and thrust at Lin Zitian. Huangpu Qingyun was filled with regret. Who knew Lin Zitian was so thick-headed? Still in pursuit. If they knew, they wouldn't have stopped. Now, however, it was too late to go after him again. All they could do was watch Lin Zitian throw away his life for nothing. Lin Zitian didn't seem afraid of the 6th-grade demonic treasure coming for his life. He even had time to mock, "Brat, don't you know power is useless when you can't even land a hit?" Shuofan didn't seem to catch his drift. But then Lin Zitian vanished half a meter away from him and the lightning wings hit naught but air. How? Shuofan was in shock. It was impossible to move so fast without build-up. Only his mystifying phantom step could do it, allowing him to blink short distances. What he failed to detect, however, was the ripple in space. This was a burst over short distances. But this burst was so fast that not even a profound heaven expert speed was its match. In his shock, Lin Zitian appeared again with a mocking smile as he punched Shuofan's chest. With lightning wings in mid-attack, Shuofan could only use his arm to block. Humph, regardless of how fast Mary Woods is, your power is nothing. With such childish punches, not even 100 will help. Can one man's punch make any difference? Ever heard of constant efforts always prevail? Snorting, Lin Zitian mocked Shuofan, but his heart was furious as he added more power into his punch. But Shuofan didn't care, as Lin Zitian was indeed punching like a child. The most he could do was add his yuan qi on his punch to rattle Shuofan's organs. Shuofan was flabbergasted to discover this paper tiger sent him flying. He planted into a rock and ended up buried under the rubble. This astonished everyone around, making them reassess Elder Lin. To send the freakish Shuofan flying earned him the title of peak expert in the profound heaven stage. Some couldn't even believe the opportunist Lin Zitian had such power in him. Even Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were rooted in shock. Rumble. Shuofan jumped out of the rubble, unharmed, but his arm looked inflamed. Raising his eyes on Lin Zitian, Shuofan was now serious. "It seems I've underestimated you, Elder Lin. Humph, you better believe it. We, the Merry Woods, have become one of the 7 houses thanks to our strength." Lin Zitian put away his fist as his eyes flashed with pride. All around looked at Lin Zitian with newfound respect. His figure never looked so imposing. Despite all that, Lin Ziyan sneakily put his hand behind him and rubbed the pain away as he sucked a cold breath. His hand was purple. Blast it! Why is his body so damn hard? How is he even human? One punch almost destroyed my hand. Lin Ziyan stood with hands behind his back, his head at a 45-degree up angle, like a veritable expert. He was looked down on most of the time, and now, he finally had the chance to show off. But what people were unaware of was that his eyes were swimming in tears. Without keeping appearances, he'd be losing all decorum. He could barely hold it in. His hand was screaming in pain. Ha ha ha. Elder Lin's power opened my eyes. I am in awe. Huangpu Qingyun laughed. The battle started with them having the advantage. Then Zhuofan had to take out some weird movement that made their advantage moot. Lin Ziyan had the speed to counter it, but unfortunately he was a paper tiger. In spite of appearances, this Elder Lin showed he had what it took to fight Zhuofan. With the three of them working in tandem, Zhuofan was dead meat. Huangpu Qingyun proposed, Elder Lin, you have just shown your strength, but it's best we deal with this little prick as soon as possible. Yeah, Elder Lin. It will take you too long to bring him down, so I and second young master will help you. Getting Huangpu Qingyun's meaning, fifth elder urged as well in a sincere tone. He wasn't faking it this time. Before, Lin Ziyan was but a mere cannon fodder. But now, he was an asset worth considering when taking down Zhuofan. Not only in terms of speed, but even with his power, he managed to earn the two's approval. His heart moved to tears. Lin Ziyan, who never received such courtesy, cupped his hands. Don't worry, second young master, fifth elder. I will not let him escape as long as I'm around. I have full trust in you. Huangpu Qingyun then turned to Zhuofan with killing intent. Zhuofan sank into a deep and heavy mood. He could deal with them too, but adding a Lin Ziyan who could strike him into the mix, and it would make living a lot harder. He already had a plan set just for this occasion. Or he wouldn't have been so brazen to show himself. But that plan was a final resort. It was dangerous, so he wanted to avoid it at all costs. The only path left for him was driving a wedge in their teamwork. As for where to start, did one even need to ask? Snickering, Zhuofan eyed Lin Ziyan with an evil glint. Elder Lin, I was truly wrong about you. I never took you for an expert, when you are in fact no less than Huangpu Qingyun and fifth elder. Ha ha ha. You're late in realizing the obvious. Lin Ziyan laughed the resentment away, now filled with nothing but content. Zhuofan was a junior, true, but he was infamous in the Tianyu Empire. He had proven himself a man of great power and ambition when he killed Yu Giki. Zhuofan's approval made him feel like he was bursting with prestige. Zhuofan eyes his vanity and upped the ante. But you can't blame me for that, Elder Lin. Mary Woods isn't exactly as impressive as the other houses. Nor its reputation for that matter. Rubbish. Mary Woods' name has always been glorious. Zhuofan's words began to take effect, having Lin Ziyan cut him off incensed. It only made Zhuofan's devious smile wider. From now on, Mary Woods will be known throughout the empire. But did you perhaps not hear of those lines? What lines? Mary Woods, the opportunist. At a gust, it shifts between two. Today they bow before a red dress, tomorrow they kneel before a tree. But on which day the wind is stronger, that no one would want the lame leg anymore. Of course, these lines were a proud work of Zhuofan. However, they comprised everything he witnessed in his stay at Drifting Flowers Edifice, emphasizing Lin Ziyan's magnificent love life. Even Zhuofan grew narcissistic when he heard himself. Such literary talent would make me a bestseller. But to Lin Ziyan's ears it was jarring. His face flushed and turned to see Huangpu Qingyun and fifth elder dry coughing. But anyone could see they were laughing inside. With rasped breath, Lin Ziyan cursed. Bullshit! Who dared started this vilification? I will break the one who started this rumor. Rumor? Elder Lin is so forgetful, avoiding responsibilities. Now that you have a staunch supporter backing you, did you forget the fragrant and soft legs of yesterday? Zhuofan coincidentally looked at the terrace in that exact moment. Noticing his eyes, Peony Overseer was ashamed. boring her resentment into him. Chu Qingcheng frowned. Senior sister, is this? Edifice Lord Chu, don't listen to his hosh-posh. I was about to do it, for Drifting Flowers Edifice. But he didn't agree and we were through. What stuff about responsibility when he didn't do anything? Peony Overseer rushed to explain, but it only made it worse. Everyone was looking at her oddly. At the same time, Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder were filled with mirth when seeing Lin Zitian. Though more aptly, mirth filled with mockery and contempt. Playing with women was nothing to a man, but that didn't go the same with leaning left then right. Regent Estate prized loyalty above all else. Lin Zitian's face alternated between white and blue. His mouth parted but he had no riposte. Even the weakened vicious Pill King had to sneer at such sensational news. Lin Zitian looked as if he choked on a fly. He couldn't spit or swallow, stuck in the worst moment of his life. Looking back at himself, he regretted it in his heart for talking with this bastard. You little shit. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Lin Zitian flew into a rage, ignoring his teammates as he charged at Shuafan. The latter was startled and moved the lightning wings to attack Lin Zitian. Whoosh! Lin Zitian vanished again, only to appear before Shuafan. Without a choice, Shuafan had to block with his hand again. The same scene replayed with Shuafan smashing into a rock, then covered in rubble. Coming out of there, he saw Lin Zitian already on him, not leaving him room to even breathe. Shuafan's arm was inflamed, but he pressed on with his wings. It was useless. Lightning wings were fast but not a match for Lin Zitian's speed. This resulted in him being ragdolled from one rock to another by Lin Zitian's kicks. Lin Zitian was no body cultivator, so such attacks meant little harm to Shuafan, but such damages accumulate. Around the 7th or 8th round, Shuafan was bruised all over. Not life-threatening, but it worked to cut at his body's strength. Now huffing for breath. Taking 7-8 hits of this left him wounded deeply. Even his diamond body would start to decline under a profound heaven expert's onslaught. Persistent effort. Anything hammered long enough, no matter how tough, would soon break at some point. The same was happening to Shuafan. Despite the battering he suffered, the staunch resolve never left his eyes. Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder laughed out loud. Shuafan was done for, without them needing to even lift a finger. They never thought of Lin Zitian as someone that strong. He was flinging the demon Shuafan around like nothing when they were having such a hard time with him just a few moments before. Ha ha ha! Everyone has a weakness. Huangpu Qingyun laughed inside and shouted, Elder Lin, leave him half alive. Let me have a go. Chu Qingcheng was filled with worry, as was Xiao Dandan. Seeing Shuafan suffering, she was on the verge of crying. Long Zhou tightened his fists, ready to jump in at a moment's notice. But Vicious Pill King watched Shuafan with doubt. Something is off here? But what? Master, did you say something? Yen Fu came next to him. Following his gaze, he suddenly laughed. Oh, you mean that brat? He will soon die at Elder Lin's hands and clear your resentment. He was so haughty and insufferable just a while back, and now he is getting his just deserts. Ha ha ha. Yes, that's it. Vicious Pill King muttered. I see it now, what it felt off. His haughty and obnoxious nature is gone. Yen Fu was startled. Master, what is so bad about that? Why would he still act cocky if he is beaten senseless? You know nothing. Cursing, Vicious Pill King turned grave. Even in death, a lion's a lion. If a king takes off his gown, he is still a king. That gaze that said everything is beneath him will never disappear. But it is gone now, no, not gone, hidden. Like a viper poised to make use of that once chance that will take the enemy's life. Vicious Pill King watched Shuafan being kicked around and cried in fright. Elder Lin, watch out. He is planning on taking your disciple hostage. Precisely. Everyone had eyes only for Shuafan and were unable to see the bigger picture. That whenever Lin Zitian sent Shuafan flying, it brought him one strike closer to the eastern stand. With all the experts down in the arena, it left poor Lin Tianyu, disciple of Lin Zitian, alone. Lin Tianyu was watching how his master taught that man who brutalized and humiliated him in front of so many people a hard lesson. Yet, vicious Pill King's yell got him staring blankly. Why me again? Lin Zetian also stopped from shock. But Xuefan snickered and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Humph! Too late! He stomped and shot like a cannonball for Lin Tianyu. He no longer hid his intense killing intent and released it out onto the world. Xuefan was still just 100 meters away from Lin Tianyu. It took a mere blink to one with comparable speed to those profound heaven experts to close this distance, leaving Lin Zetian unable to do a thing. Lin Zetian, you seem to have had a blast kicking me around. Now I will kill your prized disciple. Let's see how you like them apples. Frightened, Lin Zetian knew he'd been led by the nose. But how, when he was a highly intelligent man yet never saw any signs pointing to this? However, this was no time to think. His disciple was in Xuefan's evil clutches. Lin Zetian flashed behind Xuefan and punched as he roared, Xuefan, fight me if you have the guts. Leave my disciple out of it. Whoosh. Xuefan vanished from his sight. Then a groan escaped his lips and his body trembled. Lin Zetian's rage-filled eyes went stiff. Looking down, he saw a hand sticking out of his chest whilst holding a slowly beating heart. Wish granted, ha ha ha. A sinister laughter reached Lin Zetian, but all he could feel was his body growing colder, his life ebbing away. But his eyes were ever clouded in doubt. He struggled to look back at the demonic youth. Why you? How did you match my speed? Didn't your disciple tell you? I already told him. It doesn't matter how fast you are when I know who your target is. Xuefan clenched his hand and the beating heart splashed blood everywhere. Lin Zetian's ice-cold corpse slumped on the eastern stand, his eyes wide as saucers, dying with regret. Lin Tianyu wailed in fear and curled up in a corner, not even daring to look Xuefan in the eye. Trash! You don't even dare look at your master's killer? Disappointing. Xuefan left with a snicker. What met him were the frightened eyes of everyone else. Mary Woods' elder Lin Zetian was killed in one blow. But the worst was Xuefan's casual expression when doing it. It looked like he was squashing a bug and not a profound heaven expert. And his calculative eyes looked on as if everything fell in his predetermined plan. It was as though he was able to easily pluck the lives of his enemy at the drop of a hat. Demon! This was the sole impression he conveyed. Edifice Lord Chu, I told you. You know nothing of this brat. Did you see it just now? He is a demon king, in the flesh. Xia Tianyang's expression was grave. Although this made it the second time he saw Xuefan kill a profound heaven expert, the shock was in no way lessened. Xuefan's slaughter was incomparable to any others. It was as natural as a king disposing of his slave. Such a cold and unfeeling manner made him shiver whenever he saw Xuefan strike. The same went for everyone there as well. This brat is worse than vicious Pill King. Peony Overseer's lip trembled. I can see now why the Hell Kill Order was issued. But I feel that the Hell Kill Order is not enough to make him feel an ounce of fear. Xianxia, you need to think this over carefully. Whether he is the man you want to return to. Iris Overseer sucked a deep breath and spoke her concerns. Xianxia muttered to herself for a while. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty, but soon hardened. Indeed, what you all say has its merits. But, isn't this the very same demon king who saved our drifting flowers edifice? Yeah, Sister Xianxia. Husband may be vile, but only to our enemies. He never harmed us. Don't ever think otherwise. Xiao Dandan blurted. Her devotion to Xuefan was unflinching. After all, she desired to be with him for as long as they lived. However, Xuefan once said he didn't accept Xianxia's dowry. So, how could she accept her then, when she was nothing but an extra? So Xiao Dandan had to keep Xuefan in Xianxia's heart. Otherwise, he would not only refuse Xianxia, but the free gift as well. The heart could only bear so much for love. The two overseers also sighed seeing Xianxia making up her mind. They all knew, however, there would not be one day of peace around someone like Xuefan. Vicious Pill King watched the cold and sinister Xuefan up in the stand and sighed. I was wrong. You didn't aim for Lin Tianyu, but was after Lin Zitian from the start. Correct. I wanted that old coot's life from the very beginning. Why would I go after his trash of a disciple for? Zhuofan chuckled. Also, I may be holding Lin Tianyu hostage, striking fear in Lin Zitian, but would Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder care about his life? Am I someone who doesn't know a person's value? Ha ha ha, right? When a viper bares its fangs, it will strike its mark. I was wrong in thinking Lin Tianyu was important. Vicious Pill King lamented and shook his head. However, your fight leading to Lin Tianyu was all according to your plan. You're catching on. Zhuofan raised his head and grinned. Lin Zitian was a fool, thinking he was in control, when in fact, every strike was predetermined. When all paths are sealed, his only choice was the only one he saw. It was the path I let him see. This was the conclusion I came to while I was kicked around. What a sinister brat. Huangpu Qingyun gnashed his teeth. If only I noticed earlier. I and Fifth Elder would have stepped in and saved Elder Lin's life. Ha ha ha, don't kid yourself, Huangpu Qingyun. You're overconfident if you think a daft brat like you can see through my schemes. Do you think a few books on ruling are enough to grasp the people's hearts? Humph, you're far beneath me. Zhuofan laughed with scorn. It would have been quite the high-stakes mind game if you geeky was here. But you guys, just don't cut it. Clenching his fists, Huangpu Qingyun was infuriated. The great regent estate's second young master had never been patronized in his life by his peers, to the extent of being mocked as a daft brat. This was no different from a beggar cursing at an emperor in the middle of the street. The emperor was no emperor if he would take it lying down. Or he wasn't regent estate's second young master if he let it slide. Zhuofan's mockery only grew worse when he noticed his fury. Huangpu Qingyun, you can't take it? Then let me reiterate. You know nothing of the ways of ruling, so don't go smear mud on the true way of grasping the people's hearts. If the three of you had gone together against me, I wouldn't have stood a chance. So I had to relieve you of one man, the oh-so-intelligent and ambitious Elder Lin. Everyone was fixated on Zhuofan, who was telling how he led them by the nose, and managed to kill Lin Zitian. Huangpu Qingyun's heart was bleeding from hatred, yet his ears were attentive to catch the details. First things first, a ruler needs to see talent to be tolerant. With how vain Lin Zitian was, all I had to do was to fling some dirt at him and he lost control. And you, instead of appeasing him, you mocked him from the side, making him fly off the handle. In his anger-addled mind, he left you behind fighting me all by himself. The witnesses turned to see how Huangpu Qingyun would react. One thing was clear though, he wasn't tolerant in the least, not at all how a ruler should behave. To be blunt, he was not leader material. Huangpu Qingyun sensed the change in everyone and his hatred for Zhuofan grew. Yet, Zhuofan just kept going. Moving on, a ruler has control over the situation, placing worth on the greater picture. Of all people here, only Lin Zitian could counter my speed. But you let this valuable asset go further and further away from you in his battle with me, out of your range. You only had to stay close to him and he would still be alive. This is another fault of yours. Enough! It is you who killed Lin Zitian, and now you're trying to pin it on me? Humph! Everyone knows how deceitful you are. Huangpu Qingyun could no longer sit still while listening to his mockery. Smiling, Zhuofan scorned him. A regent is a regent because he is leading the people. Those that shirk responsibilities are not fit to be regents, and are not worthy to follow. The people's hearts shivered. They watched Zhuofan, amazed at how much sense he made. It also worked to dampen their respect for Huangpu Qingyun by a great deal. They respected Regent Estate's second young master at first, for his strict handling of affairs, for being a ruling talent. But Zhuofan opened their eyes to the truth. He was no leading material and following him would lead them to a dead end. Even Fifth Elder's eyes changed, now sporting a different opinion. Sowing discord. But this sowing was hidden very deep, since he was driving a wedge between their trust and not just based on emotions. Huangpu Qingyun's retinue was formed of blind followers, thinking there was nothing he couldn't do. If it worked, it couldn't be better. but Zhuofan's killing of Lin Zitian fell mostly on his shoulders. Saying he was unfit to lead at this point, whether the people believe or not, it cut down a great deal of his prestige. He would become someone no one wanted to follow and, most importantly, the cooperation between Huangpu Qingyun and Fifth Elder would falter, making them weaker. Zhuofan smiled his evil grin. As if all were dancing in the palm of his hand,